Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Trump hints the US might join a meeting between Zelensky and EU leaders this weekend despite being sick of them. The US Treasury has imposed sanctions on 6 more ships after seizing an oil tanker off the Venezuelan coast. And punching into the weekend, the final of the IBA World Boxing Championships takes place in Dubai alongside a battle for the WBA World Heavyweight title. Now, President Donald Trump has hinted that the US may attend a meeting with Zelensky and his European allies this weekend at an impromptu leaders summit. It comes after his White House spokesperson, Caroline Leavitt, says he is extremely frustrated with both sides of this war and he is sick of meetings just for the sake of meeting. For more on this, I'm joined by former senior CIA officer Robert Grenier. Robert, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you for your time. So, despite his clear frustrations with both Ukraine and Russia, President Trump says he could join talks in Europe this weekend. Are we likely to see him make that journey?
I would be rather surprised if he actually makes the journey himself. I think he's also made it relatively clear in recent days that he doesn't want to get personally involved again unless and until he actually has an agreement in prospect that he can then sit down and bless with others. That said, things are really reaching a bit of a crescendo here. I think that we should take Caroline Leavitt at her word when she says that President Trump is getting very, very frustrated with the situation as it exists right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Donald Trump has expressed his frustration in the past when it comes to trying to push a deal over the line with Ukraine and Russia. But Zelensky says the US has offered to create a free economic zone in the contested eastern Donbass region. Will this break that diplomatic deadlock over territory? And who will police this zone? And could we see US boots possibly on the ground?
Well, starting with the last, I think there's absolutely no chance that there would ever be U.S. boots on the ground. I don't think that President Trump would want to do it, and I don't think that the Russians and President Vladimir Putin would ever accept it, because that would constitute some form of Western security guarantee, and that's something that President Putin clearly wants to avoid. I think in talking about this so-called free economic zone, you just pointed to some of the key questions here. Frankly, the proposal raises many more questions than it answers. And clearly the point of military control of this area would be extremely important. And it seems as though that establishment of such a zone, if that were conceivable, would involve the withdrawal of Ukrainian military forces from all of the Donbass to include territory that is currently under their control, that has never been seized successfully by the Russians. And that would leave Ukraine very, very vulnerable to a recommencement of hostilities on the part of the Russians in the future.
And Russia says it's not seen the revised peace plan after discussions between the US and Ukraine. I think one of the big questions many people are asking is what happens if Russia doesn't like parts of the revised proposals? Has all the shuttle diplomacy that we've been seeing over the last couple of weeks just been a complete waste of time?
I think there's a great chance that, in fact, all of this shuttle diplomacy has been a complete waste of time. Let's remember that these negotiations involve the Ukrainians, the Europeans, and the Americans essentially negotiating amongst themselves. The Russians have established a maximalist position, and they haven't budged from it. They think that time is on their side. They think that the dynamic is working in their favor. They have very little reason to make further concessions right now, or to make any concessions right now. And so, again, we're seeing a situation where the West is negotiating amongst themselves, and there's no indication that whatever they come up with will ever be acceptable to the Russians.
And I think this is the big concern for Europe, isn't it? Because this is what Europe have been saying time and time again. We heard the NATO secretary yesterday, Mark Rutte, really warning other countries that they could be Russia's next target. And also we heard from one of the high-ups in the UK today, and I thought it was quite interesting also what he said. So as a former CIA officer yourself, how much of a threat is Russia to Europe right now, do you think? And we're always hearing that could this become a full-blown war?
Well, I do think that Russia does pose a very serious long-term threat, not only to Ukraine, but to much of Europe as well. Now, whether they would have designs on France is not entirely clear, but they certainly would have designs on Poland, the Nordic countries, and I don't think there's any question but that the Europeans right now already see themselves in an existential conflict with Russia. Ukraine is the front line, but I think they very much see this as only the front line. The difficulty for the Europeans right now is that they realize that they are essentially on their own. The problem is that they are simply not in a position right now to fully defend themselves from Russia. They have become highly dependent on the U.S. security guarantee. That has to do with missile defense. It has to do with intelligence, other aspects of their collective national defense. They simply cannot stand up to Russia on their own yet. They're scrambling to address that. They can't do it right away. And so it's very important for them somehow, for at least some period of time, to keep the Americans on side. And that is becoming increasingly difficult to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've spoken to many people from the European side on the show here, and they are extremely concerned about Donald Trump and also his move to almost side with Russia if we had a look at that 28-point peace plan. So that is a very big conversation, Robert, happening right now in Europe and in those circles. But I just want to ask you a little bit about Putin, because world leaders, including Vladimir Putin and Erdogan, are gathering in Turkmenistan today. Turkey's president has called for a limited ceasefire in Russia's war with Ukraine, targeting ports and energy facilities. Does Erdogan and Turkey have any game here? Can they convince Putin to do a limited ceasefire at the moment?
No, I think that what President Erdogan is trying to do is to play a responsible role, to use what influence he has. But I just don't see any scope right now for the Russians agreeing to a limited ceasefire. They just don't think that it would be in their interest.
And it's really interesting because we're talking about what's happening abroad when it comes to Donald Trump. He's obviously involved in this negotiation to try and end the war between Russia and Ukraine. But domestically, things are happening in the US too. And Robert, the Democrats have just released new images from Jeffrey Epstein files that do include pictures of President Donald Trump and Bill Clinton and Steve Bannon and many others. How damaging could this be for the US president? Because right now we see him trying to end these wars abroad, but at home, there's more trouble bubbling when it comes to these Epstein files.
Yeah, I think that the real struggle for the U.S. in terms of its domestic political politics and from the perspective of the president is that his hard coalition, his mega coalition, so-called, is beginning to fall apart. Now, I don't want to overstate that, but it's clearly fraying right now. And I think that the images that you've just described are going to make it more difficult for him to keep certain elements of his own coalition on side. At the same time, you see some within his own party who are clearly uncomfortable with the stance that he's taking vis-a-vis Ukraine. The U.S. domestic political situation is becoming much more complicated, and it's much more difficult for the president to get his own way in all instances, even within his own party.
And just a quick thought, I feel like of late we've seen Donald Trump growing more and more frustrated when he does give these impromptu talks that he often does in the Oval Office and to reporters and when he's doing events. Do you think that is because we're seeing fracturing in the MAGA base and things are just getting more difficult?
Well, it certainly doesn't help for the president that he's having difficulty with his own coalition. There's no question about that. With regard to the Ukraine and his growing frustration, I think it's very clear that what President Trump wants to see is an agreement. He almost doesn't care what the details are. He just wants to see an agreement. He wants to get this behind him so that he can establish business as usual with the Russians, reintegrate them in the Western economy, lift sanctions. He thinks that there are opportunities for the United States, and also, I think, some real opportunities for members of his family and those who are closest to him. Quite frankly, there is a breathtaking level of corruption at work right now within the U.S. administration.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Business as usual, saying that. Robert Grenier, always brilliant to have you on. Thank you so much for your insights there.
You're very welcome.
For more on this, I'm joined by Ukrainian MP Lesia Vasilenko. Thank you so much for joining me. It's a pleasure to have you on the show with us. Can we just begin with Zelensky, because he sent the revised peace proposal to Washington for review, and this comes after weeks of shuttle diplomacy. Do you think Ukraine and Europe have done enough to please Donald Trump?
Hello. Yes, good evening. So the thing is, it is shuttle diplomacy. And as it has rightly been pointed out by the previous guest on this show, it's as if Europe, Ukraine and the US are negotiating among themselves, and Russia is really just really firm on the same thing that it has been saying since 2022, and in fact since 2014, when it has first invaded Ukraine, that it wants Ukrainian territories, and if it doesn't get them, it will go on further with the aggression. The problem is that even if Russia is given these territories in question, Russia will still go on further with the aggression. It will never stop. Appeasing the aggressor has never worked. It hasn't worked during the Second World War times. It will not work now in the 21st century, because simply if aggression is tolerated, if the aggressor is rewarded rather than punished, he will go on with the wars and waging more wars, even more intense wars, and expanding them to further territories. And it is right that there is a very big concern in Europe, especially in Eastern Europe, that Russia will further go on with its aggressive ambitions and territorial claims to include the Baltic states, to include Central Eastern European states like Czechia, Poland, Slovakia, and so on. Because Putin is on the prowl, and his goal, his ambition is to rebuild the Russian Empire. It's a colonial war that is being fought, and it's a war that has the aim to restore the big Russia with all the lands adjacent to it. And of course, Europe, the European leaders, they do not want that, because it's one thing to be neighboring and to have the borders with democratic countries, and Ukraine is a democratic country, and it serves today as a buffer zone between the democratic world and the authoritarian regime that has been instated in Russia for decades now, with Vladimir Putin as the leader of this authoritarian autocratic regime.
So I know that some people will be watching this, and we hear your concerns about Russia going deeper into different European countries, the Baltic states. But I wonder, do you really believe Russia is strong enough militarily to do that? Because Russia did invade Ukraine. They are the aggressor. That was 4 years ago, but they didn't achieve what they set out to achieve. And the Ukrainians have put up an absolutely massive fight and actually managed to hold off Russia. Do you think it's a bit of an exaggeration to believe that they do have a strong enough army?
So a minor correction here. Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014 with the annexation of Crimea and then going into Donetsk and Luhansk region. And in 2014, 2015, Ukraine has signed the so-called Minsk agreement with Russia, which called on a ceasefire which was never respected by Russia, even not for one day. There have never been, from 2015 until 2022, there has not been been a single 24-hour straight of a full ceasefire that has been respected by Russia. So this tells us about signing deals with Russia. In 2022, Russia escalated this aggression, and they were hoping, because this time from 2015 till 2022, these 7 years, it brought Russia the possibility to amass their military power, to have the confidence to escalate the aggression, to escalate the war, in the hope that they will reach Kyiv within 3 days, within hours, as they were hoping. The thing is, Ukrainians are a very resilient people, and we also were preparing for these 7 years with what we could, because we were limited, very much limited also by our foreign allies, international allies, in what we could do militarily. And another factor is that Ukraine is a huge country. Ukraine is the biggest country in Europe. We're the size of France. So this also is what is has prevented from Putin from taking the whole country. But if you talk about countries like Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, they're tiny countries, much smaller than Ukraine, much, much smaller than Ukraine. For Putin to take on them would really be a matter of hours. And that's where the concern lies.
So the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, said Donald Trump is sick of meeting for the sake of meeting. Is Ukraine worried about the US pulling away as Russia's war machine continues to grind on? Because, of course, the Europeans and the US are supporting Ukraine when it comes to money and weapons.
Money and weapons is key for Ukraine to be able to keep standing. But there are two factors here. First of all, the US has withdrawn its military support to Ukraine since March this year. Since 3rd of March this year, we haven't been receiving the weapons and the weapon systems. And Ukraine, to be frank, is running out of ammunition that we can either get as aid from the United States or even buy from the United States. So technically speaking, we are relying now on what we are producing and what Europe is producing. As I said, the leaders of the countries in the EU, but also in the whole of the European region, they are very much concerned about the situation, because it also means that it affects their own defense and security and their own defense and security capabilities. This is why we are all interested in Europe to have the US in the game, to have the US with skin in the game, and the US backing our defense capacities, our collective European defense capacities. But if the US steps away, this is also an option that is very much in everyone's minds. It's a very risky option, but a very real one right now, and I think it's one which has caused many European leaders to wake up, to increase the defense and security budgets, to increase and simplify the defense procurement systems, and increase the defense manufacturing in all possible areas. So I think this has caused Europe to really mobilize its efforts. Of course, it would be much easier if the US didn't pull out, but I think we are preparing for the worst case scenario as well.
And the US wants Ukraine to withdraw from the Donbass and create a free economic zone. What do you make of this?
It's a great idea. The question lies in how to technically ensure that that area will really be a free economic zone. A free economic zone means a zone where trade can go on and where economic activity can go on, where industrial parks can be opened up, where industries can thrive, not where there's constant shootings, where there are prison camps, torture centers, and so on and so forth, which is what the Donbass has really become now. So in order for the economic zone to exist, there needs someone who will come in, clean up the area from any military activity, and then ensure the security in that area. To be honest, I don't see how Russia is going to concede to that. They are probably going to insist that it will be their own military units or police units who are going to be ensuring the security in that free economic zone. But in reality, that will mean that there will be no possibility for Ukrainian commercial activity there, because it simply will be too dangerous for any Ukrainian parties to enter and to make any kind of commercial activities in that area. And I think there will be also a lot of skepticism from a lot of Ukrainian allies as well, who have shown great support to Ukraine, not just in words, but in action as well.
And I just want to ask you one final thought of yours. EU leaders are meeting for one last push to secure a deal to fund Ukraine with frozen Russian cash. Moscow says the frozen asset seizure would be illegal. Why does Ukraine want Russia's money right now?
Well, look, it's because it's not just Russia's money. It's money which it's assets which are sitting frozen in European banks, financial institutions, which should be used to rebuild Ukraine. But before we go into the rebuilding stage, we need this money to defend Ukraine and to push back on Russia's aggression. And this money, it's being taken away from Russia. It's normal reflective measure as to the crime of aggression. There's a crime, there needs to be a punishment. This is the punishment. This is the sanction, the taking away of the money. For us in Ukraine, as well as for many Europeans, by the way, it's really unclear. Why should it be the United States or Europe or taxpayers in any country, for that matter, paying for defending Ukraine and for rebuilding Ukraine, when it is Russia that is committing the crime, that it is Russia that is on a daily basis and nightly basis launching mass attacks with missiles, drones, destroying our infrastructure, hospitals, schools, energy systems, housing. They are the culprit here. So they should bear the burden of all of this rebuilding process and all of the financial implications that come with it. So it's only a natural step. And of course, Russia is really scared of this cash, these assets becoming unblocked and becoming available for Ukrainians' defense, because they know that even if the US pulls out in that case, that money will be enough to make sure that Ukraine can go on defending itself and pushing back on Russia for a number of years.
Very good point. Thank you so much for speaking to me, Alessia. It was a pleasure to have you on the show. And as always, I wish you well.
Thank you.
The US Treasury has imposed sanctions on 6 more ships after seizing an oil tanker off the Venezuelan coast yesterday. It also put sanctions on 3 nephews of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. For more on this, I'm joined by Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council, Elizabeth Braw. Elizabeth, it's brilliant to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. So, as I just mentioned, the US has further increased sanctions on Venezuela as tensions between the 2 countries do escalate. Is the US pushing for a regime change?
Well, it's clear that the United States is interested in seeing the Maduro regime replaced. But what's, I think, the most interesting part of it is how it's going about it. And the seizure of the Venezuelan shadow tanker this week was the most high-profile effort, or part of that effort so far. And that matters because Venezuela depends on oil exports, and to export oil, it depends on these shadow tankers. And that's the way Russia operates as well when it exports its sanctioned oil. And let's see what happens next, whether the United States decides to detain another Venezuelan shadow tanker.
What I find really interesting is Trump's made it clear the war on drugs is the main reason why he's bearing down militarily on Venezuela. But you've just mentioned oil. Is oil really the #1 reason why the US wants Maduro out and they want to change at the top in Venezuela?
No, I don't think oil is the main reason, but oil is Venezuela's most important source of revenue. That's why the Americans are targeting it. And it's the same thing with Russia. Oil is Russia's most significant source of income, which is why it's focusing so heavily on exporting its oil using the shadow fleet. when it comes to Venezuela and drugs, it is clear that the other countries in the region, Latin, South America, that are pose an equal concern when it comes to smuggling of manufacturing or growing of drugs and then smuggling of those drugs to the United States. But for reasons that I think can't fully be explained, the Trump administration has decided to focus on Venezuela and essentially to weaken the regime by targeting it in various ways, by attacking so-called drug boats, but now most significantly by detaining this massive shadow tanker. And we are talking about a very, very large vessel, as it's called, a VLCC, so a very large crude carrier. These are giants of the ocean. It has now been detained and will be taken to a U.S. port.
So in his latest threat to Venezuela, Donald Trump has warned land strikes on drug shipments could begin soon. Is the US president legally able to do this? And how concerning is this rhetoric for the whole region?
It is interesting to see these actions because diplomatically put, they are not actions that would ordinarily be considered. The detention of this VLCC, so very large crude carrier, shadow tanker, was somewhat legally dubious, but clearly has been signed off by US government lawyers. The reality is, when you are an extremely powerful country, you can afford to take actions, to do things that smaller or less powerful countries would not be able to do. Smaller, less powerful countries need the protection of international conventions, rules, laws, when they act, simply because they don't have the force to implement whatever it is they want to do. Whatever international laws and conventions and treaties say, I think we can safely assume that the U.S. government will continue pursuing its various actions against Venezuela, because it has decided that this is the country it wants to focus on. And by the way, those actions include the recent announcement by Donald Trump that Venezuelan airspace would be closed, presumably by the United States.
And Elizabeth, what is President Trump's end game when it comes to Venezuela? What does he actually want to achieve?
He and other members of his administration have made no secret of the fact that they want Maduro gone. Now, this is not unique to the Trump administration or indeed to the United States. Maduro is an autocrat. He has clung on to power by defying the most recent election result. So there is a legitimate cause to want to remove him, and various countries have tried in recent years by imposing sanctions. That's why Venezuela is using the shadow fleet, because it is under sanctions and can't export its oil using legal means, or using the official fleet of oil tankers. But the international sanctions haven't gone very far. I think your viewers may remember a few years ago there was an election and a decision by the international community to recognize the Speaker of the Parliament as of the Venezuelan parliament as the legitimate president of Venezuela. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on where you stand, but either way, that move failed. That speaker had to leave the country. The Speaker of the Parliament and who was the designated president had to leave the country, and Maduro remained in power until the recent election that he essentially ignored. So it's not a secret that the international community considers him an illegitimate president, ruler, but the question so far has been what to do about it. Now, what's important to remember is that while the United States may be trying to forcefully dislodge him, he has powerful supporters, including, crucially, Vladimir Putin, who has just made a phone call to him to essentially affirm his support.
Yeah, absolutely. Elizabeth, thank you so much. Great having you on the show.
Thank you.
Thailand's king has endorsed a decree to dissolve parliament following a request made by the Prime Minister, paving the way for elections earlier than actually previously planned. It comes as Anutin Charnvirakul is coming under mounting pressure over a legislative impasse and a deadly border dispute between Thailand and Cambodia. Patrick Falk reports.
Anutin Charnvirakul's petition to dissolve parliament comes less than 100 days after he was sworn in as head of a minority government. Tension has been simmering between his Bumchai Thai party and the opposition People's Party, the biggest force in the House. It had previously backed Anutin on the condition he'd meet demands, including that he'd start the process of amending the constitution. But the demands weren't met, and cracks began to emerge.
We have to accept that we became government thanks to the support from the People's Party. We have been trying to proceed with amending the constitution as part of the agreement.
The political turmoil coincides with ongoing fighting between Thailand and Cambodia. Several people have been killed and hundreds wounded in clashes reignited early this week over a long-running border dispute. Hundreds of thousands of people on both sides have been displaced as a result. Thailand's leader says the dissolution of parliament won't have any impact on the conflict. Villagers that have fled were undecided.
There's no one to decide what's next. The Prime Minister should be deciding if he will do a ceasefire or not. If we don't have a Prime Minister, what are we going to do? Who will make the decisions?
Whether we have a Prime Minister or not, there's no certainty. The government has never cared about solving the border conflict anyway. I've always had to flee from the clashes a number of times.
Anutin now faces an uphill task to be re-elected. Opinion polls consistently put the Liberal opposition ahead. The Prime Minister has also struggled to lift Thailand's sluggish economy. The conflict with Cambodia has only added to the uncertainty. Patrick Falk, Arabiya English.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. Reddit has filed a lawsuit in Australia's High Court seeking to overturn the social media ban for children. The firm, which ranks Australia amongst its biggest markets, said the ban is an intrusion on free political discourse. The platform argues it should not be subject to the law, saying it operates more as a knowledge-sharing forum for adults than as a traditional social network. Disney has agreed to invest $1 billion in OpenAI as part of a deal which will enable users to recreate the franchise's characters on ChatGPT and video generation tool Sora. It is the first major studio to license parts of its catalogue to the tech giant. Following the announcement, Disney shares rose by more than 2%. Turning to all the sports news now, and Liverpool boss Arne Slot says he will speak to Mo Salah before deciding on the forward's availability for the upcoming match against Brighton. Salah accused the Reds of throwing him under the bus after he was left on the bench for the last 2 weeks' draw at Leeds. The Egyptian player claims his relationship with Slot has become non-existent. And Roger Federer will return to the court to headline the battle of the world number ones at the 2026 Australian Open. The 20-time tennis major champion will be back at the Rod Laver Arena for the first time since he retired back in 2022. The match, which will be held before the official tournament, will include a tribute to the Swiss player himself. Now, the IBA World Championships is taking place in Dubai this week and this weekend. It's all about the ram-up. The finals kick off at the duty-free tennis stadium tomorrow with a WBA World Heavyweight title up for grabs tonight between Povlev and Gassivaz. Bulgarian veteran Povlev will be looking to defend his title against the 32-year-old Russian Gassiev in what has been called one of the most explosive heavyweight bouts for the year. I'm now joined by Chris Roberts, OBE, the CEO of the IBA, as well as boxer Rampage Jackson. Thank you so much, both of you, for joining me. Chris, I just actually want to begin with you. So let's start with you. It's the men's final tomorrow. Who has impressed you so far? Yep. And who will fans be really watching out for?
So, yeah, it's been a fantastic event. We've got 13 World Championship finals tomorrow. We've got the Russian National Federation, we've got the Kazakhs, and we've got the Uzbeks. So it's been a strong contingent across Asia and Europe across the East. But fantastic event, and really looking forward to a strong finals tomorrow.
And Rampage, tonight we have a WBA World Heavyweight title up for grabs, of course, with Kabrat Pulev taking on Murat Gassiev. Can Pulev defend his title, do you think? Is he favourite to win?
I think Pulev has a good chance of keeping his title, but you can't count out that. He's really good as well. So I'm looking forward to a great fight.
So it's really interesting because I had a look at some statistics. I had them with me, but I've seemed to have lost them. Rampage, I'll come to you. Because Pulev's not young. He's 44 years old. He's fighting someone slightly younger than him. Do you still think he's got gas in the tank?
Well, it's all about the dog in the fight. Sometimes age is just a number, but statistics does show that a younger man wins more often, but hopefully he can pull it off. Come on, let's give him a break.
Okay, let's give him a break. I'll be fair to him. Chris, so we've been talking about this big fight that's happening tonight. What is your take on it? Who do you reckon is going to make it?
Well, I don't want to say here. I'm just going to hold it back a little bit because I think, it's been really interesting having both fighters here. I've kind of been in the background, with on the administration side. So both great guys, great opportunity. Really great to have this event in Dubai with IBA. So I'm looking forward to the end state result. I'm going to hold my cards close. Probably not right, but that's what I'm going to do.
Very diplomatic of you, Chris, almost like a politician. But thank you there. Let's stick with you, Chris, because we have to talk about this upcoming Anthony Joshua-Jake Paul fight that's going to be happening. And many are saying that this event would be banned in the UK. I don't know what your thoughts are on this event, but do you agree that it shouldn't go ahead?
I think there's a lot of great... It provides opportunity, and I think it's a really great thing that is happening in sport. We've got to look at the sporting ecosystem. It's not just about what we're looking... we're talking about politics and other bits and pieces, but for me, I think this is just great for the public. It's great for the sports. And again, I was talking today to Johnny Nelson about this, and we're really looking forward to what that may bring. Good adversity for boxing, great opportunity for people to see and be part of something different. So in the UK, we're talking about licensed, unlicensed boxing. It's different, but I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing. Let's see what AJ does. Let's see where he's at.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where AJ's at, because we haven't seen him for a little while. And I lived in London for a long time when AJ was at the peak of his fighting, and there was almost so much hype around his fight. So it'd be good to see him back in the ring. Rampage, I don't know, your thoughts on Joshua and Jake Paul?
I think this is a fight, just a money grab, and I think it should be entertaining. Anthony Joshua is a great champion, and Jake Paul coming from a YouTube star, and taking love to the sport of boxing. I think it's a great thing. And I think a lot of boxing critics don't like the fight, but I like it because it should be entertaining. And that's what I like to do. I like to entertain people, and I like to watch entertainment. So it should be a great fight.
It's really interesting because I have heard that, Rampage, and I want to pick up on that with you because many people have said this is just an exhibition. It's all about entertainment, and boxing's losing some of the credibility that it did have before all these big ticket fights with Jake Paul. We saw Jake Paul and Mike Tyson fight. That was quite criticised too. Do you think boxing's sort of losing the tradition by going down this exhibition route?
No, not at all. In my opinion, I think that those exhibition fights is just entertainment. Like, those guys are not trying to move up the ranks or, get belts or anything. And let traditional boxing go on with the guys climbing up the ranks and fighting each other, and let the guys who love the sport of boxing do exhibition and, make money and generate money for their family and entertainment. I don't see anything wrong with it.
Okay, and Chris, let's talk to you. What about the upcoming fight? I've just mentioned him, between Mike Tyson and Floyd Mayweather. Are you surprised that this is coming to fruition? Or is the kind of boxing combination mainstream fans want to see? Because I'm not going to lie, when I did watch that Mike Tyson fight with Jake Paul, I woke up to watch it. Of course, I watched the whole fight. I kind of felt a bit bad for Mike Tyson because I loved watching him when I was younger, growing up. He was so agile, but he'd kind of lost it.
I wouldn't say that Mike's lost it. Mike will never lose it, and I think it's great for people to see Mike going out there doing different things. For me, whilst we talk about exhibition of boxing, this is a separate thing to what we're doing here. It's different business. We've got our IBA Pro event here. We've got the amateur event, World Championships tomorrow. What we're talking about here is something completely different. So it's just interesting to see, people getting together, taking part in these events, and everyone likes to see Mike Tyson. Doesn't matter what he's doing.
Yeah, I remember seeing him in The Hangover. But Rampage, I want to ask you a little bit about I mean, that film, Mike Tyson did a great job, didn't he, Rampage? Let's be honest,
I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you.
But I want to speak to you a little bit about the actual event, Rampage, that's happening in Dubai. And Chris, you just touched on it. How important is this event for grassroots boxing and for boxing as a whole? And how has it been in Dubai? Has it gone down really well? Have you been impressed?
I've been very impressed with this event. I've never seen such a big crowd at an undercard event, and the main card is about to start. And what they're doing for the amateurs is unheard of. They're giving like a large pool of money. That's unheard of. I wish more promoters would step up and start doing this for the sport. You guys really deserve it. Amateurs, they fight 100, 200, 300 fights before they see any money. So, this is great.
And Chris, just touching on that, do you think we've seen any stars come up really in the amateur boxing that's been happening in Dubai?
We've got a plethora of stars here already. We've seen some new boxers coming through, new talent, but in particular, again, we see the high shiners with Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan and the Russian team, and being really strong. Previous world champions are competing here in Hassan Boy, and we've got Olympic champions here boxing as well. So I think what we've done here is we've provided a great opportunity for boxers to come. It's been an open world championships, not a qualifying event. So we've allowed boxers to come from all four corners of the globe to compete here on an equal footing from day one, post-draw, and to test themselves in these conditions. And, an open-air event at this arena, at this venue, has been absolutely outstanding from the starting to where we come tomorrow to the final. So we'll see some new stars born tomorrow. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a great stadium. Chris Roberts and Rampage Jackson, thank you so much for joining me this evening. Great to have you on. Enjoy the boxing too. A reminder of our top stories. Trump hints the US might join a meeting between Zelensky and EU leaders this weekend, despite being sick of them. The US Treasury has imposed sanctions on 6 more ships after seizing an oil tanker off the Venezuelan coast. And the final of the IBA World Boxing Championships takes place in Dubai alongside a battle for the WBA World Heavyweight title. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. Goodbye, and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. The U.S. seizure of a Venezuelan oil tanker drew intense global coverage, widely viewed as a sharp escalation in Trump's campaign against Maduro. Outlets highlighted Venezuela's denunciation of piracy and questioned the risks of broader regional fallout. At the same time, international and U.S. media continue to scrutinize Trump's latest comments on Europe, treating them as another sign of his increasingly combative stance towards long-lasting allies. International media framed the U.S. seizure of the Venezuelan oil tanker as a sharp escalation in Washington's pressure campaign against Maduro. Coverage emphasized Venezuela's denunciation of the move as international piracy, underscoring rising geopolitical tensions. Outlets also noted the lack of clarity around the tanker's ownership and Washington's motives. The Guardian delivers a vivid, fast-moving account of the seizure of the oil tanker, framing it, as we said, as a major and probably the sharpest escalation yet of or in President Trump's pressure campaign against the Venezuelan president. Now, blending on-the-ground details as well as official footage, as you can see, and Caracas's furious reaction, the piece effectively captures a crisis edging towards open confrontation, underscoring how military operations, political repression, and diplomatic tension are converging around Venezuela's future. This development comes as the House passes a defense bill directly targeting Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's secrecy over a deadly U.S. boat strike campaign. The Washington Post explains that lawmakers voted to withhold 25% of the Defense Secretary's travel budget until he releases full unedited video, and also all authorizing orders, including footage from the September 2 strike that killed 11 people. The piece also concludes that the move marks Congress's most aggressive push yet for transparency, even as probes continue and the Senate prepares to vote on the measure. Also, in relation to Venezuela, the Wall Street Journal details in its exclusive Maria Corina Machado's dramatic and secretive escape from Venezuela to attend the Nobel Peace Prize ceremony in Oslo. The piece recounts how, wearing a disguise, she slipped through 10 military checkpoints, then crossed rough seas to Curaçao, where a U.S.-linked extradition contractor and a private jet helped her indeed to complete her journey. The report also notes that operation involved secret coordination to avoid U.S. boat strikes and also unfolded as U.S. jets circled nearby. It says her arrival stunned the Nobel Committee and reshapes Venezuela's opposition strategy abroad. Although Machado never made it to the ceremony, she greeted supporters in Oslo hours after her daughter accepted the Nobel Peace Prize in her name. International, European and American media continue to analyze and scrutinize President Trump's latest comments about Europe, framing them as part of a broader pattern rather than an isolated outburst. European outlets emphasize the political and strategic fallout, warning that the remarks deepen mistrust and accelerate calls for greater EU autonomy. U.S. coverage focused on the domestic culture war logic behind Trump's rhetoric, while global media highlighted how his portrayal of a decaying Europe strains long-standing alliances and also unsettles partners who are already navigating multiple security crises. The New York Times argues that Europe's security crisis runs deeper than Trump's insults because Washington is abandoning its role as guarantor, tilting towards Russia and pressuring Kiev to accept a settlement on Moscow's terms. The analysis contends that European leaders face stark choices, raising nearly $200 billion for Ukraine, deciding whether to tap frozen Russian assets despite U.S. resistance, and rebuilding their own defenses by 2029 as budgets tighten and public support wavers. The piece warns that Europe must act or risk strategic irrelevance. Politico examines why Trump's hostility towards Europe has intensified, arguing it stems less from policy disputes and more from a MAGA-driven culture war worldview. The piece quotes expert Jeremy Shapiro, who explains that Trump sees Europe as weak, decadent and overly dependent on U.S. security, which is a perception hardened by advisors like J.D. Vance and others who frame Europe as a liberal stronghold that must be challenged. The piece also highlights how Trump's new national security strategy elevates this antagonism and warns that Europe's conciliatory approach only reinforces Trump's belief that it can be pressured at will. David Ignatius argues in Foreign Policy that a Ukraine peace deal is inching closer despite Trump's harsh rhetoric and pro-Russia tilt in the new national security strategy. Now, the column reveals key elements under negotiations: rapid EU membership for Ukraine, U.S. Article 5-like security guarantees, a Korean-style demilitarized zone as well. The author also talks about possible U.S. control of a nuclear plant, major reconstruction, funding using frozen Russian assets, and also a revived BlackRock-led investment fund. Ignatius warns Trump not to strong-arm Kiev, saying a durable agreement requires credible guarantees, economic incentives, and patience. The Telegraph satirizes the power dynamics surrounding Ukraine in this cartoon. Let's have a look at it first. So this is the cartoon here. It depicts Donald Trump using a pitching machine to barrage Volodymyr Zelensky with baseballs, while Putin, who is the coach, looks on approvingly. The imagery, as you can see, suggests pressure, coercion, and a one-sided game, maybe, in which Zelensky is forced to play ball on Trump's terms. It is indeed a sharp, humorous critique of the tough talk diplomacy dominating their relationship right now. To the Middle East, as the Times of Israel offers a sharp snapshot of why Trump's Gaza peace plan is stalling. It reports that the White House has pushed the announcement or the unveiling of the Board of Peace into early 2026, as Washington still cannot recruit states for an international stabilization force tasked with disarming Hamas. The piece also notes that Ambassador Mike Waltz, his insistence that the force must disarm Hamas by all means necessary, only deepens reluctance abroad. Parallel comments from Khalid Mash'al vowing that Hamas will only store weapons underscore how far phase 2 of the plan is from reality. The Jerusalem Post reported that the Trump administration is weighing unprecedented terrorism-related sanctions against UNRWA. The piece highlights that the discussions have sparked legal and humanitarian concerns within the State Department, giving UNRWA's central role in supporting millions of Palestinians, and also the lack of independently confirmed evidence for Israeli and U.S. allegations linking the agency to Hamas. The report also notes that while political appointed officials push for harsh measures, career diplomats warn sanctions could cripple vital aid operations. Of course, UNRWA denies the accusations, citing multiple independent reviews affirming its neutrality. The Economist presents a compelling re-evaluation of early human technology through new evidence from East Farm, Burnham, where researchers uncovered the oldest known signs of deliberate fire-making, and apparently it dates back 400,000 years. The piece quotes the study, which convincingly argues that Neanderthals were not merely tending natural flames, but creating fire from scratch. And also by pushing intentional fire starting far earlier than the previous 50,000 years benchmark, the report concludes that this discovery significantly reshapes our understanding of prehistoric innovation. And we'll end with the Times, which explores French outrage after historian Jean-Robert Pittet argued that the English, not the French, invented champagne. The piece recounts how Pittet's presentation to champagne growers sparked backlash by crediting a 17th century English merchants with bottling still French wines and adding sugar and using durable English glass. And by that, they were producing the first true sparkling wine. Also, citing early English records and that describe brisk and sparkling wines, the piece challenges long-held French belief in Dom Pérignon as champagne's creator, and also highlights how national pride still shapes debates over culinary heritage. That's it for today. Thanks for watching the dailies, only on Arabiya English.
Peace at any cost? The US says Ukraine is losing the war and should accept a deal. The EU argues that would be walking into a Russian trap. Shuttle diplomacy to end the conflict continues, but is Kyiv running out of leverage? I'm Melinda Nucifora. That debate coming up soon on Counterpoints.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to the Real Deal, coming to you from the Al Arabiya English studios. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news, headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, Saudi Arabia greenlights the 2026 budget, forecasting a narrow fiscal deficit as the kingdom presses on with its bid to diversify the economy. On the sidelines of the Saudi-Russian Investment and Business Forum in Riyadh, the two countries unveil a visa-free travel arrangement. We ask, what else came out of that forum? We're going to be speaking to the fast-growing fashion brand Touche Privé about plans to strengthen their presence in the Saudi market. And a revamped Riyadh Zoo reopens for Riyadh season 2025, fast becoming one of the capital's most popular outdoor attractions. Now, we're going to begin with the latest on the 2026 state budget, which has now been unveiled. Well, the budget projects a narrower deficit of 165 billion riyals, or 3.3% of GDP, as the kingdom shifts its spending towards priority sectors, including logistics, industry and technology. Well, total expenditure is set at 1.31 trillion riyals, slightly below the 2025 level, while revenue is forecast to rise to 1.15 trillion as non-oil income continues to gain momentum. Well, the government says 2026 marks the start of Vision 2030's third phase, aimed at maximising the impact of earlier reforms and boosting long-term growth, with a renewed emphasis on spending efficiency and infrastructure upgrades. Well, in a vote of confidence, Moody's says that Saudi Arabia's economic momentum remains solid, projecting strong non-oil expansion and faster overall growth as OPEC Plus production cuts unwind, reinforcing the kingdom's diversification push and medium-term outlook. Well, let's take a listen now to what the Saudi Finance Minister, Mohammed Al-Jadaan, had to say about the outlook.
Regarding the 2026 budget, you may have seen the figures. I will talk about them briefly. What interests me in discussing, beside what you saw in the statement, is that we are continuing with expansionary spending. The next 4 to 5 years will focus on ensuring the continued growth of all sectors, but some sectors will receive greater emphasis. These include industry, tourism, transportation, and logistics. A strong industrial sector and a growing tourism sector are impossible without an efficient transportation and logistics sector, as well as technology, which is the fourth, and artificial intelligence.
And that was the Saudi Finance Minister, Mohammed Al-Jadaan, speaking there. Meanwhile, the General Authority for Statistics has announced that Saudi Arabia's international trade totaled around 540 billion Saudi riyals in Q3. That is up 8.6% year on year. Well, oil exports accounted for around 68% of total exports. Well, let's get more analysis now. We can speak to Naif El-Ghaith, who is the chief economist at Riyadh Bank. Naif, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Always a pleasure having you on the programme. The 2026 budget has now been approved by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. What stands out in that budget for you?
Well, thank you so much, Tom, for having me. As you rightly mentioned, it has been improved, and also we can see that it has been an expansionary fiscal. We can see from the budget statement, it is going to expand, and it's not only that, it will continue to expand in the following years, 26, 27, 28. So there's a continuation expansion, moderate expansion. And we can look also to the debt. It will continue with the debt, but with a maximum of 33% to the GDP.
OK. And when it comes to spending, what would you say are the government's priorities?
Yes. So the spending has multiple layers of spending priorities. Once, we should remind ourselves, Ministry of Finance take care of the spending of the different ministerials. And this goes mostly to as an operational spending. So CapEx will be around 14% versus operations will be the rest. Most sectors that will be continuing within the Vision 2030, not only the Ministry of Finance, are the health infrastructure. We have the technology. We have seen during the US visit, there is a concentration in the tech sector. So these are just to name out of so many sectors that the Vision concentrate on.
OK, and when it comes to GDP growth for 2026, I just wondered, what are your expectations and what do you think is underpinning the growth?
So we saw the Ministry of Finance projection to have 4.6. IMF looks at 4%. From our perspective, we can see two things that are driving the growth. We have the non-oil GDP and we have the oil GDP. For the non-oil GDP, continue projection of 4.5 in the medium term. And also we look at, this is the new part, where is the oil GDP. So this year it will contribute even more. So we will have around 4.6 for the non-oil GDP contribution. So the overall GDP it will be around 4.5 to 4.7.
OK, just before we crossed to, we were talking about a new report that Moody's has put out. They've given their credit rating for Saudi Arabia. And I just wondered what you made of that report and what it tells us about the overall health of the Saudi economy, and in particular about the medium to longer term, Naif.
Sure. As we saw in the report, there's a concentration on the health of the Saudi economy, the sovereignty, and the ability to pay debt. And Saudi Arabia continue to be an attractive place to be, and also attractive to buy its with a sukuk or bonds. So these are signals of the health of the Saudi Arabia economy. We can see whenever we have an opening for sukuk or bonds, so many investors are interested, and usually it is overwhelmingly booked and it exceed the amount that has been identified. All these signals the health of the economy, and also the projections of our economy is still positive. We are right now living within a global economy is not growing at the historical level. We are still growing at below historical. So investors are looking for economies that are growing higher than the global economy. And Saudi Arabia is one of these economies, one of the few economies that is growing above the global economy.
And just lastly, another piece of good news that's been announced. The Saudi Arabia Purchasing Managers Index rose in November to, I think, its second highest level in more than a decade. And I just wondered what your thoughts are about that indicator.
Correct, Tom. Right now, the PMI, or Riyadh Bank PMI, is at 58.5, and it is the second highest after the November reading, which was the highest over the 11 years ago. So it has been driven by the new orders. It is a continuation which shows that the non-oil economy is improving. This paints a picture of what's going to be Q4 look like. So we are continuing to have a positive picture, and we need to remind ourselves this is second highest after the very high number. So to grow beyond the 60 in the second month, this is quite challenging. Yet we managed, Saudi Arabia managed to have a very high number in November, which is 58.5.
OK, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk us through all of those subjects. Naif Al-Ghaith, Chief Economist at Riyadh Bank. Thank you very much for your time. Let's get a quick check of some of the other business headlines from the kingdom. Japan is one of Saudi Arabia's significant partners, and the PIF governor says he wants to see more Japanese companies in the kingdom. Well, Yasser Al-Rumayyan made those comments at the Future Investment Initiative Priority Summit in Tokyo. Well, the PIF has invested $11.5 billion in Japan since 2017. That figure is set to increase to $27 billion by 2030. Saudi Arabia has launched a new bidding round for 3 major mineral exploration licenses. These cover more than 13,000 square kilometres across 5 regions of the kingdom. Well, the newly defined belts hold strong potential for gold, silver, copper, zinc and lead, estimated to be worth trillions of rials, while mining is a key pillar of the kingdom's economic diversification plan. And in a $1 billion deal, the US State Department has approved the sale to Saudi Arabia of support and training for military helicopters. Well, this marks another step in the ongoing US-Saudi defense cooperation. According to the Pentagon, the package includes maintenance supplies and aviation training services. Now, trade between Saudi Arabia and Russia reached $3.5 billion last year, spanning numerous sectors. Well, speaking at last week's Saudi-Russian Investment and Business Forum in Riyadh, the Energy Minister, Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, described business ties as, quote, perpetually warm, citing joint cooperation through OPEC Plus and expanding collaboration into LNG, hydropower and nuclear. Well, on the sidelines of that forum, a new visa-free regime was announced by both countries for tourists and business travellers, which is expected to take effect early next year. Well, let's find out more now. We can speak to Nikolai Kojanov, who is a research associate professor at the Gulf Studies Centre of Qatar University and an associate fellow at Chatham House. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Nikolai. I mean, Russian business ties sound like they're pretty strong right now. What struck you that emerged from that forum in Riyadh?
Well, I definitely see the forum as a kind of a way to summarize the changes that happened in Russia-Saudi economic relations within the last 2-3 years. Basically, the big game changer or a turning point became Russia's invasion of Ukraine that compelled Russia and the global economy to substantially restructure the chain of supplies, making those regions that previously were not that much important for Russia from the economic point of view acquire these importance. And while a lot of people, a lot of experts, they were initially expecting that Moscow might leave the region and might leave the Gulf, being diverted towards its military adventures in Eastern Europe. On the opposite, Russia increased its presence, and the current forum it clearly demonstrated a wide range of those opportunities that on one has been already been used by Russia and Riyadh and Saudi Arabia to improve their relations, and on the other hand, that are still to be explored. So suddenly the relations between these countries, well, suddenly for those who are not watching these relations that close, definitely, it became way bigger than just the dialogue on oil and gas market or cooperation in the hydrocarbon sphere. So we definitely see the growing importance of Russia as a food supplier for Saudi Arabia. We see Russia cooperating with Saudi Arabia in IT sphere, in the sphere of high technologies, and what's more important, the growing importance of Saudi Arabia for Russia as a transit and transport hub, allowing Moscow to build up its economic connections with the outer world. And finally, while Russia is still being under the sanctions and the sanctions pressure is paramounting, we see that Saudi Arabia preserves interest in cooperating with Russia in investment sphere, and the area of mutual investments that are only growing for the last 2-3 years is quite wide.
Okay, so clearly lots of sectors and lots of potential within those sectors for collaboration. And I'm just wondering, out of all of them, where do you see the closest cooperation, and how do you see that cooperation evolving?
Well, of course, we must acknowledge that the closest cooperation is happening within OPEC Plus framework. Both countries, they are actively trying to affect the situation in the oil market, making sure that the current instability and volatility of prices are not going to hit their economies hard. But at the same time, if we take this field of cooperation out of equation, we still see quite important areas of interaction. As I already mentioned, the cooperation, for instance, in the agricultural sphere is just strikingly amazing. Saudi Arabia became one of the biggest markets for the Russian meat export, for instance. Russia also values Saudi Arabia as the biggest, after Saudi, the biggest, bigger than China, importer of Russian fuel oil, which also became an important element of the Saudi realities during the summer, when the Saudis, they are compelled to burn quite a lot of fuel oil to produce additional electricity for the needs of their economy. And from this point of view, Russia is becoming actually an important and inseparable part of the Saudi economic realities and economic security. Finally, we also see the encroachment of certain Russian technologies and Russian economic presence in the daily life. For instance, Russian AI company Yandex, that's famous for its own AI software, managed to domesticate its Alice, the version of Siri, for the Saudi realities, and now the Yasmin, is a Russian Arabic version of AI Alice, is getting more and more popular within Saudi Arabia and the UAE.
Okay, now one of the things that came out of that forum, and I mentioned it in the introduction, is this visa-free regime for tourists and business people. What do you make of this decision? What do you make of this announcement?
Well, this announcement, this decision, first of all, it has quite important symbolic meaning. According to some analysts, such kind of an agreement was rarely signed before with any other country by Saudi Arabia. And by giving a visa-free regime to the Russian citizens, and quite comprehensive visa-free regime, Saudi Arabia definitely emphasizes its interest to promote and develop relations with Russia. Second, it definitely should be considered as an acknowledgement of a certain level that has already been achieved by the two states. And finally, it's one smaller step towards intensification of the economic and investment relations between the two countries by strengthening B2B relations within Russia-Saudi dialogue. Not to say that, of course, this is happening in a quite difficult times for Moscow, so it's also a kind of a sign for the Russian business that it's not going to stay isolated, and irrespective of what's happening in Russia's relations with the West, Saudi Arabia is ready to continue dialogue with Moscow. Not to say that this forum happened like only a month after the same type of the forum was conducted between Saudi Arabia and the United States.
Absolutely. And I wanted to ask you, I mean, I read one of the articles you've written in which you say Saudi Arabia is what you called one of the linchpins of Russia's Middle East strategy. And I just wondered what you meant by that.
For Moscow, we also see the transformation of its geopolitical interests and its geopolitical priorities towards the Middle East. So before Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022, we definitely see that Moscow was giving preference to, I would call it the old Soviet domain. So to those countries that were famous for quite close relations with Russia during the Soviet times and during the so-called first years of the so-called Russia's return to the Middle East in 2000s, namely Syria, Iran, partly Iraq, partly Algeria. But for the last 5 years, and specifically, as I mentioned, within the last 3 years, the attention is more and more getting focused on the Gulf countries that are considered to be quite important for the wide spectrum of Russia's priorities and interests, beginning from the political interest in diversifying Russia's international relations, and ending up, of course, with the economic interests, where we see the Gulf countries, and first and foremost the GCC countries, the Arab Gulf countries, being also kind of a springboard for Moscow towards its economic penetration in other regions, starting again with China and ending up with Africa. Of course, it's not related directly to Saudi Arabia, it's more like the UAE experience, but we definitely see, for instance, the growing importance for the region as a transportation hub. And moreover, in future, Saudi Arabia can even challenge the Emirates in terms of the importance of its role as a transportation hub for Russian goods and for Russian trade going to other regions of the Indian Ocean, or the East Asia and Africa. Not to say that in terms of the ideological, in terms of the domestic needs for Russia, these relations, they are quite important because they are allowing Moscow to show to its domestic audience that Russia is not isolated and Moscow still is welcome in quite a number of capitals in this world. Apart from that, again, we should also remember that Russia is still pushing several projects of the regional integration, such as, for instance, Eurasian Economic Union, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, inclusion, gradual inclusion. Saudi Arabia in these projects is definitely one of Russia's priorities, and it's on its top list of priorities.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. We're out of time. Nikolai Kojanov, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Now, Touche Privé, the fast-growing Turkish fashion brand, is seeking to strengthen its presence in Saudi Arabia, which is the fastest-growing fashion market in the whole region. Well, this expansion comes hot on the heels of a $5 million growth investment from Amplified Growth Partnership. Well, the company is also establishing a partnership with one of Saudi Arabia's largest retail groups. Well, to tell us more about all of this, I'm joined here in the studio by Miraç Bal, who is Touche Privé's GCC partner. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us.
Thank you, Tom.
Let's just start by talking about Touche Privé, because some people might not be aware. You only do women's apparel, I'm told.
For now, correct.
What sets you apart from other producers of clothing?
Founded in 2014, we are the fastest growing modest fashion brand in the region, and our ambition is to be #1 modest fashion brand in the world. We have offices in Amsterdam, Istanbul, and Dubai, and what makes us different is our unique and elegant designs, unique community, and technology.
Okay, so you're keen to position yourself in a strong place in the Saudi market. Just tell us, what are your ambitions in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, exactly. I think especially the Vision 2030 has changed the fashion industry in the region. Saudi Arabia is a big market. Touche's design are really liked by women in the region. As actually creative women, they were really wearing our clothes. They made Touche famous in the region. And with the change of Saudi vision, with the Fashion Commission establishment, Ministry of Culture's initiatives, we position one of the powerful brands in Saudi.
Okay, so who's a typical target customer for Touche Privé in Saudi Arabia?
I will say women between 20 to 45. We have a couple of customer archetypes. Mipsters who are really active on TikTok, women who are active in business life, and also women who are going to certain galas, events, and dinners. So these all customer archetypes are our customer base.
Okay, and what makes Saudi Arabia such an important opportunity for you?
Saudi woman has been changing in terms of look, from niqab to abaya to touche look. So suddenly there has been a super huge market gap. So we are filling this market gap with our unique designs.
Is there anything unique to the Saudi market that you, in terms of the clothing you offer, and anything that sets this market apart from other markets?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when we look at the size of the Saudi market, it's vast. So when we compare with Qatar, Kuwait, or UAE, so Saudi women prefers more modest compared to other countries even. So there's a soft transition from abaya to colorful fashion items, so to speak.
Okay, and just talk us through your upcoming investments in Saudi Arabia, and I'm talking about people, shops, warehousing facilities, and so on. What have you got in store for us?
Right. So we are growing almost 100% year over year. And what we do with this investment is a strong base in the region, establishing a warehouse, improving our service quality, and really understanding our customer much better. So for us, finding 1,000 customers and knowing them by their name, understanding their needs and going after them and helping them to feeling comfortable in society. So this is what we do, really showing people what is possible in terms of fashion. And with the next investment round that we are planning, not just regionally, we want to establish our presence globally in Southeast Asia, in Northern Africa, as well as Americas.
Okay, so you've raised some $5 million for Middle East regional expansion. I'm just wondering, what's that money going to be used for specifically?
Specifically, improving our service levels in the region. Okay. As I mentioned, being more close to customers and understanding their needs and delivering those needs, as well as more stocks. And what we also would like to do is expansion a little bit more outside of the GCC in Egypt and Lebanon.
Okay, so in terms of expansion plans within Saudi Arabia itself, what would be, where do you see yourself in 5 years from now?
We have a very strong partner in Riyadh, actually. That's a very well-known family. So we are planning to open 2 stores in Riyadh and 1 store in Jeddah. So these will be flagship stores. We are super strong online, but also we want Saudi women to come to the store and see the difference of our designs, touch and feel our products. So this is exactly what we are going to do next 1 year.
What is the feel of your products? What's the differentiating factor here?
First of all, the unique design patterns. So when we look before Touché, we see a lot of products in marketplaces, right? But they don't solve problems. When you look at Voga Closet, Namshi, or any other 6th Street like marketplaces, you don't have the right products in terms of modest fashion. So it's basically gathering all the products in the market. So what we do different is a unique design patterns that really help women to feel safe, secure, represent their beliefs while being confident in society. So we help them to reach their full potential in society.
What sort of numbers of jobs do you see Touché Privé creating in Saudi Arabia, at least in the short to medium term?
Right. So today Touché is 160 people. We have 160 people employees. And in Saudi, in near future, we plan to employ 20, and gradually we would like to go up to 100 in short term.
Okay, so that's the plans moving forward. Sustainability is a key part of Vision 2030, and I'm just wondering how that goal matches up with Touché Privé's goals and products.
It's not just a word for us, it's our ethics. So we, from production to delivery, in each step, sustainability is in our code of ethics, so to speak.
Okay, so exciting times ahead. Just tell us what sort of a presence we can see of Touché Privé already in Saudi Arabia. People will be able to see it where and in what sort of form?
Oh, absolutely. Currently, we are already present in online marketplaces and also toucheprivé.com channel. But starting from March 2026, we will be having stores, most probably in Riyadh Park as well as Panorama Mall.
Okay, so plans for physical shops.
Exactly.
Exciting times ahead.
So when we look at the shopping behavior of the consumers, we see a mixture between offline and online. A lot of women, they prefer to buy online, but when they need to buy an item that is for special evening, they would like to go to store and they want to have touch and feel.
Yeah, they want to make sure it fits, I guess.
Right.
Okay. Well, thank you very much indeed. We're out of time. Really appreciate you talking to us. Miraj Bal, Touché Privé's GCC partner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And finally, Riyadh Zoo has reopened for Riyadh season 2025 and has quickly become one of the capital's most popular outdoor attractions. Well, the vast site, which covers some 160,000 square meters, is home to more than 1,600 animals. And amongst the biggest hits with the crowds, there's the elephant experience, and there's also an elevated giraffe walkway. Well, the revamped zoo has entertainment areas, workshops and dining areas, making for a full-day experience, and also adds to the kingdom's growing offering for tourists and residents too. Well, that's all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching The Real Deal, only here on Al Arabiya English. We look forward to seeing you again very soon.
Hello, I'm Catalina Marchand-Abreu, and you're watching Al Arabiya English. 1 year after Bashar al-Assad's fall, a shocking twist. Two of his former closest allies are reportedly plotting a comeback from exile in Moscow. We're talking about Hamad Hassan, his former military intelligence chief, and his once powerful cousin, Rami Makhlouf. According to the Reuters investigation, both men are reportedly spending millions of dollars to recruit and fund tens of thousands of fighters, primarily from the country's minority Alawite community. Their goal? To reestablish influence over Syria's coastal Alawite majority regions, areas that once served as the core base of the Assad regime. At the center of their plan is a network of 14 underground command centers, stocked with weapons, communications gear, and supplies left over from Assad's final days. But analysts say the chances of a successful rebellion are slim. Hassan and Makhlouf are apparently bitter rivals. Many Alawites don't trust them, and Russia, their former supporter, is sticking with Syria's new government. And that new government, led by Ahmed al-Sharaa, is already pushing back. They've deployed trusted envoys, including a former Assad insider, to calm Alawite communities and stop any armed resurgence before it even begins.
If you are watching this report on TV or on your mobile phone, you are committing a sin. And if you take part in political activity, as a candidate or as a voter, this is forbidden. And never keep photos of yourself at home or allow anyone to take them. New York, the dazzling city known for its nightlife, its crowded streets, and the Statue of Liberty. In all its modern lifestyle, its urban sophistication, its fast pace of life, architecture, and advanced technology, and yet only about 300 kilometers away from New York lies the state of Pennsylvania, which is home to the largest Amish community in the world, a religious group that has voluntarily given up modern freedoms and abandoned contemporary technology in order to preserve their traditional way of living. Our team boarded a train from New York to Pennsylvania on a special mission to learn more about this group in a journey that felt like stepping into a time machine. His tender mercy, who through life has been my guide. This Christian community stands as a clear example of people who willingly hold on to their old beliefs, choosing freely to remain committed to a way of life built on traditional farming and handcrafted work. They continue to follow these long-standing practices with intention and devotion, quietly setting aside the modern developments and technological changes that surround them in the world today. But how far can a community cling to the past in a world ruled by technology? Pastor Gregory welcomes us into his church to share his experience living among the Amish and how their beliefs differ from the Protestant Christianity followed by most Americans.
They're just people that are
living like in another time frame. Most people, we go with the flow. When cars came along, we gave up our horses. When cell phones came along, we gave up our landlines. We just go with all the technology, but they have held back on that on purpose. I think because they want to have a slower lifestyle, more thoughtful lifestyle, more contemplative, and not be influenced by the things that go with these advances. It's a mixed bag. There's blessings in the technology, but there's also some dangers as well, and they try to stay away from that.
The Amish believe that good deeds in this life lead to salvation in the next. Unlike most Christian churches, baptism is not done at birth, but at the age of 18. At that age, one chooses whether to remain with the Amish community and be baptized, or leave it with no ties.
Well, I was born Amish till I was 5, and then my parents changed to the Mennonite church. Playing with cousins wasn't a problem at all. Children get along with children. But when you get into adults, especially my grandparents, they were really strict, staunch Amish. We didn't eat at the same table with them. I remember one time we had one big table, but they put a divider down the middle. Mom and Dad sat over here, and then the rest of them. What I do now is just respect their way of life.
And the people are generally very personable. They don't like their pictures taken, but they will be willing to talk to you. A man named Sam Stoltzfus. He lives here in Gordonville, Lancaster County, next to the church where I pastor. But this man is a resident historian for Gordonville. He's written Lancaster County Amish History is one of them. And he recently, well, I think it was 2016, he said, he took a trip to Germany. And he has pictures, and it's like a travel log of his experience in going to Germany. So things don't get collected. People give me notes, and I write notes, and I put the envelopes.
Pastor Gregory arranged for us to meet his Amish friend, the historian Samuel, who agreed to speak only if his face was not shown, as photography conflicts with Amish beliefs against portraying humans.
We don't believe in having our photographs taken because of the graven image. 10 Commandments, second commandment. We have 350,000 Amish people in North America. They're scattered all the way from Montana to Delaware to Virginia or New York State. There's Amish people in Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Mississippi. Then there's also Beachy Amish. They don't drive cars, but they have tractors. Almost 40,000 Amish people in Lancaster County.
The Amish are known for their distinct appearance. Men grow beards but shave the mustache, and women cover their hair and dress modestly.
We always wear plain clothes, plain suits, plain shirts. Now, we don't always make our own clothing. We buy some. You can buy some tailor-made. And the dresses, the girls wear white before they're married. Organdy, we call it. Then when they get married, then they wear colored dresses. The white dress, when you get married, is laid back, and that's their funeral garb. Or when a lady gets to be 35 and not married, then she'll switch over to colored dress.
The Amish trace their origins to the 17th century, when a Swiss spiritual leader named Jakob Ammon founded the movement, aiming to return the church to its original teachings and old religious traditions, believing the Mennonite church had strayed from them. Ammon also wanted a simple, humble lifestyle aligned with the teachings of the Bible.
The Amish people came here in the 1700s to Pennsylvania, Lancaster County, at the same time that many other people were coming, Christians who were experiencing persecution in Europe. William Penn and others had purchased land here and made land available for them to come, where they would have religious freedom, freedom to teach their children, have their own schools, and live like that. Many of them were farmers, and stayed to be farmers throughout most of their life and throughout the history of Lancaster County.
They all came from Germany and Switzerland, Europe, and they all taught Pennsylvania Dutch. And that's English and German and Dutch together. So that's why they taught Pennsylvania Dutch.
It's very interesting how at that time, back in the 1700s, that the communication got from America to Europe that, oh, there's freedom here, and why don't you come and live here? But many of them did, and records exist of boatloads of immigrants coming from Europe to America, arriving in Philadelphia, moving westward as land became available.
We've been keeping that pretty well. Our church services are in Pennsylvania Dutch and German. Always in Pennsylvania Dutch. 50% German. Our scriptures are in German. Our communion services are in German. Well, it's just something we've always kept.
The Amish prefer to have their children schooled in their own private schools, and that is permitted here in Pennsylvania. Usually their students go to about the 8th grade, do not go to further higher education. Some of them might continue into high school.
We've seen this from day one. We started our own schools in 1928 because the sports were taken over and they wanted the Amish to go to high schools, and we didn't feel that was very necessary. Well, we have to go to school till we're 15. In 1956, that was a big issue. Finally, they got together on how they would do this, and now you have a 14-year-old school. After you're through the 8th grade, you go to 1 year to that till you're 15. And then they teach German, farm economics, and things like that. The ladies will learn cooking, housekeeping, which they have anyway. They knew it anyway.
Nowadays, the ministry taught more English than High German. It makes it easier for everybody. But they still use a lot of German too.
Amish girl will go to Amish school, and when she gets out of school, she can be a helper when she's 15 or 16. If she's a helper for a year or two, she has the groundwork to be a teacher. They don't all make it, but 90% of them do. They do a good job.
Their schools are usually taught by a younger single lady, and they do have a training, although it's very short, a training program for their teachers. And when they get to the point that they might marry, she should no longer continue teaching, because if she's married, she should be living at home, taking care of her children.
The Amish face many challenges, including the high cost of land, which pushes many away from farming toward working in shops. Here in the central market, young men and women sell their local products, attracting visitors from all around.
I grew up in Lancaster. I think the market's such a great part of our history. It's actually the oldest, largest continuously operating market in the country. So that's like a really cool thing.
The Amish today work with other people. They participate in community activities, especially with local fire companies. All of our fire companies are volunteer. The Amish have lovely farms, and they have farm buildings, barns, and they need protection, and so they cooperate with other people in the community as well.
Here's a fire company. The Amish help a lot at the fire company.
Some people confuse the Amish with the Mennonites, as both share European roots and have similar beliefs. They are essentially spiritual cousins.
I'm not Amish, we're Mennonite. We're not quite as strict We all have electricity and telephones, but we don't have cell phones and no computers. And we don't have the beards, and the dress is a little different. We all drive horse and buggy too. Now there's some Mennonites that drive cars. There's a lot of different groups of Mennonites.
We always work together with the Mennonites. So if it goes to the worst, it comes to bat, sometimes those people will step up for us, which gives you a good feeling. We do a lot of comforts for MCC. It's sort of a quick put-together blanket, quilt, Ukraine, Jerusalem. They send a lot of stuff over to those cities. People don't have enough to eat or don't have enough to wear.
The Amish maintain strong social and economic ties, especially with the Mennonites. The Amish refer to anyone outside their community as outsiders, regardless of background.
It's a mix. They'll use our services as English people. They will use our technology, our transportation when they need to, but they rely upon themselves mainly for their day-to-day living in their home life. Some of them actually have vehicles, but not for their own purpose. They use it for business purposes. I work for a hardscape company up in New Holland where the owner had 3 big diesel trucks. He had cell phones, he had office computer equipment and so forth, but he himself would have to be transported by a driver to get to the job locations to give the estimates and then to check up on the work.
Amish buggies differ in shapes and types and uses. There are summer buggies, winter buggies, family wagons, cargo wagons, and more. Power companies used us to show us some of his personal buggies.
Go through the there's the blinking lights, it's the headlights. This is actually my buggy here. I use this quite a bit in the summer. Their head and base. Helps a little for the rain too. You look around more and gets you a good ride.
We believe in using horses and on the road and in the field, because if we would start buying cars and buying tractors, we would go way too fast. Our young folks, when they get 16, we get them a horse and a buggy, and that's the way they travel.
Amish like to stay as a community. They have very strong families, and so they don't drive cars because that would take them away from their family and away from the community, perhaps into a city where there might be other influences that might not be to the benefit of their families. And they've kept using horsepower for their farm work as well. And so you'll see horses out in the field pulling plows and different kinds of equipment all the way.
Packing up the dreams God planted in in the fertile soil of you. Can't believe
It can add up to the price of a car when you have a horse and buggy together. They have different upholstery. He said they can have seating, front row seat, you have a back row seat. So the single guys, he was just going to have a front row seat. He didn't need a back row because he wasn't married.
but we'll keep you close as always. It won't even see you go.
The buggies all have halogen bulbs now. In the last 20 years, they got much brighter. The headlights and the tail lights, so you can see them. The boys that ride scooter, I meet a bunch of them going to work, 5 or 6 of them going to work in the morning, and they have a light they put on their hat so they could see, and then they have a flashing light in the back for safety.
Among the Amish, forgiveness and rejection of violence are core values, to the extent that they do not join the army. Even so, their punishment is harsh for those who break their rules. For example, if members violate Amish church guidelines and refuse to confess or leave the group, they face expulsion, which in their community is called shunning, as happened with the Miller family.
They keep their horse feed in here. You go into an Amish-owned store to buy something, they won't take money from you. You have to lay it on the counter, and they'll pick it up. They won't take it out of your hands. They'll ride in a car with ex-Amish, but you're not allowed to drive. They can't. I have to drive because I was never baptized in the church like my parents were. So it gets a little touchy, I guess.
'Cause our hearts in we'll keep the love that keeps us strong, and friends of friends forever. If the Lord's the Lord of them, and a friend will not say never, 'cause the welcome will not end.
They have mud sales every year, and they could have $5 million coming in. They sell everything imaginable, household quilts and farm equipment, and they sell horses some places, and quilts could bring over $1,000 for quilts and auction them off. But because it's a fundraiser for the fire company, they don't mind paying twice as much as what you would maybe buy it at a store. You might get 5,000 people showing up at the sale. English and Amish, they go together, and Mennonites, and sell buggies and horses.
And we got the Wilbur out of a 35.
Mud auctions, as they are called among the Amish, are one of the major traditional events in their culture. These auctions are held every spring with many community members and neighboring groups participating. They sell many items including handmade furniture, farm equipment, horse-drawn wagons, and local foods. This event is a chance to raise donations, and also a special social occasion where Amish people and visitors meet to enjoy the auction and exchange stories and experiences.
A harder life, riding a bicycle, pushing a scooter, which would use one foot on the platform, and the other foot they use to push. I mean, it's a lot harder. It's slower. It's a slower life. And I said to one Amish lady, you know, you're kind of away from the world, kind of a thing. But she said, you know, but we're still tempted. We're still tempted. We're still, you know, it's part of life. Not that all of it's bad, but it has its influence. It changes things. So I think as long as they're able to maintain their independence to some degree, they'll be fine.
You on my side, Ben, or not? 22 now 5. And now 22 to the 5, 22 to the 5, 22 to the 5, 22 5. So $22 straight down the middle. Number 100. Number 100. 22 to the 5, 22 5. So $22 left side.
The Amish are a very important part of Lancaster County culture. They contribute in many ways to our history and our culture now today. We like having the Amish in Lancaster County.
They are people that add to this area and make it unique. And if we lost the Amish, Lancaster County would be just like anywhere else.
But in this case, from birth, the announcement was made that Jesus is a Savior, a deliverer. In fact, his very name means salvation, means Savior. They shall call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sin.
For many, this community misses out on much of life's pleasures, but as the Amish say, sometimes the simplest things in life are the best.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Peace at any cost? The US says Ukraine is losing the war and should accept a deal. The EU argues that would be walking into a Russian trap. Shuttle diplomacy to end the conflict continues, but is Kyiv running out of leverage? I'm Melinda Nucifora, and you're watching Counterpoints. President Donald Trump likes strong leaders. He likes winners. So his latest comments about Ukraine's leader must have struck the fear of God in Volodymyr Zelensky.
You're going to have to get on the ball and start accepting things. You know, when you're losing, because you're losing.
Do you think Ukraine has lost this war?
Well, they've lost territory long before I got here.
He's losing. Losing territory, losing soldiers, and it seems losing US support. This puts President Zelensky in a very precarious position as peace negotiations drag on.
Things which are very important for today, I think unity between Europe and Ukraine, and also unity between Europe, Ukraine and the United States. There are some things which we can't manage without Americans, things which we can't manage without Europe, and that's why we need to make some important decisions.
The EU needs to make some important decisions too. Cracks are starting to show in the bloc's support primarily over defence spending and the use of frozen Russian assets to fund the war. Coming up on the show, we'll ask, is it time for Zelensky to accept defeat and make a deal? If war fatigue is taking its toll on European support, and if US-EU unity is at risk if they continue to pursue opposing outcomes. Joining the show is Bijan Kian, former US government official who has worked across various US administrations, including President Donald Trump's. Sergei Markov is back with us, director of the Institute of Political Studies and former public spokesman for Russian President Vladimir Putin. And Tobias Elwood rounds out our panel, a former British Defence Minister and past head of the UK Parliament's Defence Select Committee. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints and thanks for being with us. In a recent sit-down interview, US President Donald Trump was blunt and you could say brutal. He said Volodymyr Zelensky needs to start accepting things. He said he believes Ukraine is losing the war and that Russia is in a stronger negotiating position. The Trump administration has made no secret of the fact it's frustrated with the lack of progress and the endless talks, and it seems no longer interested in maintaining the status quo. Bijan, let's start with you. Is it time for President Zelensky to accept defeat and make a deal?
Well, Melinda, let me just say my understanding of President Trump's position. He speaks from a position that he wants to end this war. And I think the Europeans also want to end this war with a different view. And, it makes sense to end this war. 3.5 years, hundreds of thousands of people, it doesn't matter on which side, dead. So President Trump is determined to end this war and is using all the diplomatic power that he can exert to make this happen in an alignment with our European partners, very important. So where we are today, I believe, looking at this from a very, very objective point of view, if there is such a point of view out there, is it possible? Everybody needs to drop the low-cost concessions. For example, Russia is acting just like a superpower acts, asking for everything, saying, I want everything. I want your military to be capped. I want no military equipment in any measure, tanks, nothing. And I want to keep all the territory and I want more. Well, that is something that's not going to work out. I'm sure that the United States and Russia have made some understandings on this, or President Trump would have said Russia would be okay with it. Ukraine wants to also keep everything, and they need to take a look at what's a low-cost item they can drop and move on. For example, just accept demilitarize, stay on DMZ, and then, instead of accepting concessions, just buy some time and accept the demilitarized zones as they are. Instead of saying, no, I want Crimea back, I want Donetsk back, I want Donbass back. It's 7,000 kilometers that has to be recognized. President Putin, I don't think, can go back and say, we went through all these casualties and we got nothing. So everybody has to drop the expectations to a low-cost level, make it possible to end the war. And as long as that's allowed, there is hope that the war would be ended.
Okay. Tobias, I'm going to ask you next because, Sergei, I know what your answer to that question is going to be, so I'm going to come to you at the end. Tobias, do you agree with Bijan? And do you think that accepting defeat would embolden President Putin?
Well, I agree that we want the war to end, but the question is on what terms. War is horrible. I'm a former soldier. It is violent. It's destructive. People die. But the idea that you then rush to a peace deal, assuming that everybody's then simply going to go home and accept that, that's the big question. Who's going to provide the guarantees for peace? America has already made it clear that it's not interested in providing European security. It's stepping back, not just from Ukraine, but from Europe as a whole. That's leaving the West, the rest of Europe, to look at that. And what assurance do we get that Russia is not going to advance its geopolitical objectives beyond Ukraine? I'm sorry to say, but Russia cannot be trusted. Russia cannot be trusted that it won't simply use the pause to rearm, regroup, and do this all over again. And this is the fundamental difference between American and European thinking. Trump is very concerned about the war. He's made that clear. But when you dig deeper, he's actually more interested in securing a minerals deal with Russia, befriending Russia. That came out in the national security strategy, rather than looking at the prospects of peace for Europe, which means standing up for Ukraine's sovereignty. The idea that in today's day and age, we allow the bully to gain traction, to keep a fifth of another country that it's invaded, and then pretend everything's okay and we can all go home, really ignores how global instability is growing, how global order is crumbling. We want America to show leadership. Trump promised that. And Europe has been very, very patient with the American president in trying to secure a deal to get people around the table. But that 28-point plan, which I think you've referenced already, was just a copy of what Russia's asking list was, and it was never going to be acceptable. And what we see today, to conclude my thoughts here, is America has decided to step back. Europe's now got to step up because Russia is not going to change its advances, its interests in expanding its influence across Eastern Europe.
I just want to pick up on one thing before I turn this over to Sergei.
If I may just say something real quickly, Tobias, does Europe have the support of Europeans? Do you have the ability to continue $183 billion? How far is Europe willing to fuel the fire of war on the premise that we have to be fair to Ukraine? Well, President Trump reduced the 28 points to 20 points, removed all those things. What low-cost concessions can Europe here tactically, not strategically, make to reduce the suffering now instead of winning political warfare?
Yeah, you make a very powerful point. And right now, there is not the appetite to lean in. The question is, like 1938, whether we're going to have to do it anyway, whether we put this fire out in Ukraine before it spreads. Because I'm afraid today, Britain is being attacked constantly by Russia. We have Russian ships prodding our undersea cables. We have Russian naval vessels coming into our maritime space. We have cybersecurity attacks on a daily, weekly basis. We have disinformation campaigns. We've even had assassinations on our territory as well. That's happening today. And if Russia is able to claim any sort of victory, that will continue right across Europe. That's the bigger picture. I'm afraid America, and I understand the American people don't see, and therefore they want to back away from it. But we're left to pick up the mess. So you're right in saying right now we're perhaps going to struggle, but we'll find out the hard way because there will be something seismic, something bigger, an acute event which will make us realize that, boy, we're going to have to upgrade our defense posture and stand up to Russia. Otherwise, Russia will not stop.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, let's bring Russia in then. Bijan, I'm just going to interrupt you there for a moment.
Europe could have done a lot to not escalate the war. We have to be mindful of that as well.
We're going to come. We're absolutely going to come to that point a little bit further in our discussion. We are going to come to that, to Europe and its role a little bit later. But I want to absolutely bring Sergei in here to get, well, Russia's right of reply. First of all, Sergei, is Russia untrustworthy, as Tobias said, and is Russia attacking Britain today, right now?
Of course, Russia not attacking Britain. It's military hysteria which used by British government just for domestic political purposes, not to allow to the British
Your ships are in territorial waters.
Who is Farage Nigel to come to power. We know that British Donald Trump, mostly popular British politician right now, popularity of current British government is almost zero. Previous British governments who also took part in this war against Russia and put Britain risk to the risk of nuclear war, it also was almost zero. So it's used for the domestic, I would say quite dirty political purposes. And the British position as well politician or European Union, very contradictory. It's very clear for everybody. Look, on one hand they're saying, Russian army too weak and not able to crush Ukrainian army. On another hand, they say, look, Russian army is going to attack NATO great coalition. But it's as clear as contradiction. And also, another contradiction, Russian leaders many times told, please, Europeans, stay out of Ukrainian crisis. And on another hand, by saying this, you think that Vladimir Putin is sending Russian navies and troops and drones to British territory. What for? To provoke Great Britain to take part in Ukrainian war. I'm very sorry. Why? To support this clear lie, clear propagandistic lie with one goal, to continue to fight against Russia by life of poor Ukrainian people. It's about
Let me ask this question,
sir.
Does Russia want to end the war? Does Russia want to end the war? Does Russia want to end the war?
Russia want to end the war because for us, Ukrainians, they are Russians. Kiev,
How long can Russia
open the
continue this war?
history textbook of the school, you will know that Kiev was Russian capital during 3 centuries. And Ukraine was part of the Russia during more than 1,000 years. For us, it's civil war. For us, Ukraine is occupied part of the Russia, which by Western countries and so on. That's why we want to stop this war as soon as possible. And about security of Ukraine. Of course, it's a very important issue. Of course. But the answer is very simple. Ukraine, between 1991 and 2014, when Ukraine was democratic, independent country, not with neo-colonial current repressive Russophobic regime, Ukraine had zero security problems with Russia. So let's back Ukraine to democracy.
Okay.
Let's
The
back
world
Ukraine
is not
to
afraid of
unity.
Ukraine
Let's back
attacking
Ukraine
Russia.
to the
Okay,
political
just a
system.
moment.
It was
Just a moment,
2014.
Sergey.
It
Sergey,
was
just hold that thought for a moment. I'm going to bring our other two guests in. First of all, we need to point out that Ukraine absolutely would argue that they are not Russia. They have a distinct language, they have their own culture, and they claim their right to sovereignty. So when Russia says it wants to end the war... So, but I'm going to bring Tobias back in here. And Tobias, what do you make of that argument from Sergey that Europe can't have it both ways? Europe can't say that Russia isn't big enough, strong enough to win against Ukraine. Look at how well Ukraine's doing. And then turn around and say, oh, well, now Russia's going to threaten NATO and it's attacking the UK. Which one is it? Is it a successful military power or is it a threat?
Well, firstly, we're moving from the operational, in other words, what's happening on the battleground and who might or might not win, to the bigger geopolitical question as to whether Russia is right to invade another country. And in the 21st century, where we are today, it's not right for another country to invade a sovereign state and think it can get away with it. Much as they might be the stronger one, we have to stand up to tyranny. We have to stand up to dictators that choose to do that. Or where does our world go? And Ukraine absolutely has every right to defend itself, and the rest of Europe has every right to therefore support Ukraine. Now, there is a bigger question about what NATO should be doing if Russia feels threatened by that. That's certainly for the agreement. That's for the details. That's for the long-term plan. But what we're seeing right now is what happens to the territory that actually belongs to Ukraine that Russia is now claiming. And the point I said at the very beginning is that if Russia gets away with this, where does it go next? What will it try and actually do, hoping to then get another peace deal, another chunk of Europe? And that's the concern of all European capitals at the moment, is where does this end? And the perhaps naivety of Washington in not appreciating that if we don't put this fire out, there's probably going to come another time where America looks to Europe for support in perhaps another war, another intervention, another challenge. And we're going to be massively distracted because of what's going on here. Because, of course, behind Russia sits North Korea with its troops coming in, sits Iran with its support, and, of course, China. This is the geopolitical splintering that we're seeing. And I'm really sorry, and I say this as someone who's born in the United States, I have an American passport, that I'm really sorry that America is taking a step back from its interests of the global stage in supporting the very global order it helped write after the Second World War.
Bijan, what do you make of that?
I'm very sorry. Are you really right? Sure that Donald Trump is naive politician, New York real estate businessman during many years, show business who comes through the second time on the to the presidential position after he was crashed after first round. Do you really believe that he is naive? I'm sorry.
Bijan, what do you think?
Asking me that question.
Let me just respond.
Let's hear from the American.
Sergey, by asking a question, Tobias, thank you. By responding to Sergey, let's, first of all, analysts don't have to agree. When leaders agree on things, things move forward. So it's okay for us to disagree. But do you think Russia is intent on ending the war? Is it in the best interest of Russia to end the war now? Or do you think Russia is intent on continuing the war? Do you agree with President Trump when he says, I think Russia will be okay with my now 20th? See, the purpose I was putting emphasis on this is that United States has already compromised from 28 to 20 points, removing to Tobias's point, making sure that Ukraine's right. See, Russia is the aggressor. The world does not look at Ukraine as a threat. The world looks at Russia as a threat. And I think, Sergei, you and I can agree on that in a New York second. So what we need to do to understand the intention of Russia, is Russia intent on ending the war? Because if Russia is not intent on ending the war, this would go on forever. From the indications of demands on wanting everything and not compromising. For example, says no heavy weapons. Well, how about to drop that a little bit? Maybe just enough to be able to suffice the fear of Russia, because Russia is the aggressor. The world does not think Ukraine is the aggressor. The world is not worried about containing Ukraine. The world is concerned about containing Russia. So if we understand that, is Russia intent on ending the war? Is my question to you, Sergei, and to Tobias about the naivete of, obviously you have different views than President Trump does. That's respected. And Europe has some very valid points. What concerns me is I have skepticism on Europe's motivations. Now, Europe feels left out and wants to do something. Europe is feeling Trump is the culprit. If Trump is not there, Europe would have a stronger position. I think politics is changing, Tobias, and there is a lasting relationship across the Atlantic that is important to Washington, that is important to Europe, and it must be maintained. I would like to see a less politicized, most pragmatic, you're a former Minister of Defense for United Kingdom. I went to school there, so I have a lot of love for, the British. I'm a product of British education. So I want to see things come to an aligned position where politics is out of it. This is not about campaigns and elections. And my fear is Europe wants a better, more like Biden, like Obama, friendlier. We go along and get along. But that was not the position that served world peace. Look what happened. But look at Trump's report card. Azerbaijan, Armenia, I honestly didn't think that Azerbaijan and Armenia can come together under any circumstances ever. I'm from that neighborhood. I know. So let's be reasonable. Let's drop low-cost concessions and say, look, we could give this up, pause this, if we're not interested in the endless forever wars. That's what my position is. And where I anchor my thoughts is stop the fatalities, stop the carnage. This is not good. I've seen wars, and I'm sure you've all seen wars. Wars are not good. Mm-hmm. Wars are not good. They must be ended by diplomacy. Strong diplomacy requires concessions on low cost. Let's turn the talk to that and encourage everyone to come to an end. 3.5 years, hundreds of thousands of dead and wounded. It's enough.
You bring up Europe, so let me move on to that next section of our debate so we can keep things moving through on time here. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has been on a bit of a European charm offensive at the moment. The UK, then to Belgium, most recently to Italy. He's certainly trying to shore up support, and it's a timely move, because there have been some fractures of late within the bloc. One of them, particularly being Belgium, doesn't want to sign on to a plan to use frozen Russian assets to fund the continued war effort. Tobias, are cracks starting to show in EU support for Kyiv?
It's an important question. And going back, linking it with the last sort of section of our discussion, we have looked to America for leadership, and Donald Trump set the bar high when he said he was going to end the war within 48 hours. And as the most powerful nation in the West, we do look to America's statecraft to help us resolve some of these challenges. Of course, we don't want wars, but that 28-point plan was capitulation. And it was also, and I say this, you know, you look back at Kissinger, at Holbrooke, and these big players that have helped secure peace deals. This was amateur by any standards. And to exclude Europe from that deal has now meant today, quite rightly, that President Zelensky and other European leaders are having to look carefully as to what our fresh strategy is, which is out without America. And you point to a big question, because there's the lethality that we need to slide across the table. That needs to improve. And then there's the money. And those frozen assets that sit in Belgium need to be released so we can actually keep Ukraine in the fight. I suspect we're going to get to a better place, partly because of now the reality check of America stepping back. But we're not there yet, and that's no doubt why you raised the question.
So, Tobias, I have a question for you. Are you ready? Is Europe ready to take at least partial shared responsibility together with President Obama and President Biden in losing Crimea? Do you take any responsibility? Do you say to yourself, we could have, together with Washington, we could have stopped the escalation and not losing Crimea, which is a very, very big prior to 2014. Does Europe take any responsibility for that, Tobias?
Yeah, I think that's a fair argument to say, but you can go back further than that. You get an indication. We're talking about Ukraine. Look what happened in Georgia. Look what's happened, you know, with Russia's approach to its relationship with Europe. The bottom line here is that Russia does not want a working economy that's embracing the EU standards, the European Union, on its borders, because then Putin would then have to suffer the indignity of explaining to his own people why Russia is such a basket case. Belarus does a great job of saying, look, that's what, you know, is what Russia is like. But Ukraine was poised to become successful, to go the way of Poland. And of course, because of various pressures, it's been denied the opportunity to do that. But you point back at an important junction where in the past we could have done a lot more. But hesitance, you know, this Cold War statecraft of looking our adversaries in the eye, knowing how to push back without losing control of the escalatory ladder, we've lost that. We've completely lost that. And we do need to rekindle it, because otherwise, I'm afraid there will be war in Europe soon.
Let me bring in Sergei here, because I want to get the Russian perspective.
When you don't like his policies, but somewhere inside you like his policies.
Bijan, I'm going to come back to you in just a moment. I want to bring in Sergei to get some response to this. How does it feel, Sergei, in Moscow, sitting back and watching two of the traditional allies, the US and the UK, maybe being at loggerheads with each other, seeing division in Europe, the Belgian Prime Minister not wanting to take the interest from the Russian frozen assets to use to fund Ukraine's war. Is Europe playing into your hands here?
Europe, big coalition of almost, I think, 500 million people with big economy, with big engineering, technological schools. I'm sure that Europe, after some problems, will recover itself for sure. And of course, when we see the split between European Union and Britain on one hand and United States on the other hand, we like, because if they united, they overthrown last democratic elected president of Ukraine, imposed neo-colonial repressive regime to Ukrainian people, and prohibited Russian language, started political repression against people in Ukraine who believe that Russia and Ukraine should be friendly. They started political repression against Orthodox Church.
Okay, but if we go back onto the topic at hand, Sergei, rather than another history lesson, let's keep to the topic at hand. I want your comments on how you are seeing the European response to this.
Is the main reason of the war.
Okay, but that's not the question we're asking, because the main reason for the war has been argued ad infinitum. Now we need to look at what's happening now and what's happening with these discussions going forward. How does Moscow assess the situation within Europe? Is Moscow looking at the divisions within European countries and thinking, aha, we can exploit this and now we're going to push harder on the negotiations?
Yeah, as we understand, now it's not just split between United States and Europe. It's also split between two big political forces. One of them is globalist, which is more rely on the interests of the big global corporations, and so-called deep state or Euro bureaucracy in European case. It's on the one hand, they want to continue the war. And another say is different populist democratic forces which come to power in United States and which can come to power in Britain and France and Germany, as they want peace. We want to have negotiation with those European politicians who want peace. This is Marine Le Pen, this is Alternative for Germany, this is Farage Nigel, this is Orban, and so on. And these European politicians should take part in peace negotiation. But those who want to destroy the peace, as Boris Johnson destroyed Istanbul peace deal, why they should take part in the peace negotiation? If they enemies of peace, it's our approach. We want to have dialogue and cooperation with everybody who want to have dialogue with us. But those who say that, you're enemies of the world, you should be crushed, and those who told us Russian ladies should be prohibited, Orthodox Church should be prohibited. We're sorry, we don't want to talk with you.
Okay, Bijan, let me bring you back in, Bijan, because in the recent interview that President Trump did in Washington, he was particularly scathing of his European counterparts, accusing European leaders of being weak and of being all talk and no action. Is he right?
Well, you can criticize President Trump for the way he speaks all day long, but you would have a harder time going to the crux of the matter and ask yourself a question. I've lived the reality life, and reality life asks some hard questions. And the question that I asked Tobias, who very kindly and generously took my question, was, what could Europe have done before 2014 to take a position very similar to the position they're taking now? In fact, very reasonably, to stop the escalation. So, was Europe weak? Yes, Europe was weak. Not by standards of President Trump alone, but by Europe's own standards, as proven by the stance today by the distinguished minister. So I would say, yes, it is wise of you, Tobias, to accept shared responsibility by not acting. But, we're all subject to that. We cannot look back and rewrite history. What happened, happened. That's why I'll say let's all take responsibility for what we've done, what we've said. Don't call President Trump naive when you don't like his ideas that actually match your own. You call him what it is. He is tough. He's rough. He exercises all the power the President of the United States has in every which way. And guess what? That's exactly like what President Putin does. He says, look, I don't have to be popular to you. I have to be popular to my people. And as long as he's popular to his people, he will do whatever. And that's precisely what makes Europe, not just Europe, the world, be concerned. What security guarantee? I would say Russia knows that they cannot continue this. I'll answer the question myself. Russia would have fatigue. Look at the debt. Look at the wounded. It's not going to happen. The oligarchs are not going to sell it for it. You and I both know exactly how things work. The military, the oligarch, the executive branch, all tied up together. For Europe, ask for low concessions. Don't go head to head with President Trump. You're not going to win. Look at his record. You cannot win. This is not something you can win. Europe should ask for, concessions that are low cost. It's okay. Just go along. 28 points, reduced to 20 points, showing definitely goodwill. There is some goodwill that needs to come from Europe now. I would say Russia, I don't know if what President Trump says about Russia would be okay with it, exactly what that means, or when he says, look, your analysts, your advisors, President Zelensky, are okay with our points, and you need to read them. I don't know if he's actually stating the facts or is the way he talks. What I do know is Europe and Ukraine need to take what they can to end the war. That is possible. It should be done. And I think it can be done. All it takes is take politics out of it. Takes your preferences for the next year's elections or midterm election or anything out of it. I do smell it, and it should be removed. This is not a game against Trump. This is about it ending a war. That's what I like to see in our discussions.
Okay. That leads me on perfectly to our final section here about US-EU relations and how they go forward with these negotiations, because divisions between the US and Europe appears in some quarters to be widening. We had Germany's leader, Friedrich Merz, saying he's sceptical of the US peace proposal, and in return, the US president, as we've been discussing, called EU leaders weak. There's growing concern amongst the bloc that Washington and Moscow will cut a deal that may not be in Europe or Ukraine's best interest. And it's again the latest example of the Trump administration, what some are criticising, the shunning of allies in favour of traditional adversaries. Tobias, could this be a turning point in US-EU relations? Could it go from traditional allies to a more adversarial position?
Yeah, I think that is the profound question for the moment. I see a 2025 being a confirmation of the demise of our global order. You know, the world is safer when there's a geopolitical anchor, and that anchor has been the United States for a number of decades, backed by countries such as Britain. So nations prepared to lead, to restrain aggressors, to uphold international law, and rally with allies. And since 1945, that mantle has very much belonged to the United States. But Washington's willingness to firstly side with Russia over Ukraine, to trust Moscow's promises and undermine Ukrainian sovereignty, signals something profound. America is stepping back from its global responsibilities. That's what that national security strategy confirms. It's creating a dangerous vacuum, and adversaries will fill it. And America will be weaker for it. I make that very clear, which is why I call Trump naive. As globalization suffers, more countries will align with China. Global economy will then be threatened. And that, I'm afraid, is where we are today. So to see this release of this publication, this national security strategy, it makes it official. America is embarking on a seismic ideological shift in global engagement, becoming more isolationist. And America, this is our closest security ally that we're talking about. It deeply concerns us that we're now left alone with other nations, like-minded nations, to defend global order.
Sergei, do you think that there is a huge shift? Is the US now considering Russia not as a rival, as maybe an ally? Is this an opportunity for these two great powers to work together and not against each other?
Yes, and this new strategic security of national, I forgot the specific name of this, new strategy, national strategy of United States will be regarded very positively in Russia, because Trump really we want to stop this war in Ukraine, and because some more discussion between Europe and the United States, it's also positive for Russia. And they see that Russia is more opportunity, but not a rival. I think it's very much applaud. I think you know that Americans, they are champions of the Western world. Americans first who made democracy, in fact, in the Western world much more before Europeans. Americans are those who come to the religious freedom much more early compared with Europeans. And Americans now try to save democracy, because from my point of view, now most of the European governments, they are not quite democratic already. But Americans try to recover it. And Americans, they are less ideologized and more idealistic, but at the same time realistic. That's why when Americans understood we cannot crush Russia. So let's start talking and finding compromise with them. But Europeans stay to be in the old time after the collapse of Soviet Union and after the finishing Cold War. The Europeans still believe that Russia is a loser. That's why we can defeat Russia. No. Take your Americans as example. Please go to the table for negotiations how we can stop this awful war in UK and how we can build new security of Europe. Stop making Russia as your enemy.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, Tobias, I can see you want to jump in there. Go ahead. We're almost out of time, so I'll let you have a say, and then we'll give Bijan a word.
First, it's astonishing hearing our Russian friends speak of democracy when there are not free and fair elections in Russia, that Putin has changed the constitution in order to stay in power. And let me make it really, really clear, sir, that there is no objective in Europe to crush Russia. Please let's use that language. What we want to do is stand up to Russian aggression. If Russia was peaceful, wants to engage economically and security-wise, then it will be an open door. But until that moment
Europe
happens,
Europe has
then I'm
a
afraid
role.
Russia
Europe has
is
a role,
seen
Tobias.
as an adversary.
You complain about
if you don't regard Russia as an enemy, please say Russian language should be official governmental language in Ukraine. Second, official government Ukraine. Please say that political repression against Orthodox Church should be stopped in Ukraine. Please say that political prisoners...
Thank you, Sergei. We're not going to go back over the reasons for the war, so I'll just hand it over to Bijan. Go ahead, Bijan.
Let me finish. First of all, I can hear Tobias loud and clear as he is worried about the changing world order. Well, for a moment, let's not argue against each other. Let's just find out what we can find on the Venn diagram that would bring us closer to this. If we accept, which we did, that prior to 2014, this world order should have acted in such a way to stop the escalation, and you bear shared responsibility, Europe, with President Obama and President Biden policies weak. Without a doubt, this is not my humble opinion. The world has agreed on that. Weak, because you did not do what you could do. Today, I believe you're doing... See, if that was an overtone moment, I think we have another overtone moment here, which we should welcome. And that is to realize that maybe the world order does need to be adjusted. The old organizations are not effective. And if you want to criticize President Trump, you could do that all day long. But look at his record. Look at the way Europe has acted. I think the Chancellor Merkel is rethinking their policies in Germany about strengthening Europe's defenses. I believe Europe is thinking about that. I believe the Belgian Prime Minister has a point in saying, look, if you want to put $183 billion into this, push for corruption reforms. Push for that. If Russia wants to say, okay, I will work on this, also agree on making the system more reliable, we cannot have. See, everybody has something to give up safely to come to the end of this war. And that's what I mean by a shift, a sudden shift. It's okay. Sometimes these overtone moments are necessary in politics and diplomacy to end wars.
Tobias, do you want to jump in there?
I'll come back on that. Is there time?
Yes, please do.
I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but there is a seismic ideological shift in what Trump is doing. It's announced, he just gave an interview in America saying that he's going to invest in right-wing parties across Europe unless European countries are more subservient to working with the America First project.
We're trying to end the war, and we're worried about politics.
How can you not get into politics when the leader of the free world makes statements like that? It is dangerous and it is wrong. We don't make comments about America and what goes on domestically. It's all about actions and reactions. You've got a lot of challenges there.
I think Europe doesn't get a high grade in the past years when it comes to the Ukrainian war. I'm sorry, I have to be honest here. And
you made that point.
Europe didn't play right.
Sir, you made that point.
I think it's an important point
many times.
That won't go away. It won't go away.
You can make it again if you like, but we're going around the block here. I'm making it very, very clear that America is dialing back from its interests. We're going to see it reduce its military footprint. So you're saying Europe should have done more. NATO was set up for a transatlantic alliance, which includes if something happens in the Atlantic, the Pacific, or indeed in Europe. That's what it was for. Please let me finish. Okay? So when America says we're not having anything to do with you anymore, that's a reality check. We will handle it. But it's not the American way, and it isn't in the spirit of why NATO and the United Nations and all these other organizations, which America is also dialing back from, were created in the first place.
Bijan?
No, I agree with a lot of things that Tobias and Sergey are putting forward. I don't agree with all of the things they say because I have 2 points. My beef is with this. Depoliticize the discussion on ending the Ukraine war. Don't bring all these other side issues of what Trump said. And I believe there is an opportunity here. There's an opportunity that is real. It requires cleansing of the argument, the goal of ending the war, of all these politics.
But if President Trump is the one making these political statements, how can you then say we need to depoliticize the negotiations? Because President Trump is saying them too.
Don't take every banter as policy. That is not the case.
But he's still saying
that's not leadership. That is leadership. We have to dissect.
Don't react to it.
Yeah, it's not leadership if we have to dissect what the American president says.
That has not happened yet. You're reacting to what Trump says. React to what is at the table. React to ending war with strategies that are practical. We all know what works. Let's take what works and not the
this
ideal.
Is appeasement. This is Chamberlain talk. This is you're talking like Chamberlain.
Temporarily, tactically, do it. That's what I would say. If
you're talking like Chamberlain. End the war
temporarily for the essential.
Tobias, quick word.
And as I say, that's exactly what Chamberlain would say in 1938. End the war, sign a deal, let's hope it all works out, and let's go home, not realizing that war is coming to us.
Okay. We have about 2 minutes left before I lose you. Sergey, I want to go to you. Sergey, very, very briefly, will this war end before 2026 or in 2026? Are we at the end of this war?
Yes, it will. This war will be over in 2026, and this war will be stopped after Russia will take a real big city, and after Ukrainian army appear to be in the big military crisis.
Okay, all right, Bijan, will this war end before 2026 or in 2026? Are we at the end?
It will end. The war will end because it makes sense for it to end. And no, it would not be peace in our times. Chamberlain's famous. No, it will not be. People are aware. They know. I think Europe knows what they can give up. Low-cost concessions. I think Russia knows what they can give up. Low-cost concessions. I think professionals, leaders will come to that agreement because it makes sense.
Okay.
I hear everyone wanting to end the war.
Tobias, is it going to end by 2026, in 2026?
No, it won't. It's going to progressively escalate in the grey zone area, and Europe itself will be in a deeper form of conflict in the next 5 years.
Gentlemen, I wish we had more time, but we're going to have to leave it there. I appreciate all of your views. Bijan Kian, businessman and former US government official.
Thank you, Melinda.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being with us. Former, worked with various administrations, including President Trump. Sergei Markov, thank you for being with us. Director of the Institute of Political Studies. And, of course, Tobias Ellwood, former British Defence Minister and past head of the UK Parliament's Defence Select Committee. Gentlemen, thanks for being on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning into this episode of Counterpoints. Be sure to catch us on YouTube, Al Arabiya English, and across X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello, I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and welcome to a special edition of W News Extra. Coming up on today's show, we'll be taking a look back at some of the highlights of the week, all broadcast from the Al Arabiya headquarters. Now, US President Donald Trump has said US forces have seized an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. On releasing a video of the seizure, Attorney General Pam Bondi said the vessel was a crude oil tanker used to transport sanctioned oil from Venezuela and Iran. Caracas condemned the move as an act of international piracy. Here's how Trump announced that very news.
As you probably know, we've just seized a tanker on the coast of Venezuela, large tanker, very large. Largest one ever seized, actually. And other things are happening. No, it was seized for a very good reason.
We're interested in the seizure of this tanker. What happens to the oil on this ship?
Well, we keep it, I guess.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White and Al Arabiya English presenter Catalina Marchant de Obrio. Thank you so much to both of you for being in the studio with me on this Thursday. Gemma, let's start with you, because we obviously heard from Donald Trump there, but this has been an ongoing issue now that we've been seeing between the US and Venezuela over the last few months. But is this escalation a time where we're really going to see things begin to change?
Yeah, this is quite a dramatic twist. So what we have here, we have the boarding of a foreign ship in international waters. So it is escalating. Now, previously, the operation has struck so far around 20 boats. And the message had always been, this is an anti-drug trafficking mission. We're preventing these drugs from coming into the US. That was always the message. I do feel that this now changes that message. What that's going to come out as, we don't yet know. So we've seen this build-up of US military in the Caribbean. We're seeing fighter jets flying regularly. And Trump has increased his rhetoric when he talks about striking on land. Now, does this become a land invasion? Now, the fact is that the use of military force means that Trump is constitutionally required to get authorization from Congress, which he hasn't pursued, at all. There's not been any processes put in place for that. And also, what are Trump's intentions towards Venezuela? Is it just purely to be beneficial to the US? And is the president acting legally in all of these things that he's doing? They are the key components at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's so many questions that we don't have the answers to right now, and the repercussions of what Venezuela will look like without Maduro in power, and how that could be destabilizing for the country. But Catalina, I want to come to you, because it's all been about Venezuela's opposition leader at the moment. Of course, she accepted the Nobel Peace Prize. You've actually interviewed her yourself before. How will this further affect Maduro's position? Because, of course, she's been in Oslo, she's been doing the rounds on TV, she's really in the spotlight now.
Exactly, Leigh. Speaking of the spotlight and momentum, when Maria Corina Kochal was faced with two scenarios when awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, she was saying to go or not to go, obviously given the acute safety situation concerns that she was facing. So in one hand, the people in her inner circle were saying, don't risk your life, not even for a prize. We need you here alive to fight Maduro. Then she was faced with another option. They said, do this for your country, no matter the risk. And finally, this was a no-brainer for her. When the decision was put in this context, there was only one option to take. She said, go for the people of Venezuela at all costs. So we're seeing all this media coverage, this courageous political act. It's actually out of a movie script. You also, reportedly, she also said she had the Americans help her. We still, as you said, don't have the details about this secret mission. I'm sure it was very risky and her life was at risk. So she finally didn't make it on time to the prize ceremony, but she made it safe. All of this, as you said, getting the spotlight required to put Maduro down. Who knows? Because all eyes are on. So what's going to happen next for Venezuela? So to answer your question, Leigh Ann, how is this going to further affect Maduro's position? Well, as this is the U.S. side, Donald Trump has said that Maduro's days are counted because since 2024, when Machado was robbed from the election results, she won with 93% of the Venezuelan people. There hasn't been this much worldwide and media attention on what's happening in Venezuela and this region. So the momentum right now is let's free Venezuela. Let's bring democracy back to this country. All eyes on Venezuela. So this can't be a good thing for Maduro. Pressure is on.
What I find really fascinating about all of this is the geopolitics that's been playing out. So you spoke there about Machado, and of course she accepted the Nobel Peace Prize. She actually dedicated that prize to Donald Trump himself. And it seems like Donald Trump is really aligned with what she sees happening in Venezuela. They've almost echoed the same sentiment when it comes to the country and when it comes to democracy, which I find really interesting. But then I found it even more interesting that Russia's President Putin, in a phone call today with Venezuela's Maduro, expressed solidarity with the Venezuelan people and confirms Russian support, which is absolutely fascinating because if we look at Ukraine, it looks like Donald Trump is in line with the more Russian sentiment. That's the kind of what analysts have been saying.
Yeah.
So right now we've got this triangle of geopolitics playing out. I don't know what you think, Gemma, and we can't forget China in all of this.
Yeah.
And I wonder, is it because Venezuela has the biggest crude oil reserves in the world? Is this all about... I have no idea. What are your thoughts?
I think you were right. Like, before the show, you were saying, ultimately, this could come down to economics and resources. The world, as we know, is clamoring for resources. And I always like to think, oh no, there's bigger things at play here. But ultimately, you know, what's Russia doing in Ukraine? They want more resources, they want more land. Perhaps at the end of the day, it does come down to something so basic as wanting the oil.
I find it interesting too, and I don't know what your thoughts are, but we did see the US obviously do that minerals deal with Ukraine for critical minerals. We have seen the US trying to push back on China's access to critical minerals across the world, be it in Africa, be it in lots of different countries. I don't know if I'm reading into this too much, but is economics playing out in this, or does Venezuela just really need a democracy and a change for the people?
I think economics is always at play, especially when we're talking about so many oil reserves, as you said, one of the largest in the world. But this also plays and coincides with the political moment that they are living. It's, I mean, 2024, she did lose, she was robbed from an election. 93% of the Venezuelan people voted for her. This was just 1 year ago. Now she's winning the Nobel Peace Prize. So even when it comes down to politics or economics and democracy, the moment is aligned.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens, because like you did say, Gemma, for such a long time, Donald Trump has been almost threatening in a way that a land invasion could happen. And with a build-up of troops that we're seeing, American troops in the region, I guess time is ticking.
What is his end game?
Yeah.
You know, because if this doesn't work out for Trump, he's going to come away with egg on his face. It has to work out for him, or what? You know, I think this is a question we say, or what's going to happen. If he succeeds in removing Maduro, this creates a power vacuum. We know that Maduro has spent all these years building up his alliances. He has the military on his side. He has administration on his side. What happens when you remove that person? Is the US then going to go in and offer support? So then what does that mean for Ukraine? What does that mean on the other side of the world? There's so many moving pieces here, but Trump has to succeed in this. Otherwise, he's going to look really foolish on the world stage.
President Trump has launched the Trump Golden Card, offering wealthy foreigners a fast-track U.S. visa if they can cough up $1 million. The U.S. president told followers successful applicants will have a direct path to citizenship as long as they can provide a substantial benefit to the country. This comes as Washington continues its immigration crackdown with mass deportations and an increase to work visa fees. Gemma, I must admit something. I did not know about all of this, but hopefully you can tell me more. How do people apply for one of Trump's golden cards? And do you get like amazing privileges? Because it's not cheap.
It's, first of all, be rich.
Be rich.
Okay, that's the #1 rule of applying for a Trump Gold Card. Be rich. So this was announced back in February. Now, this is the Gold Card, and foreigners who wish to apply for it, they have to be paying at least $1 million. That doesn't include all the additional fees as well that you're paying.
Well,
so you've got to stump up $1 million to begin with.
Yeah.
Now, it promises US residency in record time. On the website, they're saying it could be a matter of weeks, when, as we know at the moment, going through the normal processes for a green card or a visa can take months or years, so really expedited. Now, applicants also have to demonstrate that they can offer substantial benefit to the US, whether that's investment, whether that's job creation. So there has to be further proof of that. You can't just turn up with $1 million and, you know, get your visa. You have to show that you're going to be investing in certain regions as well. That's not even the top tier card, okay? That is the platinum card, obviously, Trump's platinum card as well. Now, that is a cool $5 million.
Wow.
Okay, now what you get substantial benefits for that. What you get is the chance to spend up to 270 days in the US, tax-free. And Lutnick, the United States Secretary of Commerce, now he's suggested that the money they make from all of these visas could generate up to $1 trillion, and that could be used to tackle the national debt.
Okay. So we're at this 1 million gold card, 5 million for a platinum card. But my question to both of you ladies, if you had that kind of volume of money, would you want to live in the US? So Lutnick and Donald Trump are kind of countering on that all the rich people want to live there. But I don't know if that's the case.
We said
I think this is
earlier.
I think we'd stay in the region we are right now. Even if we had to pick, we'd pick something, you know, a hub that's closer to other hubs, maybe to Europe, to Asia. We're even also close to the United States. It's easy to travel. Personally, I don't think I'd be picking the United States.
I find it absolutely fascinating that there is this sort of rhetoric coming out that everyone wants to live in the United States. But Catalina, let's talk about these gold cards, because this isn't anything new. Lots of countries offer golden visas. We're in one.
Exactly, but not just other countries. The U.S. also already has had their own version of this investor-type visa. It's being replaced by their ancient program that's called the EB-5 Immigrant Investor Program. So, yes, many other countries as well. We have the UAE region, the Caribbean. There's also Europe that has this investor-based citizenship program, similar to the golden visa concept that Donald Trump is now proposing. So here in the UAE, for example, we have this golden visa. It's a long-term 10-year visa for investors. This is via real estate or business investment. Several European countries also have this golden visa. There's Greece, Spain, Portugal, Italy, and especially Malta. They have citizenship by investment program called a golden passport. So this passport scheme has actually been ruled illegal by the European Court of Justice just this year, claiming that citizenship cannot be reduced to a commercial transaction, setting a precedent now actually for the European continent. We'll see what will happen. But in short, yes, the UAE, Caribbean continents, as well as several European countries already have this golden program that is now being discussed by Donald Trump.
I find it fascinating because if we think about it, Donald Trump is now touting the golden and platinum visa. They're a lot more expensive than the ones that you can probably get anywhere else in the world. But at the same time, we've seen this huge push and on the crackdown on immigration into the US. You know, ICE, we've seen the National Guard deployed to all several cities. It's quite a confusing message, Gemma.
Yeah, I mean, Lutnick as well, he's put his position quite clear, and he says this programme will ensure the best people coming in. By best, read rich, read wealthy, read people with money. And he has previously said that at the moment, the US visa process allows for the bottom quartile of immigrants to come in. You're really seeing people being othered by their economic, prosperity, by how rich you are. You're either seen as best or you're seen as bottom quartile. So, yeah, it's very interesting. They want to welcome all these people in to create jobs and invest. And who's going to be doing the jobs that you're creating if you're trying to get rid of people who are working class people or blue collar people who have been traditionally working those roles, perhaps in agriculture and construction? Who's going to be there to do the jobs?
Or to process your visa. I think that's one of the big questions. And also Donald Trump, in order to get more of a grip on immigration and people visiting the country, I don't know if you saw that story yesterday, but he was saying that if you wanted to apply for a visa into the US, like I've got a British passport, so you can get an ESTA, and you can pay for that. And apparently now if you want to apply for an ESTA, you have to send, and they'll look at your social media going back 5 years, which is absolutely fascinating, isn't it? Because everyone's had an opinion.
Who's going to be doing this as well? Like, that's, especially next year, it's the World Cup. There are going to be so many people, myself included. We're going to watch some games there. They are about to face like this enormous, influx of tourists. And what? So they're going to be looking at the past 5 years of everyone's social media. Again, is it one of those things that he says with no kind of thought to it?
I'd personally be deterred from doing this. Like, who's going to bring up all their history from 5 years of social media to go to the United States?
Oh, you wore that? Oh, my God, that's terrible. Oh. That's so out of fashion now. You can't come into the country. I mean, what criteria are you going to be judged on? Well, terrible memes? I don't know.
There's lots of different speculation. That's the problem. No one really knows what criteria is. Some papers are saying allegedly it could be if you've criticised Donald Trump. Other papers are saying it could be allegedly if you have backed a terrorist organisation that's been recognised in the US. It's to keep the country safer. But there's lots of different reasons, but the solid one hasn't been outlined yet.
I think they have been doing this already, though. There was the case of the French scientist. He went, I think, in a work or tourist visa, and they checked his social media history where he was a bit critical of Donald Trump, and he wasn't allowed in.
Wow.
So I think they've already been applying this social media type of surveillance on people that are traveling to the United States, whether it be a work visa or a tourist visa. But I think they're just going to be applying this to the general population now.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting, like you said, the World Cup you're going to, you better start applying for your visa now.
I better start clearing up my social media.
You
Not that
better.
there's anything
Yeah.
controversial on
Delete.
it. Yes.
Yeah. But if it's on social media, you can't ever really delete it.
It's there forever.
It's there forever.
Yeah.
Now, Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has hailed his country's move to ban social media for children under 16 as world-leading as the law came into force today. Many teenagers took various platforms to bid farewell and mourn the loss of access to them. It could be the first of many crackdowns as more countries look to rein in big tech in other parts of the world. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined in the studio by Dr. Leigh Al-Hindi, chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates, and broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster, who joins us from Surrey. Isabel and Dr. Leigh, great to have you on the show with me this evening. Dr. Leigh, I'm going to speak to you first about this ban on social media. We've spoken about it before ourselves. You've, of course, got family members living in Australia. So how's it going?
They're no longer teenagers, so I escaped it by a bit. My son is 17, almost 18. But definitely, I think the feeling is that it is a world-leading step. It is a pioneering step. The whole world is watching and looking to learn on what's going to happen and how it's going to happen and how efficient it is and so on. Now, practically speaking, it is a trial phase. And in that trial phase, it's not a complete, perfect implementation. There are some hiccups, there are some issues, there are some unclarities, and definitely the efficiency is not 100%. On the other hand, we know for a fact that some kids have already found a way around it, and they are already enjoying their social media normally, if I may say, or at least through different ways. But again, I think looking at it all together, I think it's a very positive step. For me as a parent, I strongly encourage and believe in it. And I know the vibe among most of the parents around at least family members and friends and so on do feel that it was a step in the right direction and that the government is helping them in controlling what could be very difficult to control without such a law among their children.
And I know that I'm going to bring Isabel into this conversation, but we've spoken before, and I'm not a big fan of this ban, and I've made that clear many times before, and I'm also not a parent, so that's something that Isabel and you understand a lot better than me. But one of my criticisms of this ban is dating websites are excluded from this ban, as well as gaming platforms, as are AI chatbots, which have recently made headlines for allegedly encouraging children to get involved in really dark scenarios and self-harm.
Sure.
And Isabel, you're a parent, of course. You know, what do you make of this ban? And in many ways, I think there have been critics to it because it's been so rushed and it's difficult to implement on a large scale.
I think from what you're saying, your main objection to it is that there are other workarounds, that there are other sites that are causing harm. And the response to that surely would be to tighten the loopholes, not to say that the ban isn't worthwhile. Now, I'm not somebody who's in favour of banning things. I take a pretty liberal view that most adults should be able to choose within reason, as long as it's not going to harm anybody else, what they want to do. But we're not talking about adults. We're talking about under 16s. We know all the evidence has mounted up up in recent years about the frontal cortex not being developed in the brain until actually as late as the mid-20s, and that affects your ability to evaluate risk, it affects your ability to make a judgment call. And so, the Australians have come out with this groundbreaking policy, which is to stop these, what they describe as predatory algorithms from being accessible to children. Now, who have I heard speaking out against that today? Elon Musk. Well, Elon Musk's own children in the large part are estranged from him. He's not somebody I'd even probably trust with my own children. So whether or not we should be trusting, the future of whole swathes of society to him, I don't agree. But experts that I hear from, Jonathan Haidt, who's a leading expert from the United States on this, thinks it's a fantastic move today. Now, you can argue whether or not we're all spending too much time on our screens and it's the way of the world, and I'm not trying to suggest we all go back to Enid Blyton days where we're climbing trees. I embrace technology, and I can see that the future for even our young people is very much rolled up in it. And there's this survey out today showing how much more time we're all spending online, and it's increased in the UK up by 30 minutes even since COVID times. But my argument would be, as adults we can't even really regulate this. I myself am guilty of, instead of using that extra 30 minutes a day, reading a couple of chapters of my book to help me get to sleep, I find myself doom scrolling and losing track of time. Where does the time go? What are we displacing that time for? Not only do I think it's bad for productivity, but it's actually the opposite of productive. It's destructive. So I welcome the ban. I think that, a lot of countries will follow suit. Certainly my son's school, he's 10 years old. So in this country, it's year 5. For Christmas, all of the parents in his class are reinvesting in landlines, and we're all swapping telephone numbers and hoping to introduce phoning each other to ask for play dates, and preventing the dreaded phones for as long as possible. But, parents have been calling out for these sorts of measures, and big tech has not been in their favour. And by the way, you only have to watch what was that film that came out on Netflix a few years ago, The Social Dilemma? Nobody in Silicon Valley will let their kids anywhere near social media. I think that says it all.
I do believe that several countries are going to follow the same track. We already know that there is already a draft in Denmark setting the age even at 15, not 16, because of course it's linked to maturity age and legal maturity age. And again, if it is successful, I hope it will trigger a general trend that would really find ways to protect the children from harmful abuse or harmful targeting in that sense.
But Dr. Ellie, you're a professor yourself, you work with children, you know them well, maybe a little bit older than the age of 16. But a lot of people have been arguing that instead of doing this outright ban like Australia have done, is it not educating children how to navigate social media? And Isabel, I know that the UK also put that into some new legislation that they have brought out in the UK. They're implementing these age control rules and trying to, encourage teachers.
Definitely.
And I don't know if we also should be doing that in schools too, because my worry is I don't have children. I have a 15-year-old nephew, and the future of jobs now is so different. It isn't the future of jobs that we were looking at. It's the future in the technology space, in the AI space. So isn't it a better way to do it in schools, maybe?
It's definitely needed and urgent to do it in schools, but it does not negate the ban. I think the ban sets the parameter, the framework of what should be completely not allowed. But then you'd still need to rely on heavy education. And we have to keep in mind that the education is not only, because things are moving on so fast. So now, not only about social media, but now about AI, about fake news, about all these, about algorithms, how they function. All of these stuff, they need to, relevant to age, of course, start to learn about them. And also the educational system need to learn how to adapt to all these things. Now, keep in mind that we are not banning kids from the internet, because the internet is now an integral part of their life, their research, their studies, all of this. So they are still exposed to a lot, some of it negative and some of it positive, yes. But we don't want to go all the way in a slippery slope to start banning everything. I agree with you on that. But definitely education goes hand in hand with the basic framework that the governments are responsible to put to protect the most vulnerable, which are children under 16 or under a certain age.
All tourists travelling to the United States could soon have their social media accounts checked if they require entry into the country. It's under new plans being considered by the country's border force. Visitors would need to provide their social media history from the last 5 years. Isabel, we're on the Donald Trump theme tonight. Quite clearly. I just want to ask you what you make of these plans and how does it differ from the current system in the States that we are seeing?
Well, I mean, what do I make of it? I was thinking back to when I applied for a visa to travel to China and I got denied just purely based on my occupation as a journalist, and they didn't ask any more questions. It was just a hard no. Is that the way America is going to go? Who knows? You know, I've only been to America. I'm no expert on ESTAs, I think they're called, which these 90-day permission to travel within the country. But I've been to America for 24 hours. I went for a job interview, got the job, and then decided actually to stay and work here in the UK. But my understanding is at the moment you can get a 90-day ESTA, and that is going to be extended to a 2-year ESTA. But the grounds for being granted that is you have to hand over your social media for 5 years, plus all your current and previous email addresses, personal home addresses, your names, personal details of your family members, their dates of birth. Now, my question is why? Like, what are they looking for? And what is their definition in the parameters of terrorism, if that is what it is? Because at the moment, you know, are they looking for somebody who might have been critical of Donald Trump? Will they be denied access to the country? You know, what is their definition? Is it going to be prescribed terrorist organizations? Because again, the United States haven't got a history, like we do in Europe, of having these kind of extremist terrorist incidents. And it would be my argument that they need to spend much more time and energy trying to protect their own citizens from the risk from within of people through gun crime than this imagined threat from foreigners coming in. You know, is it just xenophobia? And also, let's not forget, they have some big international events coming up down the road. We've got the men's World Cup football being hosted in the States next year. We've got the Olympics coming up in LA in 2028. Are they going to go through all of the countries of the world's previous 5 years of social media posts? And I, you know, we're talking here as well about the possibility of biometrics being requested, DNA, irises, facial recognition. I mean, it becomes all a little bit authoritarian for my taste. And I just come back to the question time and again, what is it that they're looking for? What are their grounds for denying you an ESTA? I find it worrying.
Dr. Ellie, I don't know what you think, but I would tend to lean to what Isabel is saying here, because it's very difficult, you know, 5 years of social media, more background on your family. America has a huge tourism industry. We were talking about the economy stuttering and struggling. Now he's going to, you know, tighten the rope on that even more. I mean, is this just a little bit of a disaster waiting to happen?
Listen, I agree on that, the fact that it is not clear and it is a bit extreme. And of course, under Trump, you worry about what legal oversight it is going to have and all of this based on what we're seeing with ICE and other things that he's doing. But let me go back to the essence of it. We have the tendency to feel that getting a visa to a certain country is a right for us, and we should not be denied, and we should, the world is all open and open access and so on. We have to keep reminding ourselves that it is a sovereign right of every state to judge who will they allow in and who will they refuse entry for. We've seen Australia refuse the visa for few people who they thought will create some discord in society, and this was enough of a reason for them to refuse the visa. I think it is good to remind ourselves that it is the right of every state to do so. I would say it is the duty of every state to do so. I was thinking also, as we were discussing before, that even when recruiting someone to any job, now we check his social media. So why not check his social media if he's coming into a different country? Why not see if he has supported any extremist rhetorics before? Why not see if he has been aggressively anti-American or anti-democracy or whatever? Definitely, there's always the slippery slope potential. That's why we need the legal oversight for it. That's why we need clarity of it. But again, the essence of it, I wouldn't disagree. It's not xenophobia. It is part of protecting your country. And I will link this also to the national security plan that Trump issued a few days ago, in which he criticized severely the Europeans for not protecting their societies and simply letting everybody in a way that threatened even the fabric, the social fabric of the European Union. Regardless of, again, what that competition looks like or what he's aiming to do in Europe, I think the basic foundation of it is valid.
Now, fighting between Thailand and Cambodia over a disputed border is continuing to spread, and thousands of people have been displaced. Both sides blame each other for the fresh wave of clashes, with Cambodia claiming 2 more civilians were killed overnight. Meanwhile, Thailand has reported that at least 3 soldiers have been killed. Earlier, I spoke to our correspondent Patrick Fogg, who gave us the latest. Take a listen.
The situation is becoming more serious. It's gotten more intensified over the last 24 hours. Fighting has broken out in 9 provinces along the disputed border area, and the Thai Air Force has confirmed that it launched a second day of airstrikes, although it declined to give any further details. The death toll is also rising. You mentioned that on the Thai side, they say that 3 of their soldiers have been killed and dozens others wounded as well. The Cambodian side says 9 civilians are dead and about 20 wounded.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Al Arabiya English journalist Wandi Intengento and Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri Pickett. Wandi and Michael, brilliant to both have you on the show with me this evening. Michael, let's start with you. We're going to be concentrating on Thailand and Cambodia. We had a previous ceasefire agreement between these 2 countries that was brokered by President Donald Trump. What's gone so wrong?
That agreement did not address the 2 underlying issues that have been affecting both sides for an awful long time. One is the border dispute. There is an 11th century temple that is on the Cambodian side, perhaps, but the Thais would actually like to claim it as theirs. So that wasn't addressed. And then there are the Thais, Thailand is holding 18 Cambodian hostages. So when the underlying issues remain unresolved, even a ceasefire cannot be extended that long, because both sides will end up becoming antagonistic towards the other, because the problems that started it are still there on the table.
And what's really interesting is many analysts who have been talking about the recent clashes that have now escalated again between Thailand and Cambodia, have been talking about the ceasefire deal that was brokered with President Trump and also with the Prime Minister of Malaysia. And they say that the big problem is the ceasefire deal came to be under tariff pressure. And like you said, enough of those core issues weren't addressed at the time. So it's really interesting to hear that the US tariff pressure got the ceasefire deal over the line, but it's been difficult to hold because the basic issues are still there, really. And Wandi, you know, we talk about this, and when we see these kind of skirmishes on borders, thousands of people have to be displaced as a result to keep them safe. What's the advice being given to residents on both sides of the border?
I mean, talking about displacement, already 125,000 people from just Thailand have been displaced. Both Thailand and Cambodia have put in measures, safety measures, and of course, the key message here that they've sent out to the residents, both Cambodia and Thailand, is that the residents need to move away from the border. And of course, we've also seen the U.S. Embassy both in Thailand and, of course, in Cambodia sending out alerts, travel advisories to their citizens to also do the same, moving away from the border and updating their details, their information, in case, something really, really bad happens, which already has happened. And of course, when it comes to businesses, I know we're talking about residents, businesses, travel agents have, put out also alerts to tourists, and we know that Thailand will be the one that's mainly impacted because Thailand's tourism sector contributes to about 20%. So tourists will be affected, but tourism agencies have put out alerts, and of course both governments, and of course we've seen the U.S. embassies and Chinese embassies as well.
Yeah, so it's a serious threat for the ASEAN countries, as we are seeing. Of course, it's Christmas, Thailand, a hugely popular destination for many people. But also, Michael, when we look at this issue between Thailand and Cambodia, it's been ongoing for 4 decades. And it doesn't seem clear what's reignited this escalation we are seeing.
Well, there's a couple of things at play, and I would even say that it's gone. The tensions have existed for more than 100 years. Some would say that it was as far back as when the French left Cambodia and the border was set. The Thais were not necessarily happy with that, but there are issues that remain between these two countries. Some analysts have pointed to the skirmishes, of course, and the issue of landmines. The Thais accuse the Cambodians of planting new landmines, which have maimed and killed some Thai soldiers. But the other big issue that really has come into play, and it's no surprise, 2025, but there's been an awful lot of nationalistic propaganda on both sides of the border from all sorts of different people, sort of on social media, trumpeting the necessity for the Thais to stand up for their border and for the Cambodians not to back down. And that has created a little bit more tension, and it's also, analysts again would say that that's one of the reasons why there's nobody that is backing down at this point, because they feel they have to stand their ground.
And Wandi, we spoke about people being evacuated from where they live currently. What's the plan for them? Where are they taking these people to? Where are they finding safety within the country? Are they being looked after?
Of course, I mean, they have allocated areas, both in Thailand and Cambodia, to build makeshift shelters for residents. For example, I saw a photograph of children in a market, a market where you buy your vegetables. So they've they've allocated certain areas to make these makeshift evacuation centers. Yeah.
And that's the interesting part, right? Because when we think about it, it's a lot of people that are affected by this. Like you said, 125,000 people in Thailand alone have moved, 20,000 in Cambodia. But I wonder, Michael, if other things are on our mind now, and should tariffs be kept separate from peace deals that have made? Because this is something analysts are saying here. Donald Trump, and they got this ceasefire over the line because of tariff pressure, but now many people are saying, not quite sure that works.
When history books are written a few years from now, and we look back on the summer of 2025, it'll be very easy to talk about that as the summer of tariffs, where everybody was obsessed with it.
Yeah,
governments around
myself included.
Governments around the world were absolutely concerned that they had to do everything possible to make sure they stayed on the right side of Donald Trump, or else they were going to be irreparably damaged because of the size of the tariffs. So yes, I think pre-Donald Trump's second term, I believe that most people would have said, this is how diplomacy works, is that, military is one issue, nationalistic issues are another, tariffs, economic issues, military ones. These are all the different pieces. And sometimes you might pull one lever, hoping that something else will happen. But Donald Trump was very blatant throughout the summer about how if he didn't like something, he was going to impose tariffs. I'm Canadian. He has done that where he didn't like he didn't like a TV commercial that the province of Ontario put out during the World Series, and so he imposed tariffs and he cut off talks. So I wouldn't go so far as to say he's petty, but he certainly recognizes that there are a lot of issues that are happening around the world, some that he doesn't agree on. He'll speak out on them, and if they offend him so much because he is in this wonderfully powerful position, he will impose tariffs. So it's understandable that the Thais and the Cambodians were 100% willing to play ball.
What do you buy the person who has everything at Christmas? Well, now you can ask an AI chatbot for gift advice. From ChatGPT to Gemini, you can now search ideas and bargains for your friends and family, seemingly taking the stress out of shopping. Well, there we are. What do you make of this idea of 1D, and will you be using AI for your Christmas shopping?
I love bargains, of course. I mean, I love a good sale, and I also love shopping. I love walking into a store, smelling the product. That's just me. I'm a traditional shopper. When it comes to, obviously, using AI, I mean, it's great because it will make my shopping faster. And I'll be able, obviously, to compare prices and, all of that, and I'll save a lot more. But then, if we're talking about Xmas shopping, I'm going back to South Africa. I don't see how AI would be able to find the right retailer for chicken feet.
Well, we call it in Zimbabwe walkie-talkie, because it's
There's no
only
way.
the feet with the head. And I'm sure that if we went on AI, they wouldn't be able to find walkie-talkie, would they, Wandi?
No, I mean, there are certain African delicacies. I mean, I don't know if you've been to Africa. Have you?
I have not.
Oh, okay. So there are certain African delicacies where you have to walk into a store, and even furniture. You just have to feel the leather,
I think
I don't think AI can do that.
But I think that in Africa, that might be a completely different situation. But I think in many other parts of the world where most people will have goods and food delivered to them, I think that AI is an advantage. And I think it makes shopping more efficient. I do think that you can certainly compare prices. I think it's also, if your prompts are good, I think it can be very helpful in sparking an idea. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to purchase that, and it also doesn't mean that you're going to shop online. But at least you have a starting point if you're going to go to the mall, for instance.
I would be with Wandi on this again. I'm a traditional shopper. I love to give loads of thought to a gift and go in and buy a gift for somebody. I must admit something, I'm also a Christmas Eve shopper. I'm completely disorganized. So when I hear about AI, I think, oh God, you need to be really organized months in advance to start searching on it. I'm sort of the more traditional shopper, even though I'm lastminute.com. I still like a physical store. And I know AI, we talk about AI. What worries me is sometimes I order things off the internet and they look a little bit different when they arrive. Imagine
that's why you have to walk into a store.
Yeah.
Yes, but I would say that old school, you walk into a store, sometimes you know what you want to get. Sometimes it's to browse.
Oh, yeah.
And how is the browsing in person any different than the browsing online or the browsing that you're going to go through when you're using AI?
The dress always looks different.
Exactly.
In store, doesn't it, to online?
Exactly. I don't think AI knows my silhouette.
But you could put it in there.
Yes, you could. Absolutely could. Yes, of course you could. I mean, AI is so efficient at not just giving you ideas, but taking the information that you're giving so that it turns out the information that's accurate and tailored to your needs. And that's what makes it also scary, is that it can be just for you.
Exactly.
And it makes it kind of weird that we're giving AI so much personal information. It already knows everything, doesn't it?
But our phones know everything. I mean, I don't know why people are so concerned about the smallest detail when they're out shopping and somebody asks for their mobile number or they ask for an email address. I mean, they already have so much information. I mean, who doesn't have a Facebook account or an X account or an Instagram or TikTok account? And you're sharing so much information about where you live, how you dress, what you look like, what you're angry about, what gets you excited. And now people are concerned about the gift that they're getting for their mom is going to be somehow an issue of privacy.
Look, Leigh Ann, for me, I mean, I understand how the AI could drive up sales, but I'm more concerned now about, small businesses. Will they be able to afford this, type of technology?
And it's crushing our small businesses and the unique shops. It sort of takes the spirit out of things being a little bit different, because if we go into the big malls and stuff, there isn't very many independent stores anymore. It's all the big chain stores. And there has been a little bit of an argument when it comes to AI. How do you get these more unique platforms on that has one independent shop and it from not going under if not people aren't going to Christmas shop?
But the festive season, Christmas is, for the past number of years, decades, has been very much a commercial time. And I don't know that AI is doing anything more than making that time more efficient. We're still spending the same money, maybe with the big companies, maybe with the independent companies, but I don't know that AI is going to do anything other than make the consumer, make their process or their shopping experience easier. And I think that's what everybody wants. Whatever they do, they want something that's a little bit easier than what they did before.
Dare I say it, but I always think men are more likely to shop online for Christmas presents, and us women are more likely to go into the shop.
Let's take a poll right now.
think?
How many have an Amazon app on their phone, and how many have a shopping cart that's full of items? I bet you do. I bet you do.
I have an Amazon account, but it's empty.
Exactly.
I don't have
maybe it's empty now, but how many times during the course of a year does it have 8 or 12 things? I know so many. I have a daughter, I have a wife, and I have female colleagues, and they will tell me the size of their cart. And then they'll empty it all after a couple of months, and then they'll go through the process of filling it up again. Sometimes just putting it in the cart is enough of a shopping experience for them.
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes I try to like things on websites, like clothes. They might be a little bit expensive, but I love them. And then if a discount comes up, I see that it's much cheaper, so I'll buy it.
Yeah.
Something like that. But Lucy, our producer, is just telling me in my ear she is a woman and all her shopping's been online. She's done it all already, and it's all been done and dusted.
And she has great taste.
And she has great taste.
In clothes.
She's lots of. I haven't bought one Christmas present yet, but anyway. And an 88-year-old US Army veteran who spent years working full-time at a grocery store to make ends meet is finally getting a break. Ed Bambas went viral after Australian influencer Samuel Weidenhofer shared his story online, highlighting his financial struggles and also personal losses. The influencer set up a GoFundMe campaign that raised over $1.7 million, allowing Bambas to retire. Raul, this story went viral online. I don't know, most of us might have seen it, but how this particular story about Ed Bambas, how hard is it for seniors in America who do wish and dream of retiring, like we're always told we finally would?
Yeah. Well, it's becoming increasingly hard to retire in the US. First of all, the costs are rising much faster than income. So seniors are having to face, very high prices in housing, food, utilities, medical care. And at the same time, their social security is not rising that much. It's rising very modestly, not sort of in relation to the rising costs, which means that seniors end up with no social security or hardly enough. Basically, they're getting Social Security is the only means of income, and I think they pay around maximum $1,900 a month, which is barely enough to survive anywhere in the U.S. That's number one. Number two is Americans are living longer, yet they are living less healthy. So they are, they're living longer, yet they have more extensive medical bills, more expensive, also consistent care, assisted living, all of these things, and they're living with chronic illnesses that need, you need to throw money at it all the time. And also their Social Security or their pensions or Medicare, let's say, it does not cover any assisted living for these pensioners. And also we should not forget that, most traditional pensions have been, they have stopped, and now they have been replaced with the 401ks.
And in his case, in Ed's case, he actually worked for General Motors and the company went bankrupt, so he lost his pension. And that's also something that happened. And obviously, if you lose your pension and you also lose your medical insurance, so it was like a whole state of things that had happened to him, a chain of events. And he was making ends meet working at this grocery store. But, Jono, I saw the video online and it's so emotional because this lovely man, Ed, is doing 8 hours a day at the grocery store. He's making up the money where he can to be a little bit more comfortable. But should we be comfortable with influencers and viral videos stepping in to help people like Ed? Or is this a sign that basically, as Ralia was explaining, the system's just broken?
So I think from both sides on this, on one hand, you see this wonderful public response to a genuinely moving story, and it shows that human generosity still shines through, and I guess that does restore your faith in humanity somewhat. But the uncomfortable truth is that no 88-year-old should be working in a grocery store to make ends meet, and certainly shouldn't need a TikTok or a GoFundMe page to retire with dignity, having given 88 years of your life already to the working system. So that viral kindness kind of becomes a safety net. And what it then does as a chain reaction of events is highlights the systematic failures of everything from pensions, from healthcare, from elderly support, I think, in the Western world in general.
It's terrible.
Really is something to, they'll do studies on this and say, how did we get this so wrong? Influencers can help individuals, and it's wonderful for Ed. This is a lovely into a story with $1.7 million. He can retire. But what about everybody else? And it's 1 in 5 people who are over the age of 65 are still working. They're still actively working just to make ends meet. And then if you look at the senior 65 plus who are part-time working, that figure goes up to around almost 40%, just shy of 40%. Full-time employees is at 20%. That is a lot of people over the age of 65 who should be enjoying the prime of their life, retired, relaxing. And there's been systematic failures across the board.
I feel
undoubtedly.
I feel there's another dimension to this. It's not just a failure of the pension system or the financial, whatever, the social security system in the West. I think also there's a glitch or a problem in the culture as well and in the social system. Let me just do a very simple comparison. In the Arab world, in a lot of the Arab countries, there is, not in the Gulf maybe, but in other Arab countries, there is no social security in some countries, and some countries definitely have no pension systems. Okay, so in our culture, our pension fund are our children. Okay, and this, in general, Arab children, they grow up with this cultural idea that I have to take care of my parents. And therefore, you would find much less old people's homes in the Arab world than what you would find in the West. In fact, in the Arab world, you would find 2 brothers. Like I read this beautiful story about 2 Saudi brothers, old men, who went to court and fought over who is going to take care of their elderly mother. And the older son was saying, "I want to continue caring for her," while the younger son is saying, I want to care for her because my older brother is getting old and he cannot. And after, you know, the court ordered that the younger son should take care of her, it's very emotional. So this is, I think, this could be an answer also to the West's problem. It's not just about the social security system, it's about the culture as well.
And then once again, people are passing it off to the government, aren't they? It seems to be something the Western world do, rather than sort of taking a social responsibility for it themselves.
It is hugely expensive as well, and you mentioned care homes. They're hugely expensive. They're
vastly expensive,
crazy. Money and pensions will cover the bare minimum when it comes to an elderly care.
A lot of people have to sell their house.
And that's exactly what they will do, and they'll move into assisted living accommodation, or they'll move into an elderly people's home. But again, that is a Western culture, which is something that I think within the last 40 years, we've seen this flip from where it went, your elderly family will move in to live with you and they'll have their primary care in the homestead of their children. And it's moved from that to let's make it somebody else's problem. And luckily for Ed, at 88 years old, he's got his wits about him. He's well able to get out there and do this work, but he really shouldn't have to, nor should anyone who are in that age of their life. Enjoy, retire. The dimmer years of your life should be spent in convalescence, which I know my dad is a huge fan of, and has been for the last 15 years.
The problem, I think, is going to get worse in the next couple of decades.
Yes.
It's just even more expensive, and the longer and longer people do live. Paramount has launched a $108.4 billion hostile bid for Warner Brothers, challenging Netflix, which had reached a $72 billion takeover deal with the company. It comes after President Trump said he will be involved in the deal between Netflix and Warner Brothers Discovery after raising concerns about Netflix's big market share and the firm's combined size, saying it could be a problem. Jono, this has got really juicy and exciting today, hasn't it? Well, so we thought it was all kind of over on Friday. Netflix had won the bid. OK, great. Now there's a twist.
Well, there is, because Donald Trump's got involved, and you might think, well, why? Why is the President of the United States getting involved? He's a businessman at heart, and that's probably because he can. But what changes that? Paramount's bid is not really just about commercial anymore. It's political. It's a legal minefield as well, on top of everything else. But Donald Trump's team and him saying that he might be challenging parts of this deal, particularly around the control of the platform and licensing, this simply stems down to who will Paramount support? Paramount owns CBS, 60 Minutes. That's a personal one. Paramount Plus, MTV, Comedy Central, and a lot of these have taken a pop at the administration or at Donald Trump personally in the past. So mainstream media in general, Donald Trump has viewed it, as we know, as hostile towards him. So any change in ownership raises that big question for Trump and for the team in the White House. Who will the network now support? Who will oppose him? Who will go neutral in this situation? So any change in the media, very Rupert Murdoch-esque, will be something that Donald Trump would like to have his fingers in the pie of. And that's why we're seeing that. That's why this will lead the stories, the bulletins. And as you say, you worry about Netflix controlling the majority of leadership and media in the US. He will look at this and see if this is going to be a takeover, which could potentially hamper his further efforts for a third term.
But this is quite an interesting one, because we have to look at the Paramount Skydance, the bid they've put in. It's a superior alternative to Netflix, delivering more cash upfront to shareholders. So Paramount will offer $30 per share. Netflix will offer $27.5 per share. Okay. Now, also, Netflix deals mean that it will take over the streaming services from Warner Brothers, but the Paramount deal, they'll take it all over, which is really interesting. So when we look at it, Paramount will buy more of Warner Brothers, Netflix will just buy the streaming services. And Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, is among the financial partners Paramount is working with as part of the deal.
And that explains why President Trump...
It's so interesting, right? Because there's lots of different things coming into play here. If we have a look at about it, Donald Trump wants to get involved. Jared Kushner's involved in part of the Paramount funding. And now we've seen this big sort of swoop in, which is going to make it, I think, a bit messy when Paramount do go for this Warner Brothers deal.
It sounds like
because Netflix has already been given it.
I'm personally happy that Game of Thrones is going to be on Netflix. Personally,
I've never watched
it. It does. You never watched them?
No, I never watched it. He's never watched it.
I've never watched it either. No.
Yeah,
one episode and I fell asleep.
Well, it's the best TV show in history.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, and not, this is not my
According to Rabia.
Not my opinion, honestly, not my
But I want to talk to you because some of the Netflix productions actually came up in the Golden Globes. One that I watched, The Beast in Me. Beast in the Beast, is that the name? I always forget the name. But I watched a few of them. Tell us about those
well, I'll tell you about
Golden
some of
Globes.
the nominations for the Golden Globes. The most nominated film, apparently, was One Battle After Another. It's by Warner Brothers, and it led with 9 nominations, including Best Motion Picture, musical or comedy. As far as top drama contenders, you have Sentimental Value, which is by Neon, which is an independent production, I think. And Sinners, which is by Warner Brothers. They're strong contenders for Best Motion Picture Drama with 8 or 7 nominations, respectively. And then you have the leading studio by volume. Apparently, the independent studio, Neon, as I said, received the most film nominations, over 21 films. Now, Netflix also has some film nominations. Frankenstein, also K-pop Demon Hunters, and Nouvelle Vague. I haven't watched any of those.
I've watched Frankenstein.
I haven't.
I don't know if you have.
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah, I watched Frankenstein.
Good movie, but again,
Good
I think
movie.
Netflix is what's the Grammys. What makes them? The Golden Globes. What makes them different is that they're a bit more playful than anything the Oscars will do, and I think the Oscars always tick the boxes for the big spending, big hitting, spectacle type movies, whereas the Golden Globes tend to take into account, like you said, the independent movies.
The
and
more indie stuff.
Stuff
yeah.
that's a bit more off-piste, more than anything else. So it's historically been a bit more playful than the Oscars, and I think they mix up the prestige with popularity in this. And I think that's why you missed out on things like Wicked getting a nod. Because, I mean, it's a massive movie and it was 3 hours long, but the whole thing was just tripe, wasn't it? But if you love those big box office movies, when the Oscars come around, it'll be nodded left, right and centre.
I must say that, I mean, I don't know how you guys feel, but I have not been watching a lot of movies recently, since Netflix, since the streaming trend, since all the series. And I think it's, I mean, I don't know if it's just me, but it feels that sort of we're moving away from movies in general.
I've never watched
nobody
movies,
goes to,
so I'm the worst person to ask.
I mean, who
must
goes
have
to
missed
the
something.
cinema
Well,
now?
nobody. That's what I think.
Yeah, no
Global
one
cinemas
goes
is
to
down
cinema.
80% from pre-COVID levels, and I think we changed our habits and we never got back into going to the cinema again. And now your Bollywood movies are the big hitters in the box office, but your Hollywood movies, unless they're on streaming services, nobody's really giving a hoot.
I do think that what is quite interesting, I just think that right now the Golden Globes nominations included podcasts for the first time ever.
Yes,
and
you
I found that fascinating because, as you say, we're listening to things more. We might not be going to the cinema, but there's been podcasts are such a hit now, and just the amount of people who listen to them. So I thought that there was a podcast category, and my favourite podcast...
I think about time they have such a category.
Call Her Daddy, Leigh Ann Gerrans' favourite podcast, was nominated. So
congratulations then.
There were everyone take a
Hope you
listen to Call Her Daddy. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, also follow us on X. We'll be back on Monday. Goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson, coming up on the programme. On this, the first anniversary of the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad, we find out today how is that day being marked in Syria. And we ask, is everyone celebrating? And what's changed during these last 12 months? And what are the new leadership's key priorities? Lots to come in this edition. Hello and welcome to the programme. Now, all eyes are on Syria today as the country marks 1 year since the fall of Bashar al-Assad. Exactly 1 year ago today, on the 8th of December 2024, the Assad family's 53-year grip on power ended, bringing Ahmad al-Shara to the presidency. Well, Assad's 14 years in power were marked by a devastating civil war which pushed 6.8 million Syrians to flee the country, and it left more than 620,000 people dead. Well, fast forward to today, Syria is stepping back onto the global stage, socially and economically. Across the country, people are celebrating, even as Syria continues to grapple with some sectarian divisions and daunting tasks like rebuilding after more than a decade of war. Well, we're joined now by Ambassador Bassam Barabandi, who is in the Syrian Foreign Affairs Ministry. He joins us now from Damascus. Ambassador, thank you very much indeed for joining us on Arabiya English. I'd like to just start by asking you, on this historic first anniversary, where were you when you got the news that Bashar al-Assad had fled Syria?
Tom, thank you very much. Actually, we were in D.C. with my colleagues, my friends, my family, and we were watching the TV like all the Syrians did at that time, and it was really very exciting news. It was like, like a dream. It was a beautiful dream. And here we are now, 1 year later, I'm in Damascus.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a really interesting story because you were a Syrian diplomat under Bashar al-Assad and you defected from the Assad regime in 2013. And you didn't just defect, you actually helped people in the opposition in a number of ways. You helped people flee persecution by Bashar al-Assad. So I just wonder, I mean, how surreal does it feel to think that Bashar al-Assad, after 54 years of his country his family leading the country, is no longer in power?
Look, I believe in the case. I believe that what's right is right, that what's wrong is wrong. That's why I defected. That's why I helped so many Syrians. So, I mean, all the civil society that I tried to help to flee Syria or to be run away from this Sadnaya jails and other things. So I believe in that cause, that I believe this will be end. Even the last, let's say, 16 months from now, when the old indicators that Assad is back to the international arena and he was accepted and so on and so forth, I was insisting this is not real. This cannot survive. This kind of regime, this kind of mentality, this kind of distractions cannot survive. And luckily I was right. And today, when I come back to Damascus, where he flee, like all other Syrians, when I came from flight from DC to Damascus, my flights, lately we get Syrians who came from Korea. People came from Norway, from Sweden, from England. We were literally coming from all over the world to celebrate this day. It was amazing. The flight is something like 200 passengers, and almost we have maybe 20 different passports on the flights. But again, what's right is right. This is the whole concept of life. What's right is right, and he wasn't right. He was never right. He had his regime. Today in Damascus, just to give you a little bit about feelings about the people, people are really happy. This is a very important point. There's big challenges, definitely big issues to think about it. But deep inside, when you look about the people in the street, people are relaxing, comfortable, believing in the future. They are really happy that there's no more Assad. We are really happy that we don't belong to the city of silence, city of walls, city of jails. People become acting normal. They are happy normally. They are acting normally. There's no more supervisions. All this kind of psychological pressure that it has been on Syria for the last 60 or 70 years, not anymore. That's the happiness, literally. I'm not saying it's that the situation is ideal. There's so many roads. There's no lights. There's pollution is high, for example. But nobody cares. Literally, no one cares. People are really happy in the street. Big hopes, big hope for Syria. Tomorrow will be much better Syria than today.
Okay, and I just want to ask you, because Al Arabiya has been circulating some videos that it obtained of Bashar al-Assad driving his car around. We don't know exactly what date they're from, but they reveal quite a lot about the character of the man. And I'm wondering what your reaction was when you saw those videos.
Look, what we saw in this video is just prove everything we were believing in him. When we say he's reckless, he's crazy, he's maniac, he doesn't care about his people, he doesn't care about the country, regardless of what slogans he's doing. He looked down to all the Syrians, regardless if they are loyal or non-loyal. When we used to say this, even the people who was with Assad or pro-Assad that time, they always criticize us. Today, they saw it themselves. The question is more for the people loyal to Assad, who defend Assad, rather than to the people who were against Assad. Because they saw it firsthand by his voice that he doesn't care. He not only he doesn't care, he has no respect to them, no respect of whatever sacrifice they were doing for him to stay in power. He's looking down for all his allies, for all his people, for all his community. That big shocking, I think, for them. If they knew that video 5 years ago, I think things will change 5 years ago. No one is worth it to die for this person, but he used everybody to survive. And today he's surviving. He has billions of dollars. He's living in Moscow, whereas all his community is really in very bad shape.
Right, and quite embarrassing for him being in Moscow, because one of the comments he made in those leaked videos was regarding the appearance of the Russian president, Vladimir Putin. I mean, do you think that's going to make his stay even more uncomfortable?
He should. I don't know. I think the best thing Russia can do is just send it back to Damascus. His crimes cannot be hid. Nobody can justify it. Even the Russians, they say we always support our allies. He is not that ally that needs to be supported. He has a lot of blood, kind of stability in the Middle East, that this person and his regime, they should be in fair, transparent trials. Syrian people should know everything about this person, everything about these people, every activities they did, supporting ISIS, supporting Hezbollah, supporting Iran, the mass killing they did for Lebanese, for Syria, for Palestinians, for Iraqis. Their blood is everywhere. They have American blood, they have European blood in their hands, they have Syrian blood in their hands. So we need transparent trial. We need international trials for this regime. It's literally to know what's happening, to know why this is happening. We don't deserve, as a Syrian or the people in the region, the kind of suffering we had. Look at what they did in Iraq, how many Iraqis were killed because of them, how many Syrians, the last 15 years only. Not forget about what Assad's father did in Hama or did for the Syrian community. What they did in Lebanon, the occupation of Lebanon, look how much they destroyed Lebanon, how many Palestinians were killed, and so on and so forth. I think it's for the history record. We need international, transparent trial for this person and all his family or his regime, literally to understand the scale of damage, the scale of destruction they did to not only for Syria and the whole region as a whole.
What have we learned during these last 12 months that we didn't already know about the Assad regime? People describe his regime as being a sort of a narco regime that derived a lot of its revenue from drug trafficking. It's been described as corrupt. It's been described as cruel. From all the evidence that we've managed to gather during the last 12 months, for example, the raid on Sednaya prison, the prison records, government records, what have we learned that we didn't know before about who Bashar al-Assad was and what he stood for?
I tell you something more different things. What we learned that the Syrian people loves lives. The Syrian people, they can live in coexisting. After Assad fall down, everybody was expecting to have a big massacres, a big civil war among Syrians. This didn't happen. It shows that Assad, even he tried his best to destroy the Syrian society, but the DNA of Syrian is overcome what Assad planned to do. He thought that Assad, when he flee Syria, that there will be literally a huge civil war among Syrians, among all this. But Syrian proved till today, after 1 year, that we are in much different place, much safer place than before. What he did, it's again, what we saw later on is just to prove what we know about the Sednaya scales, about Sednaya, all other things. Everybody was well known, well documented. When the Assad flee, we just have first-hand information about the document that already documented, like Caesar pictures. Everybody knows Caesar picture, know what happens, where it happens, who were in charge of that. Some people, they were skeptical that this is true, this is fake, this is whatever. After Assad flee, we saw that what Caesar shows us is literally nothing comparing to the reality. 2 days before, 3 days before, Reuters, I think, International Journalists Association investigation, they published something like more than 80,000 new case about people were killed under Assad. What we know is exactly, again, we're back to the trial issue, international transparent trial issue. The scale of destruction that Assad did is far beyond what we know till today. The Pentagon that you mentioned till today, that it's not a secret, but it's not too much focus about the scale of that industry. The partners that they held him, the mafia, international mafia that held him. The Pentagon reached to Italy, reached to Brazil, reached to Central Asia. So it was made in Syria. So who are their partners? Where are they? So we have so many questions that we don't know. We know that guy has a flee. He take all his money. And that's mainly the things. But it needs too much digging, too much investigation, too much to know really how bad the situation was, how bad he was integrated into the mafia life rather than a statehood life. It's big challenges for Syria, but again, when I come to Syria, when I meet with people, normal people, we people who live in diaspora, we have the leverage of thinking. We have leverage of thinking about what should be done, what should not be done. We are far away. When I came here, I have a few hours. People don't care. People are really happy. They feel Assad has done. We have a new phase, new chapters. We want to enjoy it. We want to build our Syria. We want to have civil within ourselves, peaceful within our own societies. People, they believe in Sharia that he is the person who will take Syria to right place. People supporting him. Big hope for next year. All the sanctions will be waived by the end of this year, all kinds of sanctions, Caesar and other U.S. sanctions on Syria. So tomorrow will be better, inshallah, for Syria and Syria.
Okay, and just lastly, Ambassador, I want to ask you, a lot has happened during these last 12 months. This time a year ago, we were watching with disbelief the scenes of people ransacking the presidential palace and tearing down portraits of Bashar al-Assad and Hafiz al-Assad, his father. In the last 12 months, what has stood out for you as being perhaps the most striking image, the most important sort of photographic moment of the last 12 months?
I think when the people, when they went to the president's house, they destroyed that narrative that this person untouchable, this regime untouchable. When they went to the presidency, to the palace, that the symbolic of the state, the security state, when they went to Hafiz Assad graveyard in Kurdaha, and that things that shows that this regime has collapsed, that shows that there's no more fear, that the people will overcome the dictatorship. That's really the end. That was the real. If you are watching the movie, that was the last scene. That this dictatorship, this is the fear government, fear regime has collapsing. When the people, the normal people, they were not armed, they were just neighbors or living around that place, when they stormed the presidency and they stormed the Assad graveyard in his hometown, Kurdaha. That was the end of the movie. That was the end of that chapters. And that was really the turning point that we're still living till today.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Ambassador Bassam Barabandi, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir. Well, we're joined now by Hazem Al-Ghabra, who's a Syrian-born former senior advisor to the U.S. State Department. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us, Hazem. You were born in Damascus, I gather, and I just want to ask you, what was your reaction this time a year ago when you got the news that Bashar al-Assad had fled the country?
Surprised, happy. I grew up under that regime. Not really much under Bashar Assad's regime. I was in the U.S. most of that time, but under the Assad family regime, It was not a good existence. I mean, growing up, especially as a teenager, in such an oppressive environment, in every way possible. I mean, that oppression leaked into schools, into your daily life, into conversations you have with your own family sometimes. So it was a very happy moment, and really a moment of hope, because for a while we really thought Syria will never change. And now there is a tangible opportunity for tangible change to the better. And we're seeing it happen right now.
Right. I mean, it did look at one point as though Bashar al-Assad was never going to be ousted. And it took a lot of people by surprise. And, you know, in your own family, there's an anecdote, isn't there, of falling foul of the Assad regime. Your mum was a TV presenter based in Washington, working for Syrian state TV. And her show suddenly got cancelled, and team members were fired because what? She didn't get prior permission for interviewing someone? What happened?
Such an interesting story. So this is back during a period that was dubbed the Spring of Damascus. You know, this was almost two and a half decades ago now. But for a little while, there was hope for change, for positive change. I think Bashar thought maybe we open up the society a little bit, create some minor reform, a lot of them were token reform, but most of that was stemming from fears as the Iraq war was ramping up. And he was concerned that the U.S. operation would expand into Syria. So he wanted to do a few touch-ups to just make a point that, you know, he's pro-reform. Anyhow, my mother had a TV show called Transatlantic by contract with the Syrian National Television, mainly to present or to interview Americans, align points of view, and bring the American perspective into Syrian society. It was a great idea, to be honest, and the show was doing pretty well till she visited Damascus and interviewed the U.S. ambassador to Damascus. The interview was not controversial in any way, shape, or form. There was a conversation about peace in the Middle East. And I think the U.S. ambassador was somewhat critical of the Syrian role, and especially in the Israeli-Arab conflict. Not too critical, but he made a comment. Somehow, censorship did not notice that phrase. My mother came back through Washington. We were sitting, and this is back, you know, this is 2003, I think, around that time. We're watching on a small CRT monitor, you know, the very blurry web stream of the Syrian television. All of a sudden, you know, 10 minutes into the show, screen goes to black. Nothing. 4 hours. Nothing. Then the broadcast resumes hours later. Obviously, we pick up the phone. We try to contact the people at the television. No answers. No, including the head of the television was not answering his phone. Next morning, we wake up to newspaper articles, specifically the Future newspaper out of Lebanon, the Hariri family's newspaper. And the headline was "A Massacre in the Syrian Television, 16 directors fired over this show." This is how ridiculous that regime has always been. You know, for a phrase uttered by an American ambassador that he's solely responsible for, they end up firing half of the television and obviously canceling my mother's show. You know, probably every moment in Syria had a token anecdote of oppression, censorship, and hostility toward the Syrian citizen by the government.
And Hazem, from that point onwards, did you and your mother refrain from going back to Syria? Did you feel it was dangerous for you to go back to Syria?
She never went back. She definitely did not go back. I went, once in 2010 for 8 hours for a wedding. and that was it for me as well. Unfortunately, it's a place that if you are even attempting to be an activist in that country in any way, shape, or form, you're rewarded by very bad memories, and memories that make it very hard to go back.
Okay, just watching what we've learned during these last 12 months, the prisons that have been opened, the documents that have surfaced and come to public attention. What do you think we've learned about the realities of the Assad regime? Just how bad were they as people?
I guess one of the best examples I've seen were the videos released by Arabiya the past few days of Bashar Assad's conversations with his advisor. The only parallel I can think of is Emperor Nero in the year 64, while Rome was burning, and he's just playing his fiddle. The detachment from reality. I mean, we're talking about the president of the country here, with his senior advisor, driving through the rubble that was a direct result of his actions. And he seems like a foreigner. He seems unaware or detached completely from what's happening. It's very, very, it's hard to explain, to be honest. This person felt no responsibility, no remorse, the conversation they were having, as if he has no role in what happened or what's about to happen in the future. It's hard to understand. I think it's going to take years. And, as Syria engages further in the transitional justice, the work needed, obviously interviewing the commanders during that time, I don't think Assad had control at some point. He lost control. Probably around 2013, 2014, he was involved, but he did not lead the country anymore. The military security apparatus that he created or he supported started taking a greater role beyond what he can control at that point. It's very interesting. It's, but all of dictatorships end up this way. And people go back and ponder, how did such person oppress the masses? How did such incapable individual threaten the lives of millions, not only in Syria, but in neighboring countries as well? How did he become a drug kingpin at some point? All of these questions are very worthy of pondering.
Yeah, I mean, a lot has happened in the last 12 months. I mean, some of the most striking moments have been in May, seeing the new president of Syria, President Ahmed al-Shara, being embraced by President Trump in Riyadh, and then being invited to the White House in November. I mean, has all of that seemed a bit surreal to you as a Syrian national living in Washington, seeing the first ever Syrian president being invited into the Oval Office?
Well, it was surreal for me as a Syrian citizen and also a former senior advisor at the Department of State. The speed of which the transition of Syria, and especially the Syrian government, has had, specifically with the relationship with the United States, it's stunning. It's, we always said the U.S. government is like an aircraft carrier. You cannot just turn it quickly. It takes time and effort and work to maneuver. But we have to admit here that, and we have to thank, actually, the government of Saudi Arabia and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman for his personal role and his government's role in helping Syria break out diplomatically. I mean, as you mentioned, the first meeting with President Trump happened in Riyadh. And we all know it's through direct request by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. It's that meeting, I think, set Syria on the course where, not only President Ahmed Shara made it to Washington, but also enjoyed a very unique relationship with the largest and strongest country in the world right now. It's great. However, I think now that the sanctions are about to get fully lifted and the Caesar Act is about to be repealed, the real work begins in Syria. You know, where the Syrian people, whether in the country or abroad, are expecting quite a bit when it comes to education, political reform, social reform, economic reform, of course. I don't envy President Shara. His work is definitely cut out for him.
Okay, it certainly is. Well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. We're out of time now. Hazem Al-Ghabra, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir. Let's get more now. We can speak to Alexei Goncharenko, Ukrainian MP, who joins us now. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Goncharenko. President Trump at the moment seems to be questioning the democratic nature of Ukraine and saying that President Zelensky is using the war as an excuse not to hold elections. How do you respond to that?
First, Ukraine is democracy. Second, yes, we don't have elections because of the security situation. I am in opposition to President Zelensky, and I don't want to see him Ukrainian president after next elections. But I can confirm that the security situation in Ukraine is just impossible for carrying out elections. If we're speaking about elections as a real elections, not just about some moment when somebody is coming somewhere and making some mark in the ballot. But if we're speaking about elections as a free campaign, rallies, debates, all of this, which we call elections, when people make their conscious choice, we can't have it. And to have elections, we need to end the war. And after this, we definitely need to have elections, but only after the end of the war.
Right. So you're an opponent of President Zelensky, but you agree with this stance that whilst aerial bombardment is taking place of your country and part of your country is under Russian occupation, it would be impossible for elections to take place. And this is something we've heard.
Absolutely. Just imagine one thing to you. First historical example, United Kingdom. There was no elections between 1935 and 1945, despite the fact that there was no ground fighting on the territory of the islands itself. But because of German bombardment, they couldn't do this. And we have land fighting. And we have everyday land fighting, and plus bombardments of Russians throughout the whole country. We have, unfortunately, very tragic. For example, one event. It was the last goodbye to one person in a village not far from a front line in Kharkiv region, and one Russian missile came, and I think 60 people were killed in a moment. Just imagine how we will provide security to people coming to their polling stations. How can we do this?
Right. Well, President Zelensky has said that he's happy to hold elections. He can do so, he says, within, let's say, a 3-month time period. That seemed to be the time frame he was suggesting, if security is guaranteed. Do you think he'd win an election if an election was held in 3 months from now?
First of all, I didn't get his last comment about this because I can't understand what does it mean. So, and after these 3 months, again, the war? Oh, the war will be stopped just for 3 months? What does it mean? I can't get it. So I think my personal view is next. We need to end the war. We need to have sustainable peace. And after this, definitely, we need to have elections. But after the war will be finished, and not just in the middle of the war. Because I can't imagine what did they mean and what did Zelensky mean by saying this. Speaking about his chances, it's subjective, you know. I can't speak on behalf of all Ukrainian people. I can tell you just my personal thought. My personal thought is that Mr. Zelensky has no chances to be re-elected. And it doesn't matter much when the elections will happen. But it's my personal view. By the way, Zelensky himself promised when he ran for the first time in 2019, he said that I'm running at that time just for one term. So one term, it was 5 years. Now he's the president already for 6.5. So I think the best thing for him would be not to run. But it's up to him. So he will make his own choice, and then Ukrainian people will decide.
It's strange, isn't it, that Russia's been making these same accusations of Ukrainian democracy, saying the country is essentially run by Nazis and the country is not at all democratic and elections need to take place. And now we're in a situation where President Trump, he's not talking about the Nazi aspect, but he's saying some other quite similar things. Why do you think he's saying this right now?
First of all, it's very funny to listen to something like this from Russia, which is not a state and where there is no elections at all. Because the comedy they're making each several years, it's nothing. Putin is an emperor, it's a monarchy, and who would talk about democracy? It's really ridiculous. Speaking about President Trump, why he's saying about elections, I think President Trump is not a big fan of President Zelensky. Their relationships are quite difficult, maybe because of this. But it doesn't matter. President Trump can say what he thinks he needs to say. It's up to him. But we need to explain. And I'm absolutely sure that when explained, President Trump will understand himself that it is impossible to have elections in Ukraine. Again, it's not that somebody wants and somebody not. It's just physically impossible.
Does it sound to you like President Trump is becoming more sympathetic to the Russians than he is to the Ukrainians?
No, I don't think so. I think President Trump is sympathetic to Americans and to himself. That's what I think. And I think he tries to reach peace. And that's something we need like badly. We need peace as soon as possible. And if President Trump will help us to achieve sustainable peace with a dignity to Ukraine, I think we need to raise monuments to him in Ukrainian cities. That would be great, and we would be super thankful to him for this. And I am very thankful that he continues his efforts. It doesn't matter what moves him by him. I don't know. Maybe he wants Nobel Peace Prize. Some people are saying, it's some political reasons inside the United States. It doesn't matter for me at all. We need peace, and President Trump is trying, and he pushes. So thanks to him. The only thing I would advise him is to push Russians more. Because the problem is not in Ukraine. Ukraine agreed for ceasefire in March of this year. And if Russia would agree in March, the war would be over for almost 1 year already. The war continues because Russia doesn't want to stop. So the efforts should be on Russia. The pressure should be on Russia to stop the war because Ukraine is ready.
Sure, and obviously Ukraine didn't invade itself. I just want to ask you, Ukrainian officials are expected to hand over today their latest peace proposals to the American side, to American negotiators. I'm just wondering what sort of a reception the latest push for peace is going to get from the Americans, given that they seem to be much more in favor of compromise, and the Europeans and the Ukrainians seem to be absolutely clear they're not giving up any territory at all. How do you think this will go down?
I think this is diplomacy. So we have some propositions, some okay for us, some not. We need to work with those which are not okay for us. So territorial question is super difficult. One more thing which I would mention is security guarantees. Because we have zero reasons to believe Russia and Russian words. We had so many agreements with them, and they broke all of them. They invaded Ukraine unjustified. They gave guarantees in 1994 when we voluntarily gave up nuclear weapons, the third largest arsenal in the world, to them. They gave guarantees that they will never attack Ukraine, and they broke this promise, and many, many times. So the only reason why we can believe that Russia will not attack Ukraine again is if we will have security guarantees which will prevent them from doing this. And the best security guarantee is the security treaty with the United States ratified by US Congress, because we shouldn't be the hostage of possible political changes in the United States. So it should be a absolutely full-fledged international treaty ratified by both parliaments, and that can be a real security guarantee.
What do you make of the latest deadline? Accept this deal or accept an agreement by Christmas. That seems to be the message from the Trump administration. Is that a realistic deadline?
I can't confirm it. I've never heard something of this kind that there is. We heard about Thanksgiving deadline from media, but then Trump said himself there is no deadline. Now we hear about Christmas. I heard about first anniversary of Trump's inauguration as a deadline. But I think it's a very complicated process, and it's quite hard to have any deadlines in such process. But for Ukraine, quicker is better. Today is better than tomorrow. Tomorrow is better than the day after tomorrow.
Okay, fair enough. One of the things we've heard from President Zelensky again and again on this key sticking point of giving up territory. He says, I can't. The Constitution doesn't give me the right, neither does international law give me the right as President of Ukraine to simply hand over territory. What do you make of that argument? Is he right?
Yeah, he is right. And don't forget that we're speaking not just about territories, we're speaking about people. Several 100,000 people are living on these territories. What to do with them? So I think this is absolutely unjustified Russian demand. Russians failed to take this territory under control during more than 11 years of war, almost 12 years. So they failed to do this. Now they want to do this by negotiations. It's not fair. So I think Americans should also agree with this. We need to stop this war on the current lines. It will also be not according to international law because this is Ukrainian territory. But unfortunately, we can't kick off Russians from our territories. But Russians also can't take what they want. So it's time to stop this war. And these territories will be legally occupied by Russia. I don't know for how long, but I am sure the day will come. This empire will fall apart like it happened 100 years ago, then 30 years ago. They will fall apart again, and we will retake all our territories after this, but only after.
Okay, and I wanted to ask you about the situation on the battlefield, because there are conflicting reports. The Russians say they've taken the city of Pokrovsk. The Ukrainians said they haven't done so yet. What's your understanding?
My understanding is, I'm sure for your viewers, it doesn't matter at all. What is Pokrovsk? Pokrovsk is a town, it was a town before full-scale invasion of 60,000 people. So it's not a big town even, it's quite small town or medium-sized town. Now it's completely ruined. Maybe there are several hundred people there. I don't know, maybe 500, 600 people. That's it. And ruins. And Russians tried to take it for 15 months. So Russian army and Russian Federation, being the biggest country in the world, can't take the town of 60,000 people long ago for 15 months. So maybe they will take it, I don't know, in a week or in 2 days or in 1 month. What does it matter? Pokrovsk is not strategical from any point of view. It's just a small ruined town now, the same ruined towns as others which Russia took. Russia failed to take any big city of Ukraine, any key cities, Kiev, Kharkiv, Odessa, any regional center. They just failed. So they're just for 15 months, and they lost tens of thousands of people just to take this tiny town.
Okay, well, thanks for giving us the latest on that. I wonder what the reaction has been in Ukraine to the latest comments by President Trump about Europe as a whole. I mean, not just the EU, because he's also targeting, it would appear, the United Kingdom as well in his comments, calling the continent weak, well, the leadership weak, saying that the continent faces civilizational erasure or words to that effect. Has that caused alarm in Ukraine, given that Europe is such a staunch ally of Ukraine?
Europe is a key ally, and I want to thank all our allies, both Europe and United States, for all support we are receiving. But unfortunately, I should agree, at least partially, with President Trump. I think Europe should be much more active. And it's hard for me to argue when President Trump is saying, why Europe is still buying Russian energy resources just to finance the war against Europe, because it's not just the war against Ukraine, it's the war against Europe. Why Europe is giving money to their enemy to do this? Why Europe can't make a decision about seizing of Russian frozen assets? Why Europe can't make decision about sending troops to Ukraine, not to fight on the front line, we're not asking for this, but to show a reassurance force in the rear of Ukraine, just to show that Putin will not succeed in his goal to wipe off Ukraine from the map of the world. Why Europe is just following what United States are saying or doing? Where is the initiative from Europe? Where is proactive approach from Europe? Unfortunately, we don't see it, and it's a big pity.
But hasn't the British Prime Minister at least been quite proactive in terms of what we've heard from him and his predecessors as well? Are you saying it's all of Europe, including the UK, or would you single out the EU for having, in your opinion, been hesitant or perhaps not having upheld, one standard?
With all respect, once again, thanks to British government also for their support to Ukraine. We value it very much. But all I mentioned is relevant for United Kingdom too. United Kingdom did not make decision to seize Russian frozen assets. United Kingdom is leading this coalition of willing, which is speaking for already 1 year about sending troops to Ukraine. 1 year. So is it coalition of willing or coalition of talking? And other questions. So we are very thankful, but the war is not somewhere far away from Europe. The war is in Europe. And if Russia wouldn't be stopped in Ukraine, they will go further. So I think Europe should have much more robust answer.
Right, so perhaps those comments from President Trump will be a wake-up call for Europe. And just lastly...
Wake-up calls already, but I hope that will work.
OK, well, it's certainly the harshest language I think anyone in Europe has heard so far, so perhaps it will work as electric shock therapy. Just lastly, one thing that President Zelensky has said on X today, he said that China is taking steps to intensify cooperation with Russia, and that, he said, included military-industrial cooperation. I'm wondering what you read into that. Do you think that's a message to the United States in terms of the timing of that comment?
I think that just shows once again, it's not just Russia. It's Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, these axis of chaos. And they are attacking not just Ukraine, but the whole civilized world. So President Trump has absolutely all reasons to say this, and it's true.
OK, well, we're going to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed. Alexei Gorochenko, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
Well, we're joined now by Sergei Markov, who is a former spokesperson of the Russian President Vladimir Putin. He joins us now from Moscow. Mr. Markov, thank you for joining us. We've heard in the last 24 hours or so the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov praising President Trump for his role in the Ukraine peace effort. He says he is the only Western leader who shows an understanding of the reasons that made war in Ukraine inevitable. And I'm just wondering, as a Russian and someone who's close to President Putin, does it feel to you like President Trump is more on Russia's side than on Ukraine's side?
Of course not. Same time, Sergei Lavrov told that Donald Trump didn't take out anti-Russian sanctions, and even he added anti-Russian sanctions. The sanction against the biggest Russian oil companies, Rosneft and Lukoil. Also, under the leadership of the Donald Trump, with his presidency, almost during the year, United States giving so-called intelligence information to Ukrainian army. It's not intelligence information. It's direct targeting of the rocket missiles and drones to the Russian cities and Russian position of the Russian army. Ukraine has no satellite group. And satellite group which making targeting of the Ukrainian rocket missiles, the drones, they are American, belong to American army. And the chief of this American army is American President Donald Trump. That's why, of course, absolutely sure Donald Trump is against Russia. He's taking part in the war against Russia. and he's on the Ukrainian side. But same time, Donald Trump understands that Ukraine is losing the war, and also Donald Trump has very clear demand from American people to stop any possibility of the nuclear war between Russia and America, because in such nuclear war, all Americans will be killed by Russian nuclear rocket missiles. And Donald Trump is trying to give response to this demand of American people, and he tried to avoid direct confrontation between Russia and America. Same time, he understands very well that to give money to Vladimir Zelensky is just losing of money, because all these 3 years shows that Ukrainian army has no chance, even with great Western support, to crush Russian army, and also because leaders of Ukrainian government, they are corrupted, very corrupted politicians. In fact, they're criminals. And it means that Zelensky will steal a lot of American army, and then the Ukrainian army will be not able to crush Russian army. So that's why Donald Trump wants to stop this anti-Russian project, which he is one of the leaders of. And for the stopping this project, he come with idea of ceasefire to Vladimir Putin. And Vladimir Putin told him, I'm sorry, Mr. Trump, we already tried to ceasefire. It's called Minsk I and Minsk II agreement. Please go and see what was this fire come to. Leaders of France and Germany told, we just use this ceasefire for making tricks with Russia and just to giving more weaponry to Ukrainian army and making more, how to say, anti-Russian change of the Ukrainian political system, which we call terror against, and in fact it was terror. And we don't want to repeat this ceasefire. What if you really want to stop this war? You should not ask to have again ceasefire, which come to the big war again. But you should talk about resolution of the reasons of those war, which is means that should be neutrality of Ukraine and stopping of the violent derussification of Ukrainian society and stopping terror against Ukrainian people who believe that Ukraine and Russia should be friendly. It's very simple.
Okay, you've made lots of points there. I'm going to pick you up on a couple of them. First of all, I heard you there talking about this as a war. 4 years long, we've heard about a special military operation from the Russian side, and I just heard you there talking about a war. Has the language changed?
Of course, this is the war. Yeah. And Vladimir Putin a few times mentioned this term war, and some other officials sometimes mentioned this war. But nevertheless, Putin also many times stressed that it's not a normal regular war. It's special military operation because of few reasons. First of all, it's not war between Russia and Ukraine, as a lot of people want to show. No, it's war Western coalition who use Ukrainian army as their proxy army against Russia. It's not Ukrainian people who run Ukrainian government. It's Western countries, first United States and Great Britain, and now Great Britain and European Union run Ukrainian government. And this is neo-colonial regime. It's not government of Ukrainian people. So we don't fight against Ukraine. We fight against Ukrainian army to liberate Ukrainian people from such neo-colonial regime. It's first. And secondly, for us, Ukrainians, they're Russians. 75% of them speak Russian language. Everybody knows this. Kiev was Russian capital during 3 centuries. Ukraine was part of the Russia more than 1,000 years. That's why for us it's civil war. It means that Russian military strikes is very careful. I was giving some kind of military arithmetics, and I would say the brutality of Russian army in Ukraine less than brutality of Israel army in sector Gaza, something about in 100 times. 100 times Russian army less brutal to the civilian compared with Israeli army with Gaza. That's why it's special military operation for liberation of Ukrainian people, but not war against Ukraine. It's what Putin wants to stress.
Right. And you mentioned the help that Ukraine has been given, but do you deny that Russia's been given help by the North Koreans, the Chinese, some Iranian weaponry? I mean, you're getting help as well. Why shouldn't the Ukrainians have help?
No, it's not help. Russia has some, trade with such of the Russia buy some weaponry. Ukraine not buying weaponry. It's Europeans and British and American give this weaponry to Ukrainian army. It's a huge amount. Now, in fact, 90% of the Ukrainian army, it's not Ukrainian weaponry. It's not Ukrainian government bought. It's what it was given to them. It's first. Secondly, as already mentioned, targeting of the rocket missiles and drones and so on is taking part, in fact, in the war. It's Russian army doing itself, Ukrainian army, it's responsibility of United States and partly a little bit Great Britain. Then another important thing, it's huge economic supply. In fact, the Ukrainian government has no money to pay to own officers and soldiers. It's Great Britain and European Union pay to Ukrainian soldiers and officers and generals. So, if Ukrainian army fight against Russia by European and British and American weaponry, if they paid by Europeans and British, this weapons target by Europe's and Great Britain and United States, why is Ukrainians war? No, Ukrainians just used by Western country, in fact, as slaves. I would say these strong words. And in fact, look, Ukrainians, for example, what they fight it for? They fight it for the prohibition of their native language, because the native language for 75% of Ukrainian is a Russian language. They fight it for the prohibition and crashing of Orthodox Church, what was church of themselves, of their grandfathers, grandmothers, and other people who born them. They're crazy. No, they are under strong dictatorship. Ukrainian soldiers hate to fight because Zelensky criminal regime keeps their families keeps their families in their hands.
Okay.
So from our point of view, it's Russia not getting help even at all. Russia just buys this. But Ukrainian army, it's not help. It's just if 90% not from Ukraine, but from Western countries, it's not help. It's just Western war.
Okay. Something else I wanted to ask you about is we've heard President Trump making various comments that have made some of the European leaders quite nervous. First of all, we saw the U.S. national security strategy that was published last Friday. Moscow has welcomed that and said it largely aligns with Russia's view of things. He's also called European leaders weak. What do you make of these comments?
First of all, of course, Americans should explain themselves what they mean. But how we understand? in the sense that, first of all, that Donald Trump more represent not deep state, and deep state is enemy of Donald Trump, but Donald Trump represent more American people. And this attempt of Americans to reset democracy. But democracy already have been diminished in European countries where European government and European Commission as a government of European Union, they are under the control of the deep state, which called Euro bureaucracy. That's why Europe moved from democracy, and European governments represent not the interests of people in European countries, but they represent interests of this deep state and partly global corporations. That's why they have absolutely different interests. And I'm very glad that America tried to recover, American people tried to recover democracy, which had been stolen by Biden and by these European leaders from the people. And that's why they are political rivals, means European leaders who represent, first of all, deep state of Europe, and Donald Trump, who represent American people. So they are rivals. They have different interests. That's why they have a different policy. It's one. Another important thing that now, in the past, Europe was one of the two economic centers of the global world. That's why Europe, the alliance with Europe was very important for the United States. Now it's absolutely clear that Pacific Ocean area is becoming second center of economic development. That's why America more interesting to pay, to spend the activity to the Pacific Ocean and to diminish its activity in European direction. That's why Donald Trump said, look, you have threat military? No military threat to Europe. You are now very economically important? Already no. Okay, that's why we will step down our troops from the United States. And if you want to defend yourself, please increase your military spending from 2% to the 5%. Okay. And also, please, we see that you have very big problems with democracy. And by the way, everybody knows that European Commission falsify election in Romania, European Commission falsify election in Moldova. And by the way, European Commission strongly support ultra-repressive neo-Nazi regime in Ukraine, which is indicator that Europe not democratic area anymore.
Okay.
And we agree with Donald Trump on this issue.
Okay. Sounds like you agree with Donald Trump on quite a few things today. I want to ask you about something else you said earlier. You said Russia is winning the war. That's something that Donald Trump has said as well. And I just want to ask you, I mean, we're 4 years into this war. You know, Russia is a much larger country with a much larger army. Yes, you may have managed to take 19-20% of the country, but even the Battle of Pokrovsk, which has lasted 18 months, it's a small city in Ukraine. Russia says it's taking control of Pokrovsk, and Ukraine says, no, you haven't. But, I mean, if you can't even take the Battle of, you can't even take a city like Pokrovsk, which isn't even a very big city, you've only managed to take 20% of the territory. I mean, do you have to admit that the Russian people have underestimated Ukraine?
No, absolutely not. We underestimate it's how strong, repressive, totalitarian, neo-Nazi, neo-colonial, terroristic regime had been created by Americans, British, and Europeans. This is what we underestimated. It's first. Secondly, every military analyst, as you may know, thought that this war, Ukrainian war, should be, looks like not World War II, with big moving of the big tanks division and so on. It's like World War I, where it was a very intensive war on the small piece of land. And World War I, main goal was not to take some villages and small cities. World War I was about undermining and crushing of the army of one of the side. You may know that Germany defeated in the moment when no foreign troops, French or British troops, was on the German territory. But German troops was on the French territory. But nevertheless, German recognized that German defeated. Why? Because German army and German government appeared to be in the crisis. It's exactly what will happen in this Ukrainian war. We can see that Ukrainian army more and more in the crisis. Look at the figures. Ukrainian army, as Zelensky told now, something about 550,000 soldiers and 300,000 Ukrainian soldiers. They left from the army. You can imagine. They gone. They hide away from Ukrainian government. You see a lot of video. Show this video to your audience that every day on the streets, Ukrainian military authorities taking men on the Ukrainian streets as dogs, in fact, and move them to the army. They don't want. Ukrainian men don't want to fight. And also, you see the political crisis of the high-level corruption in government of Zelensky. This is main characteristic of the Russia who is winning the war. Not some villages or small cities like Krovsk, but crashing of Ukrainian army, crashing of the Zelensky repressive regime. It was the ending of the war.
Just very, very briefly, Mr. Markov, because we've got 30 seconds left. I just want to ask you very quickly, the European Union's got 210 billion euros of frozen Russian assets. And according to the ECB president, Christine Lagarde, she sees a pathway for legally using that money to support Ukraine. How will Russia react if Europe uses Russia's frozen finances in this way?
It's stupidity of Europeans. It's criminal. It's crime, of course. All of these European leaders should be in the prison because of this stealing of the Russian army. But it also is stupidity because, first of all, Russia will take some of the frozen European businesses which on the Russian territory. As I understand, it's something about the same amount of money. But also, Russia will go to the court and Russia will say, everybody, look, Europe is not a safe place for every government. And as I know, Saudi Arabia, China, United Arab Emirates, and other countries are going to take a lot of billions from Eurozones if European Commission will steal Russian currency reserve.
All right. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your brief answer. Sergei Markov, former spokesperson for the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Congrats on the movie and doing something truly original. How excited were you that this is kind of something we haven't really seen before, even in the Predator universe?
It was everything. The whole idea was, is there a movie that hasn't been made yet? And this is a story that has never been told. This is a kind of movie that didn't exist. And so that's what was the driving force behind everyone making the movie.
So this is your first hunt. And you've come to the most dangerous planet in the universe.
How much were the visual effects helpful in the narrative of this story in particular?
Essential. As much as there's a tradition in the franchise for it to be a man in suit and a fully prosthetic job, we had a test in the beginning to see what changes we could make to make the Predator's face far more expressive than it ever had been before. And it just couldn't quite accomplish what we needed it to. So instead, we could not abandon the practicality, the tactile nature of the franchise. So we still had Demetrius, our actor who plays Deck, wearing a full body suit, covering his entire being other than the cowl was open. So we just his face, and that was then taken over digitally, and our incredible VFX artists allowed Demetrius to drive the performance and found a way for the mandibles to express what Demetrius's mouth and cheeks and all that were expressing. So VFX was a critical part of pulling off the character of Deck. Not only that, but also the planet itself. So much we shot on location, but need to bring an otherworldly quality to it. So we tried to just add to the edges and the backgrounds of frames to extend them out and make it feel like you're on another planet, despite shooting so much of it on location.
You're after a creature that can't be killed. The definitive apex predator.
I could help you.
Well, good luck with your journey.
It's a great testament to Demetrius's acting abilities that he's got like this whole bodysuit, but he's expressive nonetheless. So how fortunate were you to find someone like him who seems to have, mime type of acting abilities?
I have to say, when we cast him, he was the best at what we had seen, and I thought right for the part. But when he was on set, I was blown away. He was so intense and so powerful. I remember turning to my producer like, can you believe what we have here? This is amazing. On top of being so physically gifted and being able to navigate all the crazy action sequences, as well as the language. The language is impossible for me to even speak. My mouth does not permit me to make those sounds. And Demetrius was so gifted at performing that language and also being able to get it change on the fly. We were giving him new lines in the mornings, and he would learn them both in English and in Yautja. He's a real gift to this movie.
Here, you're not the predator. You're the prey.
Obviously, so is Elle Fanning's multiple abilities and facets as an actress. Was she excited? I haven't interviewed her yet, but I assume she was excited herself to do something completely out of her box.
One of the things that I love about having Elle in the movie is that it means that we are cool. Like, she makes really cool choices. She hasn't done a movie like this because I would imagine in her mind, like, if I'm gonna make a movie, a genre movie like this, it's gotta have something in it that's special. And I think her agreeing to do the movie sort of assigns us as being cool and special, and her parts she's playing is incredibly unique. And she's so gifted as an actress. I knew that she was so talented, but what I did not expect and know we even needed was her physical abilities, not just in action scenes, but even just the nature of playing a synthetic that's been severed in half, and how she has to manipulate her body to pull off the magic trick for the audience. There was a number of things that were not left to special effects or visual effects that Elle really took upon herself to create the magic for us. And yeah, I really lucked out with both of them.
Absolutely. Was it to build this story with the visual effects as an integrated part, but also to make the characters so relatable to the audience?
There is a lot of visual effects, of course. You know, there's a lot of monsters that were created and designed that we did have to imagine. But we got to film in New Zealand, which is, I'd never been there before. It's the most incredible place. Beautiful, beautiful locations. I absolutely loved it. And so the landscapes that you see in the film
are real.
Those are real. We were not in the studio much of the time. And also just the history of the Predator, of being, you know, an actor in the suit, and you know, the braids were real. They were whipping me in the face. We were actually hooked up together, flying through the air. And so I really enjoyed like the tangible, real aspects of everything on set. But of course, you know, Dan created this wild world that far exceeded, you know, anything that you can imagine on the page. She's quite brilliant with that.
Welcome to the most dangerous planet in the universe, where everything is trying to kill you.
I need a hand.
For you, Demetrius, I mean, you had this heavy costume, but you still kind of, you know, were able to resonate with your performance, a little bit like miming. So how challenging and exciting was it for you at the same time to literally bring it to life?
Very challenging, if I'm being honest. It was, yeah, quite a heavy suit, and it gets quite hot in the suit, and there's kind of a lot that can pull you out of the scene and kind of distract you. But I think that was what, yeah, drew me to, you know, the character. And yeah, I got excited about the challenge. You know, I wanted to test myself and see, because I've never actually done suit performing. I've never played something that's not human. So being able to embody this character came with a lot of difficulties, but it made me, I feel, a better actor. It really helped my confidence to know that, you know, all these things can kind of distract you, but as long as you're staying present and as long as you're, you know, true to your character, you can't really go wrong. There was a lot of prep that was involved beforehand, just training my body to, you know, withstand being in the suit for that long. And yeah, I had an amazing team behind me, so yeah, it was
his emotions, they come through so much, you know, and we've never seen a Predator like that before, of being so expressive. And I mean, I don't think people understand how like hard that is to do. I've never had to do that, but to capture something, but you know that it's going to be slightly covered, but it's still your eyes, and to still feel something. Yeah, and that's like a real testament to Demetrius.
I agree. I fully agree.
You're here to prove yourself. Hunting something that can't be killed.
For you, Anne, how much excitement did you have, exploring the multifacets of the Tia and Tessa situation?
It was so exciting. I've never played dual roles together. I've never acted against myself. So that was a challenge. But Dan, our director, he helped to make sure that I was on track to really differentiate the two synths, because also at the same time, I'm not a human either. So there are these kind of robotic elements, but
body language.
Yeah, of course. And you want to make her accessible to audiences. So, they do have the synths in our film are a little bit, they're the most advanced synths you've seen from previous Alien films. So they get to have a little bit more human-like emotions. But I'm a combo of probably Tessa and Thea, but Tessa's a bit hardcore. So it was fun playing a baddie.
Yes, and Thea is so cute and cuddly.
Yes, yeah. Had to have the opposites.
I've been thinking about the show. For the next 30 days, everyone in the country is trying to murder me.
Lee, how are you?
I'm very good. How are you doing?
Very well. Thank you so much. We can't reveal too much about your character, but there's a fascination to him, isn't there?
He's a very mysterious character. It's one of the things I loved about what Edgar had originally pitched to me about what he wanted to make with the character. He this great conversation with him where he described the movie he wanted to make and what he wanted to do with McCone before I'd even read the script. And one of the things that interested him about McCone, and I really liked, is that he's a mysterious, he's like a ghost. He's like a phantom chasing Ben Richards on this, odyssey that he's on. And I found that mystery really interesting. The Mask does a lot for that, but it also sets the character up to, be very stressed when things don't go as planned.
He loses this kind of mask virtually and in real life in that sense. How did you want to work on his body language and the way he moves and even the way he dresses, and how did it all set the tone for you?
Well, we worked a lot on the costume. The mask, that took a lot of development to, find a mask that looked cool, the leather coat. I had this costume fitting where we put the clothes in front of the camera, and I was like, yeah, it looks cool. I feel like something's missing. I think I need a gun. And they brought over this, great big machine gun, and the whole thing kind of came together and made sense. Because he's a deadly, deadly person, but he's also, one of the stars of The Running Man.
Yeah, he has his backstory, basically.
He has a backstory, but he also, it's like, people are tuning in to watch him hunt these people down and kill them.
I got a grenade!
Back at you.
Technically, at some point, the lines get blurry between what is television and entertainment and what is actually reality. I think the character expresses that well.
Yeah, I think the movie in such an interesting way, is following Ben Richards through reality. The fantasy of righteous violence that is shown on the Running Man show doesn't match up with the reality that Ben Richards is experiencing. And that balance of those two kind of dimensions, I think, is one of the really interesting qualities of Running Man.
Oh, absolutely. Well, my time is up, but it's lovely chatting with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lovely chatting with you as well.
Welcome to the Running Man.
The rules are simple. Survive 30 days with the entire nation hunting you down. And get your family out of Slumside for good.
I'm gonna come back here and burn this building down. I promise.
That's the spirit.
Josh, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good to talk to you again. It's such a fun character to play, isn't it? I mean, I'm sure he's inspired from several TV bosses you may have encountered.
More than TV bosses, billionaires that, I've been very fortunate to, when I was doing Wall Street 2, Oliver, introduced me to a lot of billionaires. And it's interesting, man. This guy is so calm and he's so confident in his ability to find people's weaknesses and exploit them. And I think that that's different than something that I've played in the past. And it was a fun, and he's so kind of cosmetically obsessed. The perfect teeth and the hair and the suit and the skin and the eyeliner and all that stuff.
And the Joker smile all the time.
Exactly.
Hunt them down!
Survive, and you will walk away with $1 billion new dollars.
I always thought this was fake.
Let's talk about Stephen King and his ability to kind of, project himself in the future, even in a novel that was written a while ago. So how timely did you always feel that this novel was? Did you read it before or did you read it for the film?
No, I read the novel for the film, but I had seen the first version of the movie. No, it was not based on the source material. But I know that Stephen's seen the film. I know that Stephen really liked the film, and I'm happy for him. I'm happy that he responded to these characters in the way that he did, that I've heard Edgar talk about. To me specifically, it's really nice because I'm a big fan of Stephen King. I grew up on Stephen King movies, watching Christine or watching The Shining or watching, whatever. And I like the Arnold Schwarzenegger version a lot. It's really fun. It's a fun movie. But I think that this is also, it's like, when in 1982, if you're writing about 2025 and then you do the movie based on the source material in 2025 and to see what projections are correct and see where we've gone technologically, it's interesting to me.
Don't you get it? This game is rigged.
I got a grenade!
Back at you.
This set must have been interesting to be on. Do you still get excited about these things? Obviously you've been on your fair share of big blockbuster films. But when you step foot on a set and the props are exciting and the things around you are, do you still get enthusiasm?
I do. There's been a couple of times in 41 years where I got a little jaded. And if I get jaded, I leave for a while, which I'm sure everybody gets very happy about. There's a bye, Jai, and I go do, and I fill up with life and I fill up whatever empty tank that I have. And then I come back, because when I go back to like watching behind the scenes and all that, I get super excited about being in the movie industry. And when you're working all the time, you're just working and you're worrying and you're making sure that you know the lines and you're creating an interesting character and you're being loyal to the storyline and all that. And, if you do too many of those, you just get, it's just all tink, and you have to give yourself some space. And then the awe comes back, the wonderment comes back.
Go!
If you can survive against those goons, so can they.
I'm just trying to get back to my family.
They're here.
Because this story was written in the 80s and it's very timely today, what, in your opinion, with all your experience and expertise, makes a story enduring for the audience and interesting to them decades later?
I think you have to be able to invest in the main character. I think you have to be able to invest in all the characters, and there's some kind of mirror toward the foibles of what we experience as human beings. You know, I think if you don't care, it's impossible to really watch a movie. It's like some cosmetic thing that you go, that's pretty, or that's the cinematography is really pretty and all that. But ultimately, you have to care about what's going on. And, you know, to me, I can watch these movies even if I'm in them and go, do I like the movie or not? I've done movies that I've watched and I go, nope, didn't work.
Not my type.
not my thing, you know, and I'm happy we did it, and I think it's good, and I think, you know, a demographic of people will like it. But I do think this is presented as an action film, and there's a lot going on in it, but I also think that you can emotionally invest yourself into these characters.
I'll be honest with you. I can't just let you win this game.
Welcome to The Running Man.
Congratulations on a very fast-paced film. How exciting is it for you that, you know, no one catches a breath here?
I mean, I feel like making the movie, I felt like I was on the show as well. Like, you know, it's fair to say, and pun definitely intended, but it was a real marathon to make as well. And so it was a very experiential film. Like a lot of the movie is having a vicarious experience with Ben Richards for the audience, but I felt like that as the filmmaker as well.
You know, I've been thinking about the show. For the next 30 days, everyone in the country is trying to murder me.
How exciting was it to build that world? I mean, technically every single prop must have been thought of.
Oh yeah, and that was super fun. I mean, that's some of the early stages. I mean, some of the very first things that you do, you know, with the smallest team right at the very start, is start looking at locations and start kind of like, you know, the concept art of what the cars are going to look like and what the running plan is going to look like. And, you know, I worked with my longtime production designer, Marcus Rowland, but also my brother, Oscar Wright, was, you know, concept artist on it. So he like designed the mailboxes and stuff. So all of that stuff was really fun. And then when you actually see the props, I think we all love the running cam. Like the sort of like clamshell camera, because it's so old school, but it's just fun to play with. And every time people will be on set, they pick up the camera, they'd be like, ooh, I love it.
People on these games never come back.
We have no choice. We need money for a doctor now.
Welcome to The Running Man. Contestants will be hunted for 30 days. Anyone can kill you.
At what point did you and Glenn, you know, meet and you thought that, you know, he's the guy, you know, this is someone who's on camera every single shot of the film. So how important was it that he had the essence of the part?
The Ben Richards that's in the Stephen King book is an everyman. And that was the important thing, is that, you know, obviously it's an action film, but he's not an action hero at the start of the film. He's an out-of-work dad. He's not like a trained killer. He's not a superhero. And so I think what was great about Glenn is he has a sort of relatability in terms of that he feels like, you know, somebody that you know. And not that he's not, like he's worked sort of dangerous jobs, so he has a thick hide. But again, he's kind of flying into this game pretty blind and, you know, doesn't necessarily have a strategy a lot of the time, and that was really important to us. And I've been a fan of Glenn for a number of years, and particularly when he brought out Hitman. That was just before we were talking about casting on this, and his name came up, and myself and my co-writer Michael McCall both said, "Oh, Glenn is the perfect person for this movie."
Hunt him down! Survive, and you will walk away with $1 billion new dollars.
I always thought this was fake.
Oh, shit!
Feeling pretty real now.
Did you read the novel prior? I mean, how important was the novel to making, you know, the film what it is?
I had read the novel when I was 14 years old. I started reading Stephen King books when I was about 12 or 13, and I had read that novel before I saw the 1987 version. So when I saw the Arnold Schwarzenegger version, which is very, very loosely based on the book. As a teenager, I was kind of surprised. I was like, oh, this is so different from the book. So I think it had stayed in my head for like literally decades of that The Running Man was a Stephen King book that hadn't really been adapted. So it's actually, the book is the reason I wanted to do the movie, but like from, nearly 40 years ago.
Well, now it's done.
Oh,
Congratulations.
Don't you get it? This game is rigged. Guess we'll find out.
I'm still here.
Ben Richards, 35, married, one child, in medical crisis.
Glenn, how are you?
Hey, Raya, how you doing?
I'm very well. Nice talking to you again. Congrats on the movie. Obviously, Ben Richards was in a movie before, but this is very close to the novel. So how special was it all because of Edward's also, attachment to the novel as well?
I mean, Stephen King is obviously one of the greatest writers of all time. He's prolific. This book, The Running Man, I think he wrote it in the mid-70s, released it in '82, set it in 2025. And when you read this book, it is unbelievable. It's eerie how timely,
exactly.
this world that he created is. And I think it's really what makes, Edgar Wright's vision different, and wonderful. Is like, this is obviously like, a big cinematic, relentless action movie, but it also is a world that hasn't been put on screen. It's a really familiar world, and allows you, in addition to like just getting to experience this wild ride, it also leaves you, thinking, in a really fun way. So it's a very unique movie in that way, one that I'm really proud of.
The network owns The Running Man, and they have more sway and influence than the government itself.
Ben signs up for the show, and if he doesn't win, he's going to be executed in front of the entire world.
Welcome to The Running Man.
How easy or difficult is it to make a character relatable and loved by the audience when him as a character is not trying to be liked or
trying to be, yeah. At the end of the day, I always kind of break these things down. I think one of the reasons that this story really is one of the great stories is like we can all identify with Ben Richards in the fact that he's just a guy who's trying to provide for his family. We can all understand that. He's a guy that leaves the house trying to get some medicine for his daughter and goes on this wild ride where he signs up for a game show with a 0% survival rate. Everyone who's ever been on this game show has died, and he signs up for this thing in order to provide for his family. And I feel like no matter what someone's personality is like, you can understand the lengths that people would go to show up for their family. So I think that's a really great heartbeat of the movie, but that makes kind of Ben someone we can kind of understand, no matter if he's a little prickly. Ben Richards is a father whose daughter's extremely sick, and he will do whatever it takes to save his family.
Take your business.
Network building, tryouts.
How difficult was it physically? It's literally The Running Man. He's running like every single frame of the film. How much do you have to prepare for these kinds of things? Basically, he never catches a breath.
Yeah, I was joking with some of my buddies about this, where I was like, I don't know when the last time you did an all-out sprint for your life, but it's like as a grown man, you just don't do it very often. It's like it's sprinting is a very taxing, crazy thing to do, and especially in this movie, which it's like, in addition to sprinting, you're also not sprinting in a straight line. You're sprinting away from explosions and gunfire, and you're running and jumping off of things and rolling. So it's like it was a very physically demanding role, and to make it through that entire shoot was tough. I definitely went through it on this one. It's a physically taxing role, but it's been great. It's one of those things that I've dreamed of doing my entire life. I remember building my own special effects and props and guns, and we shoot like James Bond movies with my buddies, and it's like this is what it feels like every day on set. You get to play pretend. It's just a little more explosive.
I think the best thing about making The Running Man is like just getting to be an action hero.
They're here.
We're really breaking out the heavy artillery, the big explosions. Hopefully I'll make the stunts look cool. This is gonna be fun.
I was gonna ask about those sets. You know, I love those postal boxes that fly out. I mean, I want one of them in my house.
Yeah, those are cool, right?
Who was it, this set? Everything, the props, everything that was imagined for the world.
Well, we have a great team, you know, on this film. I mean, the best part is everybody wants to work for Edgar Wright. You know, he is one of the greatest filmmakers, you know, we have. And so in terms of department heads, you know, in terms of creating, I even believe his brother Oscar may have been part of that design of that mailbox.
Yes.
But you know, the crazy part is, you know, in terms of production design, in terms of props, all these things, it's like this world is not the world that we occupy. It's, you know, we are occupying a world of 2025. It should still feel familiar. It should feel like our world, but it's just a few degrees off. And it makes things like that really fun, because that's what sci-fi should be, is you don't have to feel like you're in this world. You get to sort of be a little bit of a distance, and allows you almost to see our existence even more clearly. That's what great sci-fi can do.
True. Well, thank you so much. Congrats on the film. I enjoyed watching.
Thank you so much. Good to see you.
It looks unbelievable. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be wild.
The action is nonstop.
Bam, 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 bam.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Now,
Now, Saudi Arabia's aviation sector has seen rapid expansion in recent years and has a central part to play in Vision 2030. Well, the kingdom's growing number of airlines have a key part to play in meeting the goal of 100 million visitors by the year 2030. Well, as well as the new entrants to the market, like Riyadh Air, which we've talked about quite a bit on this show, the flag carrier, Saudiya, has also a growing global presence, currently transporting close to 3 million passengers every single month. That is in addition to air freight. Well, last year, Saudiya transported some 578,000 tons of cargo, and Saudiya aims to rank among the world's top 10 air cargo carriers by the year 2030. Well, I'm joined here in the studio by Hashim Al-Sharif, who is the Vice President of Strategy and Business Development at Saudiya Cargo. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us.
It's an absolute pleasure. Good to be here with you.
Thanks. Now, they say that cargo numbers offer you some insights as to what the situation is looking like later on down the line on the passenger side. So how is the situation for cargo right now? What are your numbers looking like?
We're seeing an increase in the demand in the last few years since the pandemic, and that there's a correlation between the increase in demand because of the large number of aircrafts and recovery after the pandemics. The movement of goods has been steadily increasing in the last few years, and we've seen a growing demand across the globe, not only in Saudi Arabia, but also beyond, and that's helped us to connect the world together.
Okay, so tell us which are the sectors that are really fueling the growth in demand.
Nowadays it's about e-commerce. E-commerce has changed the shape of air cargo. We used to wait for months to get the shipments. Now it's a matter of days or even hours in some cases until you get the shipment from country to a country until the doorsteps of the clients.
Okay, so e-commerce is really giving operators like Saudiya a massive boost when it comes to cargo volumes.
I will give you an example. Between now and 2023 and now in 2025, we have seen almost 39% growth between in 2 years only. And that's mainly driven by the young population of Saudi Arabia. And we have seen the demand of e-commerce is growing into the kingdom and even beyond the kingdom.
Right, so that's a massive boost to Saudiya Cargo.
Certainly.
You've got a young population in Saudi Arabia, which you mentioned as well, hence the correlation and the interest I expect with e-commerce.
Yeah.
What are your other strategic advantages, would you say? What part does geography play?
Location, location, location. We play in a strong part when it comes to connecting the world. We're sitting almost 6 hours from everywhere. We're connecting the east to the west through Saudi Arabia, and this is one of the parts we play to enable the kingdom to be a logistic hub. We transport goods from the east, from the far east, the likes of Indian subcontinent, into Europe, US, and beyond.
Okay, so let's talk about your fleet and your capacity. What have you got at the moment, and where are you planning to take that in the years ahead?
If we want to link it back to the increasing demand, we are sitting at 8 freighters today, and we have actually 2 more coming up in the next few months. So we're going to have 10 by Q1, and we're increasing demands, and there is an announcement coming soon of our plans to expand our fleet. That's when it's come to the air freighters. But we have access to over 170 belly aircraft from Saudiya and through different partners such as Sky Teams, which plays almost 20% of the world capacity when it comes to air cargo, with over 850 destinations.
Okay, so you got the freighters, you got the passenger planes, and this alliance that you mentioned in the form of Sky Team. Tell us about some other partnerships you've got there at Saudiya Cargo.
We have just announced a few months back our partnership with the China Cargo. They're flying to the kingdom, and we were partnering with them to ship beyond KSA. It's a huge movement to our strategic partnership going on from the east to the west and linking them together. And we are working on more signings and partnership in the future coming up. As soon as we sign them, we will announce them shortly.
Okay, and you're right in the middle, aren't you, of that traffic between east and west, 100%. Very strategically positioned. Now, I know that specialty cargo tends to carry pretty healthy yields, high yields, I think it's fair to say.
Yes.
Some pretty unique requirements, especially when it comes to transporting pharmaceutical products and so on. What sort of an evolution, what trends are you seeing in that area?
Pharma has been always a constant, but it requires high specialty, as you have mentioned. We are certified to move pharma, lithium, dangerous goods from IATA, and that gives us an advantage when it comes to specialized and customized solutions. Pharma is becoming, it's a bit of a trend, not only now, but it's always been trend because of the sensitive time it has to be transported in. And usually it was transported from certain markets. Now we've seen an expansion when it comes to pharmaceutical from different parts of the globe, be it from raw material, be it from distribution perspective. And we are part of that, basically enabling those routes to be active throughout the world.
Okay. We talk a lot about Vision 2030 on this channel. Where do you see Saudi Cargo fitting into that and supporting that vision?
Well, we're one of the biggest enablers. We're responsible for half of the volume coming to the kingdom. And we played a major role in last year's numbers. Saudi Arabia as a kingdom surpassed a million tonnage, 1.2 if I can be more precise, throughout the kingdom. We have helped transform almost nearly 0.6 million of that volume throughout the kingdom, and we're expanding with the expansion of the fleet in the near future. We will help to reach that target a bit and in line with the goals of the kingdom, and also to enable the GDP of the country by moving and basically the whole supply chain when it comes to goods. From real estate, from all of these elements, because of the transshipment of goods is all over the place.
Okay, so you're playing a really big part in that vision. We talk a lot about AI on this show, and I was thinking to myself as you arrived, what role does artificial intelligence play when it comes to your kind of operation? Are you finding a niche for it, a purpose for it when it comes to cargo ops?
Definitely. It's part of our basically strategy is to integrate AI in everything that we do. But we're doing it with basically in phases out. We're trying to utilize AI into basically calculating the profitability of a route, understanding the markets, reading the trends, where is basically the supply is going to take, how long is going to take the supply, and matching the demand from different countries, which areas that we need to focus on when it comes to developing countries versus already established market. All of these elements with AI, it gives you an advantage because it gives you time, speed, and accuracy, and access to different multiple databases.
And pricing models as well?
100%. And pricing is dynamic in our industry. So you have to be always on the run when it comes to pricing.
What's your overall outlook for air cargo when it comes to the region and more broadly for the rest of the world?
Air cargo is, we had a discussion in one of the forums. Air cargo have increased the demand significantly in the past. And people expected this is the spike. It only happened because of the pandemic. But if you look at it now, it's the consumer behavior has changed. Not only the business. People tend to shop more online than it used to be in the past. There are more apps, there are more platforms, there are more companies emerging every single day to enable e-commerce across the world. So the demand will always going to be in the rise when it comes to air cargo. There are subshipments that are becoming very sensitive to time. And the speed is a very crucial part of what they do. And this is the advantage of air cargo plays in when connecting the world together.
Yeah, when we order something online, we want to get it tomorrow at the latest.
100%.
In terms of competitiveness and keeping that growth momentum, what are your plans? How are you positioning yourself to make sure that your growth and your competitiveness are sustainable?
We are in the region where everything is growing. It's not only Saudi Arabia, but if you look at the top airlines and the top air cargos around the world, it's basically within its neighboring countries. And it's all have the logistics advantage of the location as well, but also they have ambitious goal as us. For us, we are trying to ensure that we are developing and connecting the world together by improving the services that we do, and we're offering unique products. One of the things that we are focusing on is to enable Saudi export to be available at the world shelves. That's the advantage that we have, that we're basically betting on, that we can have in the market internally and domestically that can give us an advantage versus the other competitors.
Okay, and what sets you apart, would you say, from all of the other cargo offerings in the market? What makes Saudia Cargo stand out?
It's basically the way we do business. It's a cyclical business, and we are being able to be steadily and agile in our strategy. We have seen this year a lot of cyclicality due to geopolitical disruption all across the world, but we remain steady because we have strategic agility and resilience when it comes to our company. We do not let it affect us. There are many countries that were closed their aerospace. Thank God that our countries and the kingdom policies is basically helped us to navigate through these tough times. So this is basically what we're relying on, our vision, our strategic positioning, and basically our strategic goals and objectives in the company, and our resilience in the past that helps going into the future with agility.
And just lastly, Hashim, some of my colleagues and I were wondering, what are some of the more unusual or exciting items that perhaps you've transported on Saudia Cargo?
It's not only exciting, we did it with pride. Last year, we transferred a lot of shipment and transported perishables from the kingdom and exported tomatoes and vegetables to Europe. And we found it in the European markets. And if you go to the supermarket, you will find Saudi vegetables and fruits. And that's basically was, I wouldn't say unusual, but we did it with pride for us because we know the quality of the product that we produce in this country, and having the ability to enable them and help them to be available at the global shelves. That's amazing. We also did shrimp to China, and we are working with our partners in the kingdom, one of the biggest dairy products to be available in the Chinese market as well. There's a huge demand when it comes from that market, and we are ready to help. And we have partners in China are ready for us to transport this shipment to China as well. And then will be amazing to go to different world and part of the world, and you will find the Saudi product available at every shelf.
Okay, and before we started, you said you transported some horses every now and then, but you said that was quite normal. That wasn't particularly unusual.
That's not unusual for us. We are part of enabling the country a bigger event. We have the Saudi Cup, and we were transporting the shipments and the horses from different parts, from Liège, from different parts of Europe into the kingdom for the race. And for us, this is not unusual. Also, the biggest races that are happening in Saudi Arabia, we were basically transporting those cars into the kingdom, and next, the race will be in a different country. They will be there on time.
Well, thank you very much, Lee. We really appreciate you sharing all of that with us. Hashim Al-Sharif, the Vice President of Strategy and Business Development at Saudia Cargo. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you. Pleasure.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.